Well, hello, everyone. I'm Mark Handler, the Director of Professional Services for Converus, and I'll be your host today for a discussion on investigative interviews. Um, Normally, when we think about investigative interviews, we're going to be thinking about them from what we would call a post-test interview setting, meaning that you've conducted a credibility assessment test, whether it be through the EyeDetect or the EyeDetect Plus 2.0, and the person has uh, failed the test, so they're not credible, and you need to discuss some things about this with them. Um, Alternatively, there are times when you're going to need to do a pre-test interview, if you will, sometimes called a pre-test checklist. And many, if not all, of these skills that we're going to be talking about here today will work in both settings, and they would be applicable in both settings, whether it was a pre-test interview or conducting a pre-test checklist or a post-test interview following a failed EyeDetect test. Um, these skills that we're going to be talking to you about are scientifically based. There's lots of literature out there that show that these are some of the best ways to conduct interviews with people. And so that's why I want to share this with you. If somebody takes and fails your EyeDetect test, regardless of what type of test it is, there is an increased probability that that person is not telling you the truth about something on that test. In other words, their ground truth state would be guilty. So you're going to probably need to talk to them about this. Now, a word of caution here. If you are doing a pre-test interview with a person, if you're going to go through the booklet with them, if there's an application booklet, or if you're going to use what we call interview route maps, or sometimes they're called a mind map, if you're going to do that in a pre-test setting, you must exercise caution in surrounding the idea that you're not going to interrogate them in the pretest interview or call them a liar, because there's an increased risk of sensitizing them to whatever issue it is that you're now talking to them about. So if a person tells you no, they did not do something, let's say you're going through a mind map of drug use, of illegal drug possession, and you're going through the mind map and the person tells you no, in the past 2 years, I have not possessed marijuana. I have not possessed cocaine. I have not possessed methamphetamines. Take their word for it. Don't ask them, are you sure? Are you sure? And you don't want to do that because you'll sensitize them to, you have a risk of sensitizing them to the issue. So with that caveat in mind, let's talk a little bit about, I'm going to move on and talk a little bit about deception in general. I want to kind of start this talk giving you some concepts of what deception is. Go ahead to the next slide, please. So we have to operationally define what we're going to call deception here. Deception could be a bunch of different things. I mean, a chameleon turning colors in your garden is a form of deception, but that's not what we're talking about here. When we talk about deception from a credibility assessment standpoint, what we're talking about is when a person makes a deliberate attempt to get someone to believe something that that person thinks is not true. They may be successful, they may not be. It may be true and it may not be, but it involves two people, at least two people, what we call a sender and a target, a me and a you. And we're going to talk about limiting it to human interactions and leave the chameleons in the garden. And we want to understand and think about this lying. And when somebody lies and practices deception in these settings, it's strategic and it's done to gain an advantage. That's why they're doing it. It's deliberate and it's not occurring accidentally. So with that in mind and understanding that that's our operational definition of deception for the purposes of this discussion, let's talk a little bit about how people lie. Next slide, please. How do people lie? And it's kind of a funny question, but people would say, well, with their words. Well, yes, that's true. They definitely lie with their words. But I want to talk about the different ways that people lie, and when scientists study deception, the ways that they find people that lie. And one way is what we call passive lying or evasion, and they just say, I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know anything about that, even if they do. And it requires very little mental effort on their part, because they're not going to give you anything. And the less that they give you, the less that you can go and then check out, right? The less investigators can go and find out. And typically the person who is evading and not answering would feel less internal stress, and then they would therefore display, or they would experience less internal stress surrounding it. And if there is any leakage as a result of this, any leakage of stress, behavioral stress indicators, which we're going to talk about later, there would be less of it experienced, if you will. Let's talk a little bit more about evasive lying. Next slide, please, and give you some ideas of what I mean by that. If a person asks you, if you ask the person, you were there at the bar, did you see who shot the guy? Or do you know who shot the person? Let's say there was a shooting in a bar, and the person, instead of answering your question, asks you a question back and says, why would I know? So they're not answering your question. So these are the ideas that you'll see these when people are evading using evasive tactics. They're superficial, and they move around. They give you implausible details, or sidestep the question in and of itself by maybe asking you a question back or telling you to go ask another person. And what you'll find is that you have to drag this information out of them piece by piece. They're just going to give you very little information, and you're going to have to go and dig it out with another question and another. And it's a very time consuming and can be a frustrating process. So let's go to the next slide. Instead of giving zero details, some people will give you very non-specific, or what we say are vague details, little things that they know they have to give you because they were there at the bar, let's just say, if there was a shooting. But it requires less mental effort than actually fabricating a complete lie. And oftentimes it'll cause a listener, the receiver, right, to make assumptions and possibly jump to incorrect conclusions. Again, less internal pressure or less risk to the sender, to the liar, than actually having to fabricate a lie. And indications of this are that the account will be very vague with little details, and it'll jump around in big gaps, what we say gaps in time, and they'll just jump around a lot. Sometimes it'll seem well rehearsed if they've had an ample opportunity to prepare for what they were going to tell you. Again, you're having to drag this answer out of them, and it's going to require probing. So probing are follow-up type questions, and you're going to get vague answers back to probes at the probes as well. Now, the most difficult lying, next slide, please, is active lying. Active lying means that I'm going to actually, and let me back up with this. If you're a police officer or someone who's investigating some type of an incident or crime, this is probably what you're going to run into most, because you have somebody there for a reason, right? They're there because they were at the scene, or you believe they were at the scene. And this is going to require them to actively lie to you. So, and this is the most difficult way to lie to somebody, because what you have to do is you have to kind of keep the lie in line with the facts, with the real facts of the situation, in as much as the investigator would probably know. It's high risk, right? High stakes. It requires a great deal of cognitive effort, mental effort, to remember what you've said, to try and figure out what that investigator may or will find out, may know or will find out. And it's the most difficult way for people to lie, but it's probably the most likely scenario that you're going to run into. Go ahead to the next slide, please. So some things that you're going to listen for or look for, and that we found that are helpful when you're listening, and that's going to be your big the best way to pay attention. The best way to try to look for troubled areas, hot spot areas that need to be followed up on. So we're talking about some these anomalies that you're gonna run into, and one is what we call a thin story. A thin story means that there's not a lot of detail when there should have been far more. Somebody will tell you I remember a story one time. I was talking to a guy who was not supposed to be in a bar. It happened to be a strip club, and it was 2 a.m. when the police came in there, and he was a police officer himself. There was a lot of drugs being used in this particular club, and when the police came in, he didn't say anything until they left, and then he went outside and told them, "Oh, hey, I'm here. I'm a police officer." And the sergeant said, "Well, why are you in this bar with all these people smoking marijuana?" And so long story short, he ended up in an internal affairs investigation. And when I polygraphed him, I asked him to tell me the story, and he said, "Oh, I just went to the bar. I had a beer. The cops came in and I left." So that's what we would call a very thin account, a thin story, very few details. And then you have to go back and drag it out of them piece by piece by piece. Or alternatively, people who are going to lie to you will memorize their lines. It's almost like an actor or an actress in a play. They'll memorize their account because they want to keep it straight, and they've figured out what they're going to say, and they practice what they're going to say, and they'll say it again and again and again. Sometimes the details that they will give you are inconsistent with what they've said in the past, or they contradict what others have said. And so you want to listen for that when the details are inconsistent. That doesn't mean that they're lying. In fact, one of the things about this memory and remembering things is that as you go back and probe memory, and you re-look at and rethink about situations, you may find inconsistent details. And between statements, if I give you one statement today and another one tomorrow, between statement inconsistencies are quite normal with truthful cases. Liars kind of memorize their lines, and they have very few between statement inconsistencies. They just say the same thing over and over and over again. Sometimes a lack of an affect, meaning that they're just, their affect is flat, their emotions are flat, can be, that they're thinking hard, or maybe that they're memorizing their lines. So it doesn't mean anything in particular other than it could be a problem point. A few illustrators, so hand movement. So as you're watching me, you probably see me moving my hands a lot when I'm showing you something. If I'm doing up here, or if it's over there, it was big, it was small. Interestingly enough, people make the mistake of believing that liars are fidgety, and that when people lie, they fidget and they move around a lot. As it turns out, that's just not the case. Lying is actually cognitively challenging. So if I'm going to lie to you, if you're going to interview me and I'm going to lie to you, I have to keep the lie, I have to let the lie out, right? Keep the truth in. I have to follow what happened. I have to give you a story that follows where I know you follows the facts of the case that you already know. I have to watch you watch me and make sure that I'm getting, good feedback from you. Or if I see you look like this, like maybe you're not believing me, and then I need to maybe change up my story and change up my tactics. It's like trying to pat your head and rub your stomach. Here, let me back up. See how I'm patting my head and rubbing my stomach? It takes a lot of work to do that, cognitively. Actually, I practice a lot. So, but For liars, they're cognitively challenged to lie to you about, especially to follow up on probing questions. So as it turns out, they actually have fewer illustrators. They have fewer hand and feet and other movements. Another interesting thing that we found out from the cognitive interview by Gieselman and Fisher over the years is that when we remember things naturally, when we talk about things and we're telling the truth and we're giving a truthful recall of something that happened, we tend to include things like what we call time and space and the context, time and space and the context in which it came. In other words, it was early in the morning. It was a small room. I was in the back seat of the car. It was, I walked into the restaurant last, or I held the door open for a woman who went in before me. These are all indications of time, space, and place, if you will, or context. And true memories generally include more of those than less of those. And then inconsistencies between their account being what they've told you, and the evidence that you may have gathered. So they call that statement evidence inconsistencies, and those are indicative of problems. So lot to think about there. Let's move on to the next slide, please. And in terms of challenges to effective lying, if I'm coming in and I'm going to lie to you, I have some challenges. I have some work to do. One is that, you have to be motivated to do so. You have to be motivated to be able to lie effectively. And most folks are, because especially if it's a police case, they don't want to be in trouble, or if they're applying for a job, they want to get the job. And if they're going to lie, generally they'll create a script, what we say is so, anticipating what they think you're going to ask them, having just enough detail that they, maybe can kind of get you to believe what they're telling you. And it may be created, they may create it from a different incident and just fill in the lines. But the one thing about liars is they just probably don't expect you to ask things like unanticipated questions, or ask for more detail, or ask you to draw a picture or a diagram. They're not preparing for that. And that's going to be some of the tricks we'll share with you later on in challenging people, and hopefully in challenging them cognitively in a way that will bring out if there are cues to problems with their story, if you will. Next slide, please. Liars have to withstand your follow-up questions or your probes, right? So if you are a clever interviewer and you follow up with good probes, you're going to require them to have to think quickly and come up with something. So if they said to me, oh yeah, I went to the restaurant. We all went to the restaurant. And I say to you, okay, what did you have to eat? Or who went in the restaurant first? Who walked in the door first? Draw me a picture of the table and who sat where, right? So they're going to have to think about this, and maybe that's our unanticipated questions. And when cognitive load gets high, in other words, they have to think harder. You're putting a strain on what's called working memory. That means that they're keeping these things in mind, and that's when they can slip up and make mistakes. As we mentioned a little while ago, these unanticipated question strategies. What did you have to drink at the bar? That kind of stuff. What did the other person have to drink? Avoiding contradictions can be tough. If there's evidence, if you had a video of them sitting at the table, and you asked, and asked them to draw a picture, they would have to be consistent with the evidence. Or if you have some kind of evidence, they have to stay consistent with that evidence. Now, there's a strategy called the strategic use of evidence. Was developed by Dr. Maria Hartwig from John Jay College. And the concept is that if you have information and you have evidence, hold it back and use it strategically. Ask questions about that evidence, right? To get them to talk to you about that evidence, but don't tell them that you have it. liars have to keep the, like I said, the truth and the lies separate. And all these things increase this, cognitive load. And that's when we can see, sometimes we'll see some of the what we call those anomalies that we had mentioned earlier on. I want to talk to you a little bit about some of these books and these material that are out there. Go ahead to the next slide. These, I call them pop psychology textbooks, or pop psychology people who believe that they can see lying in behavior, and not in verbal and nonverbal behaviors and vocal behaviors and things like that. And there's a considerable body of literature out there that says that they really can't do it, even though a lot of people say they can, and they sell a lot of things. So I'm going to talk to you about the science of it and what the science says, and let you form your own opinion here. Next slide, please. Some of these pop psychology techniques claim to be able to train you to differentiate between truth and deception, right? Between people who are lying to you and not lying to you. And this is called the unassisted, so the unassisted human lie catcher. So the hypothesis. So it's the unassisted human lie catcher hypothesis. And they're just not supported in science. Some places, some trainings will teach you that you can use non-verbal behavior. So changes in the vocal behavior, changes in how their eyes move, changes in the direction of where they're looking, or their face, or the facial movements, things like that. Others will try to train you to, or may try to train you to use verbal behavior. How a person writes something down, or how many times they don't write something down, or when do they say something, like if they repeat a question, like if you say, what time did you get to the store? And they would repeat back, what time did I get to the store? Some people just talk like that. And that's not indicative of deception. So these pop psychology techniques will try to train people to use language and emphasizing semantics, or verbs, or pronouns and qualifiers and things of that nature. And we're going to talk a little bit about it, and just to share with you what science says. Interesting. Go ahead to the next slide, please. There are objective cues to anything, and in this case, we're going to be talking about to deception. There are objective cues, and there are subjective cues. Subjective cues are the things that people believe will happen when someone's lying. So if you said to someone, what does it look like when a person's lying? And they say, well, I think they won't look me in the eye. Okay, that's a subjective cue, because that's their belief. Objective cues are those things that science and scientists who study human deception have found actually happen when people are lying or telling the truth. And so the thing is, you can make a list of objective clues or cues, real things that we know happen, and subjective cues, okay? And if they don't match, that's a problem. Now, I'm going to give you a kind of a heads up here. There is no such thing as Pinocchio's nose, okay? There's no one thing that happens to liars that doesn't happen to truth tellers. It's just that things kind of happen at different levels, if you will, right? And some of these differences in levels are so subtle that it makes it very, very difficult to try to tell if someone's lying or telling the truth by simply watching them, or talking to them, or watching them talk to another person. Thank goodness we have EyeDetect and even the polygraph. These are two different tools that have been proven. They're the two tools that have been proven to be able to help us to differentiate truth tellers from liars. And so I say that some of the things that I'm going to share with you may ruffle some feathers, if you will, because many people have spent a lot of money taking these classes on these these unassisted human lie catcher hypotheses. And people go on, you can go on YouTube and people will tell you that they're experts at doing this, and they'll go on TV shows, and they've got a lot of their own human investment in this and their emotional investment, but the science just doesn't support what they're saying. In fact, next slide, please. So when we say empirical support, we're talking about scientific support. Scientific support is lacking, okay, for lie signs, meaning that it's really just not there. These signs that these pop psychology books and classes and stuff tell you are signs of lying are just signs of stress. They can be signs of strong emotion or embarrassment or cognitive effort, thinking hard, or just behavioral conditioning, how you just were raised, or you grew up asking a person, if somebody said to you, what did you have to eat? You say, what did I have to eat? Some people just do that. So objective, real scientific support is just lacking. There, like I said, there's no such thing as a lie behavior. Nonverbal behaviors are manifested by a lot of different things. Anyway, next slide, please. Okay, so verbal behaviors considered lie indicators in some of these trainings, the things that people say, how they say it, the words they use, they're used in everyday truthful conversation. And so evidence of deception is actually going to be found best in the content, okay, in the content of what they say during interviews, right? So we want to hear what they have to say. It's not how they say it, but what they say. And that's why we want to encourage people to talk to us. If they're not talking, you're not learning. And if the evidence is best found in the content of what somebody says, somebody has to be talking to you for you to be able to see if that evidence is there. Next slide, please. When we talk about nonverbal behavior, things like, whether vocal cues like some speech errors or hesitations, pitch, rate, latency, pause durations, and frequencies. These are all the kinds of verbal vocal cues in nonverbal behavior. And then visual cues where they smile at you, self-adapters, they picking at lint on themselves, or are they moving their hands around, illustrators, hand and finger, or finger and leg and toe movements, or do they blink a lot? So these are all things that were studied in a very large review by Alder Vrij, V-R-I-J, and discussed in his 2007 book. And so he wanted to see, okay, what did science say about all of these things? And go ahead to the next slide. Alder Vrij is a brilliant man. He's one of the most brilliant researchers in deception and trying to figure these things out. So he went back and looked at a lot of the research on this. And one of the very early and most well-known studies is DePaula et al. And it was a meta-analysis of 116 studies in 2003. And what they found, what they used rather for determining how big, what we call an effect size, right? How big are the effect sizes? They used something called Cohen's d. Okay, and what they said is if it's 0.2, it's small. If it's 0.5, it's medium. And if it's 0.8, it's large. And if it's negative, it's a negative number, then it's shown less by liars. If it's a positive number, it's shown more by liars. So here are the results. Vrij suggests that there's no Pinocchio's nose. There was a trend for higher pitched voice of a 0.21, a Cohen's d of 0.21. But remember, we said a Cohen's d of 0.2 is small, and you're only going to be able to determine this difference if you have sophisticated listening equipment, hearing equipment, right? There was a very small trend for some longer pauses in between question asked and question answered. But look at the number, it's 0.01. It's very small. There was a trend for fewer illustrators, and it was minus 0.14. So remember, a negative number means liars do it less. Illustrators are what you see me doing when I move my hands around. And there's a trend for less hand and finger movement of a decent size, minus 0.36. So remember, if it's a negative number, it happens less. 0.36 is coming up on, it's between a small and a medium effect size. So what that means is, think about it. If it's a negative number and liars do it less, right, then a minus 0.36 means if I'm lying, my hands will move what? They'll move less, right? So, and remember I said to you that lying is cognitively challenging, and as I'm thinking harder and I'm working harder to come up with answers, I actually move less. My body quiets down, and I because I have to think. Again, it's like, patting your belly and rubbing your head at the same time. Here's some additional, next slide, some additional findings on nonverbal behavior. Now, pupil dilation was coming up on a high, getting close to a medium. Medium is 0.5. And guess what we use in EyeDetect? One of the strongest indicators for us of somebody being deceptive to the statements that they're reading is pupil dilation. That's been known for a very, very long time. The idea that if their story is ambivalent, it's discrepant, it doesn't make sense, it's ambivalent, that had a pretty high D. Folks said that if they were nervous or tense, they had a fairly high D. You can see what the lists are here. But the big ones to listen for are the story's just not making sense. It's lacking in agreement with what we know or what we have heard. They can't make their mind up about something that they change and back and forth. And so these are just some of the things, again, that they found. And you can see that these are very difficult things to pick up on when somebody is talking. Okay. There was a neat meta-analysis. Go ahead to the next slide. Was Bond and DePaula in 2006. This was a meta-analysis on the ability to detect deception. Now, the one we looked at before, DePaula et al., was what are the kinds of things that people do when they're engaged in deception. This one now is allowing people to look at other people, whether they're having a conversation with someone, whether being interviewed, whether they're interviewing them themselves. And they wanted to see how good are humans, right, the unassisted human lie catcher, at determining when someone's lying or telling the truth. They had a very large number of observations, 25,000. The average accuracy was near chance, 54%. Okay, flipping a coin, if you'd have flipped a coin, liar or truth teller, you would have gotten them right 50%. So the average person's ability to determine whether someone was lying or telling the truth in this very large meta-analysis was very close to flipping a coin. And you wonder why? How come? Why is that? Why is it that we can't tell very well when someone's lying to us or telling the truth? Well, I can tell you that humans are good liars and bad lie catchers. Okay, that's one answer, the kind of the overall answer. But the scientific explanations and thoughts in this are either the real objective cues, right, the things that we should be looking for, are very weak, right, and the differences are very small, or the subjective cues that we actually look for, we think are what people do when they're lying, are incorrect. So there's the weak objective cue hypothesis or the wrong subjective cue hypothesis. If I believe liars won't look me in the eye, if I believe that's true, and I see that, then if I see that somebody is not looking me in the eye, then I'm going to think that that maybe they're lying. And if I see someone that's looking me in the eye, I might think that might believe that they're telling me the truth. Now, that's my belief. If that is my belief, it is not my personal belief. I can tell you, because I know that liars will look you straight in the eye. And there's the what we call gaze aversion, not looking you in the eye, is simply not a good cue for telling when someone is lying or telling the truth. And interestingly enough, taking these classes doesn't help. Taking these training, not this class that we're talking about here, taking these pop psychology classes where they teach you to look for things people do or say, or they're just not going to help, because they're teaching you the wrong subjective cues in the most case. Another study, next slide, Aldrich Vrij did in 2008 on the unassisted human lie catcher. And in this case, he was looking at professional human lie catchers, which are police officers and judges and attorneys, folks from immigration who are, at customs and things like that. He looked at 31 studies of unassisted professional human lie catcher. And overall, they were about 56% accurate, 55.9. They were they were overall 56% accurate. So not much better. Next slide, please. So 2 studies examined, so sometimes people will look at these studies and go, well, there wasn't a lot of risk involved. It wasn't very challenging. They weren't scared, so you really have to make it, it's got to be a real situation, a real field experience, a real risk involved. And there were 2 studies that actually looked at doing this and what happens when you change the risk, if you increase the risk or decrease the risk. And is manipulating, the question was, when you manipulate the risk of getting caught, does that really help? And when the risk increases, when the deceiver is more likely to get caught. So if you put someone in a more risky or a more likely scenario where they're going to get caught, how does that change the results of the study? So the next slide. So Zhang et al. In 2013 found that results generally indicated that when you increase risks, that you see a reduction in hand movements and hand self-holding. So remember what we talked about, right? Manipulators and hand movements. When you're lying, you have less hand movements. And then when they increase the risks, what they found is that the deceivers were perceived to were more negative. They were more negative towards the interviewer, and they perceived to be more tense. My guess is that they were having to think harder, and that's why they were perceived to be more tense. So next slide. Aldrich Vrij studied the liar's verbal behavior. What does someone, when somebody's lying to you, what kinds of things do they say or don't they say? How do they say it? And he looked at 69 studies of adult verbal behavior, and he looked for such things as denials or disparaging remarks, negative statements, generalizing statements. Well, I never do something like that. Self-references, I, we, me, immediacy. Immediacy is a way to describe how you talk about another person. Instead of saying, let's say, my supervisor, right? Instead of saying Todd Mickelson is my supervisor, and I'm talking about when Todd had a meeting with us this morning, instead of saying, well, yeah, I call him that boss, right? And what I'm doing is when you say that person, that boss, or that supervisor, you're pushing them away from you in terms of what we call immediacy. How long people responded, how plausible was their story? Did it make sense? Did it seem credible? Did it seem reasonable? Could it have happened? Consistency between reports. How many different types of words did they use, and contradictions between statements? So 69 studies, that's a lot. I mean, he looked at a lot of studies here and looking at a bunch of different things. And the reason he picked this particular list of things is because when you go to these pop psychology books out there that are sold on the internet and other places, these are the kinds of things that they teach people to look for. And in the end, this is generally what he found. Next slide, please. Aldervry found that there was a trend for negative statements. Okay, small. Remember, 0.2 is small. Generalizing, 0.1, that's half as small. That's really small. Self-references was a negative, meaning that people refer to themselves, when they were lying, they referred to themselves less. But look at the number, it's 0.03, very, very small. Plausibility, negative 0.23, meaning that when the story didn't make sense, or it just didn't seem to make sense, it was less plausible when people were lying. And then this immediacy thing has a big number, 0.55, right? And that's nice, except unfortunately it was only reported by one group, and other researchers have been unable to replicate that. So you want to take that one with a grain of salt. But we're going to see these other ideas about plausibility coming back up again and again and again. If they can't, if the story doesn't make sense when they're telling you a story, and if it lacks details, or they won't give you details that they should be able to give you, and if it's inconsistent with evidence that you have, these are all ideas that there may be a problem with the story, and we need to figure this out. So I want you to think for a second here is like the wrong subjective cue hypothesis, right? And one of the ways we can study this is why do people believe that liars do certain things when they're lying? Okay, why do if you went out and asked people what does it look like when someone's lying, they'll say, oh, they won't look you in the eye. That's always in studies that they've done. That's the number one thing that people say. They won't look you in the eye. It's called gaze aversion. Gaze aversion. Well, how do we come to believe these things? Why is it that we believe these things? Go to the next slide. So where did the belief come from, right? People can hold incorrect beliefs, right? Like gaze aversion. And the problem is, if you believe it, then that'll guide your behavior. So if I believe that people won't look me in the eye because I've taken multiple classes that told me about gaze aversion, that's what I'll be looking for. Those are the cues that I will use, and that can guide what I look for. And so when scientists and trainers study these kinds of things, they want to know, well, we'll stick with that one. Why do people believe that liars won't look you in the eye? Where does that come from? Next slide. What are some of the sources of these incorrect beliefs? Well, some could be your family, right? And your mom says, oh, you look at me when I'm talking to you, right? Or your culture or your religious beliefs that lying is bad, right? And it's immoral and it causes shame. And when you're ashamed, you don't want to look someone in the eye, right? That's where the gaze aversion comes from. Or people think that liars are fidgety because they're nervous. So when they're lying to you, they're so nervous that they fidget and they move around and they touch their face and they pick at their shirts and so that might be where that comes from. But remember, nervous behavior can just be a result of an innocent person being accused of doing something wrong. And oftentimes this happens in law enforcement. People who have not had a lot of exposure to law enforcement or government people, when they get called in to be interviewed about something, they're very anxious. And if you're interviewing somebody who's not had a lot of exposure to government or law enforcement, it's really important that you use these techniques that we're going to share with you to help alleviate some of the anxiety and the stress, because all of these interviews are going to be stressful situations. For this person, these are these are going to be difficult conversations that you're going to have with these folks, and they're always going to cause anxiety. And so what we're going to try and do is, as we go through this training, we're going to try and learn about these things, and we're going to try and learn. Well, hopefully, we can teach you that they don't behaviors associated with anxiety and stress are not necessarily behaviors associated with lying, and that it's better for you to listen to what they say, and you're going to find if there's a problem area that you need to follow up on, it's going to come in the content of what they say, not in how they say it or what they do while they're saying it. Next slide. Why do these beliefs stay with us? Well, when people learn and they spend money and time and investment in these classes that they take, they believe that these things work, right? They read the book, and then let's say they go in and they interview somebody who won't look them in the eye, and then they later on find out that that person was in fact lying to them. Well, now that just confirmed in their mind, oh my goodness, I got that one right. And so people tend to disregard things that disconfirm their beliefs, and they tend to latch onto things that they really do believe in. So a lying person with gaze aversion confesses to you, you may engage in what's called belief perseverance, okay? And you'll perseverate and believe that that's what you see. Poor feedback. Any trainer knows that in any training, the best way to correct problems is to give instant feedback, and it has to be good and reliable, and it has to come very quickly. Otherwise, the person learns bad habits and just keeps making those bad habit mistakes over and over again. So confirmation bias is a big one. I mentioned it earlier. People tend to look for evidence to support what they believe and discard evidence that is not consistent with their beliefs. So just some ideas of why and where this comes from. Next slide. Some ideas about believing nonverbal cues. So because remember I said your beliefs tend to guide what you do and how you do it. So if we know what you believe in, if we can measure your beliefs, we can predict what cues you would use to try to detect deception. And if they're valid and objective cues, that's awesome. But if they're subjective and they're wrong cues, that's not going to be helpful. So sometimes you're going to have to change your beliefs in order to become a better lie catcher. And that's what we're going to work on here in the next, throughout this training. How about next slide? Our goal is to change your beliefs if you hold incorrect beliefs. Mind you now, and I mentioned this, that these real cues to deception are very weak. They're scarce, and they're hard to find. Thank goodness you have an EyeDetect, okay? Because that's going to make it make you much more able to tell when someone's lying or telling the truth. Subjective cues that are wrong are not going to be very helpful because they have you looking at the wrong thing, and there's plenty of them out there. You, as an interviewer, must rely less on subjective cues. You have to learn to rely more on objective cues. And maybe if you've learned these incorrect subjective cues, unlearn them, right? And try to move forward in unlearning them. Next slide. So I want to talk a little bit about visual cues, because there's lots and lots of stuff written on these. Most of it is incorrect. This comes from Verizon research in 2008. Visual cues, what do liars really do? Well, as I've mentioned to you before, they have fewer hand movements. Look at that guy's hand. They have fewer hand movements when they're lying than when they're telling the truth. The problem is you'll have to be able to ask that. You would have to ask them statements where you knew they were telling the truth and you knew they were lying, and see if they had fewer illustrators or hand movements or leg and foot movements. These are very subtle and small differences, but they actually are real cues. Funny thing about these pop psychology texts and trainings, they will teach you that the liars won't look you in the eye, gaze aversion, that they'll smile, that they'll pick at themselves, self-adapters, or they'll groom themselves, that they'll move around a lot, that they're fidgety and blink, all this. And so those are all incorrect. Because there's no change. Liars don't change from when they're telling the truth or not. So relying on visual cues is probably not going to be a good strategy. So let's go to the next slide. So how are things said? How they're said are called vocal cues. So in liars, we actually have a higher pitch voice, but remember, you have to have a special tool to hear and a special device. There's a short, remember there's a small effect for latency, but it was almost zero, like 0.03 or something, and pause. And when they pause, you know, how long do they pause in between question and answer? You know, but again, you'd have to try and tease this out between when they're telling the truth and when they're lying, and it'd be very, very hard to do. Again, interestingly enough, these pop psychology books tell you that liars have more hesitation, they make more speech errors, they speak more slowly, or they sometimes say they speak more quickly. They pause more frequently, and none of that is true. There's none of that was found in liars. So relying on the vocal cues is probably not going to be a very good strategy as well. So what about when we said what is said, right? The content of what they said. Next slide, please. Okay, what does somebody say during an interview? Well, liars had a slight decrease, remember, in self-reference, but remember that was like a minus 0.03 also. And in response length, plausibility was a big one though. Remember, we said it had a pretty strong effect size. If the story just doesn't make sense, right? They just, you know, it's not believable. It can't make sense. They can't give you details. That's actually and something that you need to follow up on, because that could be an indicator of a problem with the story, of something that you need to probe on. Liars have a little bit of an increase in negative statements, and in generalizing overall, and we talked about immediacy. Liars don't have any changes in these other things. A lot of people think that if the story is inconsistent, like if you gave me a statement today and then you gave me a statement tomorrow, and they're not consistent, that's an indicator of a liar. Actually, it's an indicator of truth telling as well, because people tend to remember things when they think about it. So that's called between statement consistencies, and it can be quite indicative of truth telling. But when statements are inconsistent with the evidence, then that is a problem. That's evidence statement inconsistency, and that is a problem. Next slide. This is Charles Dickens, who wrote that I have known a vast quantity of nonsense talked about bad men not looking you in the face. Don't trust that conventional idea. Dishonesty will stare honestly out of countenance any day in the week, if there is anything to be gotten by it or to be gained by it. In other words, liars, Charles Dickens knew, liars will look you straight in the eye. They have to see if you're giving them feedback on what they're telling you. Some additional subjective cues, just other research has shown. Next slide. Other research has shown that people associate. Now, these are subjective cues. Now, I'm not saying that they're correct, but these are subjective cues that other humans associate signs of nervousness with deception. So they think, oh, if somebody's nervous, then they must be lying. But imagine if you were an innocent person called into a police department to be questioned about a crime you didn't commit. Or if you've gone in there as a witness, you thought, to talk about a crime and help the police solve a crime, and the next thing you know, they're accusing you of and interrogating you, accusing you of lying, and you being the person who committed the crime. You might be nervous too, right? So incorrect, it's incorrect, but people do it. Next slide, please. So other studies have shown clothing affects suspicions and how a person appears. That appearances, like if you have untidy clothing, right, that you're more suspicious. If you have dark colored clothing, well, then you're more suspicious. And if you have a less attractive face, well, then you're less honest. And these are all subjective, additional subjective cues that people believe that are not necessarily true. So if your next person that you're going to interview is unattractive facially, or they're dressed in black or tattered, ratty clothing, go ahead, next slide. They haven't got a chance. We're going to talk a little bit about interviewing and versus interrogating. So remember, we had said that most likely this skill set would come into play in a post-test interview, meaning somebody that taken and failed your EyeDetect test, and now you're going to have to talk to them about this. And so, but we also said that some of this may also be germane or useful in a pre-test interview, some of these skill sets to avoid sensitizing people. So we're going to talk a little bit about interviewing and interrogating. The next slide. Now, when I was a policeman in police school and a young policeman on the road, the detectives were the guys and the ladies who got to interrogate, right? And us, small new policemen, we got to go and interview people. And then later on, after a while, when I became a polygraph examiner, then I got to interrogate people. And unfortunately, that's created a culture in which we believe that interrogating is the big dog and interviewing is done by the little dog. Okay. And the other unfortunate part of all that is that far less time in training time has been spent on teaching people to properly interview. And I remember when I was in police school, they did the interview training consisted of, well, just start at the top of them, ask them, were they wearing a hat? What color was their hair? And what about their, any facial hair? And what color were their eyes? And work your way down the body. What was their shirt? What was their pants? What kind of pants were they wearing? What color were they? And work your way down to their shoes. And that was all the training we really got. And unfortunately, what I found later in police work and life is that in interviewing is a crucial skill, and it's probably the most important skill you could learn, and that people will be willing to talk to you if you know how to talk to them. And getting people to talk to you and in an interview with you is a crucial skill. So that's why we want to spend some time with you all on this, just to kind of give you an idea of some tricks and some concepts and stuff, hopefully that will make you better interviewers. Next slide. If you ever get a chance to buy this book, it's a fantastic book. It's called Investigative Interviewing, and it's the second edition. And it's by Eric Shepard and Andy Griffiths. Andy was a police officer. Eric worked for the government and was an interviewer and an instructor. Eric was the one who developed something called the PEACE model, PEACE. It's taught all throughout the United Kingdom. Now it's taught around the world. But the idea was that it gave people a way of learning to interview other people, and it gave police recruits, and even police recruits got this training on the PEACE model. But many of the ideas that we'll share with you today and are presented come from these men and their book, and they've given us the permission to share their ideas and their concepts with you. And I highly recommend this for anyone who's looking to improve their investigative interviewing skills. So I want to talk to you a little bit about misconceptions. Next slide, please. Interviewing misconceptions. People believe that if we interview somebody, they'll just cooperate. It's easy, right? Ask, they'll answer. Anyone can do it. The young police officers get it. It's really not that important. It's not that big a deal. As long as we start at the top and ask them everything and work our way down, people are just going to cooperate, and that'll be that. And that's just simply not true. Just so you know that interviewing in these kinds of world, in credibility assessment world, whether it's for a job or if it's a criminal case or something like that, interviewing is challenging and it's hard to do. It's hard to do correctly. How about that? We'll talk a little bit about the interrogation myths that are out there. Next slide. People that read these pop psychology books believe that oftentimes believe they need to just follow these rules, get them to talk to you, get a baseline. You'll hear them say, get a baseline, talk to you about what their kids' basketball game is like, or what's their favorite, ice cream or something like that, and get a pattern. And then ask them the hard question, right? What, did you do the bad thing? And look for a difference. Well, even if you're an innocent person who hasn't done the bad thing, you know the difference between what's your favorite ice cream and did you kill that man, right? That's even innocent people understand that. And then, but these interrogation myths tell you to look for changes. Look for changes from when you ask them what their favorite ice cream was, versus whether or not they shot somebody or assaulted somebody. And it's kind of silly in its sense, and you're supposed to look for changes. And many of these pop psychology books will say that any change is indicative of a lie. It's indicative of deception. And if the person resists, then you're supposed to just get in their face and get hardcore on them and just tell them they're a liar and don't let them deny and make these direct positive confrontations and this. Next slide. Accuse them of lying. And if the person resists, use persuasive conversation. Persuasive conversation means put your hand up and say, nope, I don't want to hear it. Nope, you did it. And get them to admit something small, and then they're supposed to get compliant. They usually give you these checklists, and you're supposed to follow the checklist. And if you follow the checklist, the person's supposed to confess. Well, I can tell you, I've taken a lot of these classes. I've bought their checklists. I've studied the checklist, and they never worked for me. They never worked for me following a checklist. So, and then they tell you that if you didn't get the confession that you did something wrong, and that's simply just not true. I'm going to talk about some problems with interrogations that comes up in interrogations. Next slide. If you follow this checklist, this rigid agenda, it becomes very aggravating. It can become very aggravating for the other person. When you use over talking, when you talk over them and don't let them talk, you interrupt them. It increases their frustration. This pressure causes them to become frustrated, and then frustration will lead to problems. Okay, begin getting angry, and they'll shut down, and they don't want to talk to you. And then guess what? These pop psychology books say that if they shut down and they don't talk to you, that's a sign that they're getting ready to confess. That'd be a sign that you've just frustrated them and you've angered them. Go ahead, next page. Frustration in an interview or / interrogation just leads to unproductive behavior. The person gets quiet. When they get quiet, the interview gets angrier. The interviewer can get angry and get even more angry because they wanted to talk. Well, the person's not talking. Well, I want you to talk to me. And the person gets quieter and they get more frustrated, and it just becomes a very unproductive situation. Next slide, please. There's a saying in the book Investigative Interviewing, the rush to get it wrong. I love this saying because it's all about why shortcuts don't work. Sometimes when these cases come up, police officers, or even when people fail credibility assessment tests, the person who's interviewing them is under great pressure to get confession, right? To get a confession, to get them to admit to something. And that could come from a lot of different reasons. There's no evidence, right? Because the less evidence there is in a case, the more important a confession is, right? You don't have any evidence, you need a confession, right? And that results in shortcuts. Though when premature case closures, you won't revise your case theory. They don't consider the alternative hypothesis. What if the person really didn't do this? And it creates something called confirmation bias, of which we spoke earlier, where you get something, you look for the evidence that supports what you believe in. And if other evidence comes up, you don't want to hear it because it doesn't support your belief. Next slide. Some of these trainings that we attend reinforce invalid deception cues. These are actually just cues of stress, but they're telling you that these are deception cues. But what then happens is these cues, these improper and invalid cues, become what you look for. Because if you study them, right, and you believe that they work, then those are the cues that become what are called prominent to you. They're the ones you tend to find and see and accessible in your memory, right? And they give you a false sense of confidence, and they lead to an increase in the number and the strengths of the force of the tactics that people use, oftentimes disproportionately increasing the tactics, the more egregious tactics people use. And that increases stress, which just tends to increase more invalid cues, which leads to the person believing more strongly that the person is lying, and then they ratchet up the pressure. Next slide. When we talk about the valid cues, and we'll talk some more about valid cues, that there's a problem in the story, we said that you have to get that from what the person is telling you, right? The story doesn't make sense. It's not plausible. They're not giving you details that they should be able to give you. They just struggle to give you these details, right? Well, but if they're not talking to you, then you're not learning anything. So what we want to do is we want to talk about how to get a person to talk to us, right? This is the most, one of the more important things to think about is if they're not talking, I'm not learning, right? And so how do we get people to talk to us? Well, first thing we got to do is study conversation. Next slide, please. The basics of conversation, right? How, what if you don't know the basics of conversation, you probably aren't going to really know well how to get people to talk to you. So we're going to spend a little bit of time here just talking about conversation basics. So these are important discussion points, and in that when we converse, when we talk with one another, we have multiple channels of conversation. We have our hands. Some of us are very, like myself, I use my hands, and you see me moving around a lot. Our facial expressions, the facial expressions that I make when I'm talking, when I'm trying to make a point, right? When I'm trying to get a point in. So if you think about your conversation with someone, when you're talking to someone, and how you just don't speak, it's just not the words coming out of your mouth. It's, you have multiple ways of discussing and getting points across to folks. Conversations actually have rules, okay? There are rules. They're not written down anywhere, but you've been taught them over the years. How conversations work. It's who's got the talking turn. Am I talking now? And then I stop and I give you the talking turn. It's so interesting. I notice this a lot on the news. So if you watch their news reporters, and let's say I'm a reporter on the scene, and I'm reporting on some car crash on the side of the road, and let's say that there is the person who's at the news desk, right, the anchor, and let's just say Russ Warner is the anchor, and Russ says, Mark Handler, our reporter, is on the scene looking to get some more information. Mark, and then he'll say my name, and I'll say, yes, thank you, Russ. We're here, and it looks like these two cars crashed. Fortunately, everybody's okay, but it was quite a mess to clean up, and it looks like the highway's going to be shut down for quite some time. Back to you, Russ. And you'll hear them do that. And they're giving the talking turn back to each other, back and forth, and they're telling the other person, okay, you've got the talking turn. Well, we've got to learn how to do that, and normally we manage that in everyday conversations quite well, when we're talking with our friends and family and all. But in these investigative interviews, because these are difficult conversations, and we're going to spend a little more time on that later on. What is a difficult conversation? Well, I'll give you a little heads up here. A difficult conversation is one in which we're not talking about my favorite ice cream, okay? I'm needed to talk to you about things if you're applying for a job that may be uncomfortable to bring up for me and for you, and you have to learn how to be comfortable to talk about these things. If we're talking about a police case, I may be asking you about criminal activity that you may or may not have engaged in, or and these things can be a difficult conversation, and they're tough things to have. They're similar to what therapists have with their clients, or doctors have with their patients, or attorneys have with their clients. And you're talking about difficult things. We need to learn how to manage these kinds of conversations, particularly conversations that are going to be challenging and difficult. Next slide, please. So what is a conversation is the title of this slide. Well, in Latin, the word means to keep company with one another. We talk to get information from one person to the other, to relay information. And like I said to you earlier, it's not just in what I say, but it's in how I say it, right? In the tone of my voice. And if I'm wanting you to pay attention to this, listen here. I teach a lot at different polygraph schools, and they always have, the students always want to know what's on the test. So there's one way you can definitely get them to pay attention to you. Say, listen, well, what I'm about to tell you, you may see again, or this is maybe very important for you to remember this. That's like the universal clue that this is going to be on the test. And they listen. So it's how you say it, and how you try to convey thoughts and ideas and beliefs and things from one person to another. Next slide. As I mentioned, conversations are rule bound. The rules, and we learn these rules growing up in life. And if you've ever had to have a conversation with someone who's rude, a rude talker, and they talk over you, and they don't share the talking time, it's not a very pleasant experience. If you ever had this experience, you're on the phone with somebody, if you're on the phone talking to them and you're talking, and then you stop for a second, and then you start to talk again, but as you start to talk, they're talking, right? They thought you gave them the talking turn. You didn't. You were just getting ready. You were thinking for a second, and you started to explain something, but now you're talking on top of them, and it becomes a very uncomfortable. It becomes an uncomfortable situation, and so you have to stop. No, I'm not. Oh, no, you go ahead. No, wait, no, you go ahead. No, I'll go. You go. And these happen, and that's because we know as humans that we were raised to share, to share the talking time. Well, in investigative interviewing, guess what? They have more information about this, hopefully, than you do. That's why you're talking to them, to get information from them. So we have to be responsible and respectable about giving them the time to talk and not taking the talking turn back from them. And you have to kind of direct the conversation, but at the same, so you're like directing the conversation, but at the same time, you're trying to get them to talk to you. And so learning these kinds of things, can be quite challenging. If you practice, you get better and better at them. Over the years, I think I've gotten better, but I've practiced really hard. Next slide, please. When we talk about goals, why are we having conversations with people, right? What is the point of this conversation? Well, it depends where you're having the conversation. If it's in an investigative interview, for example, if it's in a pre-test interview or a pre-test checklist, we certainly don't want to sensitize the person, but we're going to have some conversations maybe around the mind maps that deal with drugs or crimes or things of that nature, and we'll talk to them. If a person has failed your EyeDetect test, now you're going to have to talk to them about how they failed the test and try and get them to talk to you about why they failed the test. And talking to people is not about, when we converse with somebody in a post-test interview or even in a pre-test interview, it's not, the idea isn't to get a confession, it's to get information. It would be nice to get a confession. Sure, if the person says, yeah, I lied to you and I shot the guy and I did a bad thing, that's awesome. But we're not done, right? Okay, well, I appreciate you telling me that, and that's really awesome. Take me back to the beginning and tell me again how it happened. So you want them to talk to you so you could get information from them and learn, more about it and get details that you can then go and check out, right? Because I did it, don't get it. We bring the person back and we follow up. So we converse because we have goals, right? It depends on the conversation and where it's occurring. If it's a pre-test interview or checklist, the goal will be to allow the person an opportunity to disclose anything they need to disclose so that they can take and pass the test. If it's a post-test interview and they failed, it's an opportunity for you to talk to them about failing the test, to get information from them about why they failed the test, why they think they failed the test, and to get them to talk to you about, because if they're lying to you, you want them to talk to you still after the test, so that you can get information from them that you can now go and check out. Because if they're lying to you and they give you information and you check it out and find out it's not true, that's very informative. That can be very helpful. Plenty of people have failed my polygraph or EyeDetect test, never confessed, but gave me information in a post-test interview that later went on to be what we showed a jury or a judge, and what contributed to them being convicted and going to prison. So getting them to talk is paramount. Conversations are done to get information. That is the goal. Now, conversations are what we say, they're inherently anxiety provoking. Let's say your boss, and it's how you say things. Let's say your boss comes by and sticks his or her head in the door of your office or your cubicle and says, "Hey, Mark, we have to have a talk. We need to talk." Well, I'm already anxious, right? What did I do wrong, right? I don't know. It didn't sound good. And as it turns out to be nothing, but there I was, anxious about nothing. So these kinds of conversations, these difficult conversations that you're having with people, are inherently anxiety provoking. One is that it's not a level playing field. You're the one asking and guiding the conversation, and they're answering the questions. So if you play baseball, you're always pitching and they're always catching, right? In their mind. Now we're going to turn it around, and we're going to learn that in good investigative interview and in a good conversation enhancing or conversation provoking skills, we're going to give them the talking term. We're going to give them the opportunity to talk to us, and we want to encourage them to talk to us, because we don't know it, what they know. We need to know what they know, and if they're not talking, we're not learning, right? So what happens is, when you're not in control, it's automatically an anxiety provoking experience for some people. The other person can draw conclusions from your behavior. Like I said, like the boss comes by and says, "We need to talk." Oh boy, well, all they said is we need to talk, but I took it as I'm in trouble or something, right? So you want to be able to monitor your behavior while you're having these conversations with people, because how you say things, how you treat them, how you ask the question can have a profound effect on their perception of what you're inferring from what you're saying. And you can throw a lot of stress on them over this. Let's go to the next slide and talk a little bit about emotions in conversation. People who are taking credibility assessment tests are always going to have some kind of emotion associated with it. They want a job, right? So there's hope of getting a job. They're telling the truth. They're hopeful that they're passing the test. They're lying that they're hopeful that they can fail the test. They might be anxious because they're lying. There's always going to be some emotion in these interviews. Now, particularly in a post-test interview, if you tell a person who has told you they didn't shoot somebody, you'll tell them, "Well, listen, you just took this test and you failed the test. I don't think you're being truthful with me about this. I'd like to talk to you a little more about this. You didn't do well on this test." If they're innocent, they're going to have emotion. "Wait a minute, I didn't shoot that guy, and now this policeman or this person thinks I shot this person." Or if they're guilty of shooting the person, they're going to be like, "Man, I took that test and I failed, and now they're gonna know I shot it." And so there's going to be some emotions, regardless of whether they're innocent or guilty, and you can't turn them off. So I've seen recommendations out in the world in some of these pop psychology textbooks that say, well, just tell people stop having emotions. Well, you can't just turn them off. Emotions are going to be there. You're going to have emotions. They're going to have emotions, right? You just can't make them go. You can't ignore them, right? It'd be probably unlikely that you'll do. There's a reason that when you have emotions and you engage in emotions, your body's involved in having an emotional response. They affect your thinking, and when these things called amygdala which are basically associated sometimes with danger, when they are when they are active, they shut down part of the prefrontal cortex. They actually make it harder for you to think, and prefrontal cortex is involved in planning and decision making and something called executive functions, and they shut down your ability to think better. So dealing with emotions is can be daunting, and then trying to deal with another person's emotions is probably untenable. And so if somebody that you're interviewing is in an emotional rage or an emotional breakdown, it's probably going to be quite challenging for you to have a conversation with them. So you're going to have to try and help them recover from this emotional reaction that they're having. Emotions are always going to, almost always are going to be involved in conversations. Next slide. There's a really interesting book, and it's called Beyond Reason, Using Emotions as You Negotiate by Roger Fisher and Dan Shapiro. And I really enjoyed this. I really enjoyed their book to begin with, but I found this to be quite true. And what they discussed is, where do emotions come from, right? Where do emotions originate? And they're called core concerns. These guys came up with this idea of core concerns. And they're not just, you don't just have one or the other. They mix and they blend. But if you think about it right now, as you're sitting there, and as I go through these core concerns that humans have, if you think about any emotion you have had, whether it was a good one or a bad one, emotion or emotional response or emotional reaction, and I guarantee you it came from one of these core concerns. And if you think about it, right, we'll look at some examples here in a minute, but appreciation. Does somebody recognize a person's full worth? Right? Do you feel appreciated? If you've ever felt underappreciated, you'll know that it didn't make you feel good, right? And it probably made you feel pretty bad if you were underappreciated, right? Maybe made you sad. Maybe made you angry, right? So affiliation. We all, as humans, we want to be affiliated with others like us, right? It's close, we're connected, we're not alienated. So if a person comes to take a test with you and they come in to your office and they're told to go just sit in the corner and wait on the chair over there while you and your friends are sitting around having coffee or water or laughing and joking and having fun, they don't feel affiliated with you. They feel like they're left out. Okay. And that doesn't make you feel good either. If you've ever had that happen to you, where you went somewhere and you felt like you were left out, if you were at a dinner party and everybody else was sitting there getting along and you didn't know anybody, right? And so you were just kind of left out, you probably didn't feel good. Autonomy, being able to contribute, being able to be a part of the conversation, be a part of the interaction. Give you an example. If every time you go to speak during an interview, the other person says, "No, wait, let me tell you," or they override what you say, or they cut you off and they don't let you contribute and have a part of the interaction. If you don't get to be a part of the interaction, you won't feel good. You just won't. You'll have an emotional reaction. You might be angry. You might be sad. You might get feel like the person doesn't respect you. Another one is standing, right? Or what we call standing, or status, being treated equally and not put down, being given recognition. And some of these kind of have some overlap with the others, but that you're recognized for your worth and treated equally. If you've ever been treated unequally or not been treated equally, you know that just doesn't feel good, right? And that you want to have a part of the process, a role in the process. And it kind of goes with autonomy. being given the freedom to make a decision or to contribute, but role being a part of the process. And any emotion that you probably ever had, could, whether it was good or bad, came as a result of one of these core concerns. So the next slide kind of goes along with, go ahead, next slide, please. Goes along with what I was describing to you and giving you some examples. So, so for example, status, right? You feel like you're given the appropriate recognition and you're treated as an equal in an interview. So while you're in the interview with this person and you're treating them as an equal, they feel like they're an equal. If you don't, if you treat them as an inferior, they're not going to have that core concern met, and they're not going to feel good. So these are just some examples of the core concerns and how they, and the first column is when they're met, and these are what we're going to strive for in investigative interview, and we're going to strive to meet these concerns so that we don't create negative emotions in the folks to whom we're speaking to that would adversely affect their willingness and wantingness to communicate with us. Next slide, please. These are conversation killers, I call them. Okay, these are the kinds of things that will preclude people from wanting to talk to you and talking to you in general. And the first is the dominant talk. All right, if you're a dominant talker and you don't let that other person contribute, you can imagine that many of these core concerns will not be met. If they're not met, these people that you're interviewing are going to have emotional responses that are negative, and they're not going to want to contribute to your conversation. These are the interviewers that do most of the talking, that they figure they've got it all figured out. Now, here's a little trick. If you're a liar, you want a dominant talker. If I'm a liar, if I'm going to come and lie to you while you're interviewing me, I want you to talk and talk and talk and talk. And I'm just going to sit there and nod my head. You make assumptions. I'm not going to confess to anything, but I'm going to let you do the talking. And I'm just going to do as little talking as I have to, because hopefully you'll come to your own conclusions, and I'll just be able to let you follow your agenda, your checklist, and I'll just let you, think that you figured this whole thing out. Liars like it when you talk a lot and over talk a lot on them, because then they don't have to talk too much. Because remember, if they have to talk and give you information, right, then you can get that information and go and check it out. So the best liar strategy is to have a dominant talker over talk and not to give information. When you limit another person's contributions, you keep them from having a role. That's a conversation killer. Making unproven assertions, like things. Make this. Somebody said, well, you have to have met, right? You've met with organized crime members, right? Well, no, I haven't. I haven't. Or asking rhetorical questions. Well, how did you get involved in this? Right? That doesn't make people feel good. By constraining their questions, we're going to learn, by asking very short and constraining questions, we're going to learn that the best questions to start out with are called open-ended questions, right? We want open-ended questions, and then you can funnel back down. But open-ended questions are the best ways to get people to start talking to you. When we get into that part of this discussion here, we're going to talk about the TEDs, the tell, explain, and describe. So tell me what you did yesterday from the time you got up until the time you went to bed. Hey, can you explain to me how you got to work that day from the time you left your house until the time you arrived and everything you did in between? Can you describe for me everything that happened from the time you walked in the restaurant until the time the police arrived, the TEDs? So just good ways of learning to start learning how to ask open-ended questions. Another thing is not giving, that's a conversation killer, is not giving people time to answer and think and answer. When we start these investigative interviews and you ask people questions, one of the things that we learned from the conversation management and from the cognitive interview is you tell the person, hey, I'm going to ask you a question, and I want you to give me an answer. But before you give me the answer, I really want you to just think about your answer first, right? I want you to think about it. Put yourself back in the place that you were in when this happened. What was the weather like? What was the lighting like? What were you feeling at the time? And I'm just going to ask you the question, but then I'm going to be quiet. And then I want you to give yourself some time. And when you're ready, just go ahead and start talking. Now, that's what that I just showed you right there, and that explanation that I just gave you, those instructions that I just shared with you, help innocent people, or truthful people, if you will, ground truth innocent people. They help them to remember better by putting themselves back in the time and the place and the space and the context and the mindset that they were in. If I say all that to you, and then you say, well, I was on my way to work, and I interrupt you immediately. I say, well, what time was that? Right? And I've seen this happen so many times, and there have been studies out there that the average police investigator interrupts the person answering the question. I think the average interruption time is like 3 or 4 seconds. So they ask a question, and within 3 or 4 seconds, they immediately interrupt the person. That's not good. That's a conversation killer, because you didn't follow through on your promise. You said, I was going to give you time to think about this, and then I want you to answer the question. I'm not going to interrupt. And then you interrupt. So next slide. Some more what are called alienating behaviors that are just not going to be conducive to good conversation. Disruptive talk, right? When you interrupt somebody, you're not going to learn anything. And so if you keep interrupting, if the person says, I was on my way to work, what time was that? 7 in the morning. 7 in the morning? Yeah. Well, go ahead. Well, then I was driving down that road. What road? Main Street. And when you keep interrupting, what happens is you break up their flow, their thought. This person, if they're doing what you ask them to do, they've thought about this, they're thinking about the response, they're mentally reliving the time, space, and place of this situation, try and give it back to you. And every time you interrupt them, you break that flow. And if you change topics rapidly, you're gonna frustrate them, because you're asking them to take you through the story from beginning to end, and you're interrupting and you're changing their place in the story. If you don't pay attention, imagine if you've ever and I know it happens to all of us. I mean, if you're having a conversation with someone that you're really trying to get an important point across to them, right? And you're trying to do, and all of a sudden you see them with their, I don't know if you can see me, but with their cell phone, and they're on the cell phone as you're trying to tell something that's very important. Can you imagine that what kind of a message that conveys to them, right? Not paying attention or assuming. That's a problem, because when you assume things, you hear what you want to hear, and you have this confirmation bias. And then finally, another, just an abrupt closing. Well, thanks. That's great. We'll be in touch if I need you. Well, that doesn't help a person. In the peace model, which is, part of the conversation management training that I believe so strongly in, and I think, that many people also believe in. The P stands for planning and preparation. The E is engage and explain. The A is an account. The C, the letter C, stands for closing. And one of the most important aspects of the peace model is how you close out your interview with the person. You summarize what you heard, you summarize what they've said so that they can correct the record if need be. They also shows them that you were listening to them, right? You thank them for coming there. You tell them, listen, you're going to remember more things as you go on. You're going to think about our interview. I know that most people remember more things. That's called social proof. It's actually one of Cialdini's persuasion techniques. Telling somebody, most people, because most of us want to be like other people, it's called social proof. Most everybody that leaves this interview remembers some things, And I'm going to tell you, you're going to remember it because I could tell you're a smart person. I'm going to give you a way to contact me. I'm going to give you my business card so that you can contact me and get back to me if you remember anything. And I'd like to get your contact information. So if I come up with anything, I can reach back out to you and talk to you about what I found. And I really appreciate all the effort and the hard work that you put into here today. So this is all the closing of the peace model, the C part, and how you leave that person with a good feeling about you and them and the interaction, even if you had to tell them that they were lying on the test, on the EyeDetect test. So an abrupt closing will get you nowhere. A thoughtful closing will get you a lot more, and it'll keep the conversation going. So we're gonna go next slide here for me. We're going to talk about fostering conversations later on in this series of lectures, because it's not just what you say, but how you say it. And that's so true. If I say, well, just tell me what happened, and then I sit back and I'm playing on my phone or I'm playing on my computer, I'm conveying to you that you're not important to me, right? I will tell you that you need to put the cell phones down during these interviews. Put them away. Shut down your computer. Don't look at your email. Turn your phone off. You want to tell this person what they have to say is the most important thing that you have to hear right now. Right now, they're the most important person in your world. You have to have a sincere and interested attitude. Unless you're an actor or an actress, you really want to learn from this person. You have to want to learn from them to make this meaningful. Otherwise, they're going to know that you're faking it. One of the ways you can convey this is to have an inviting posture, attentively leaning toward the person, making eye contact with them, provoking what we call conversation provoking behaviors. Oh, okay. I'm listening. Yeah. Don't interrupt, right? And you're going to guide the conversation in a concerned manner. And what that means is by showing them that you care about what they have to say, keeping the conversation going in a very good and positive way. We're going to talk more about starting, how to open up conversations, how to get them going, and then how to keep them going, right? And foster them along when we come back. But we're going to take a break for now and let you all go get a drink or something like that, and we'll be back. Welcome back. I'm Mark Handler. I'll be your host for the next several parts of this investigative interviewing training. I thought we'd take a little bit of time now and just talk about interviewing in general, fostering communications or fostering conversations, and talking about what is rapport, how to build it, and as importantly, or if not more importantly, how to keep it while you're having a conversation with somebody. Next. So a little bit of thought about interviewing, and I found this description of what an interview is written by a man named Baldwin, and Baldwin described an interview as a mechanism that is directed towards the construction of proof. In other words, the objective of the interview is not to get at the truth, but to build a case for or against, well, whether there is truth or whether there is not truth there. So using an interview to get evidence to establish if there is a case or if there is no case. And the pivotal question is, why are we interviewing? Why do we interview? Well, are we interviewing to seek the truth? Well, probably not, right? Because if we knew the truth, we wouldn't have to interview them, right? That would be what would be the point of interviewing if we already knew what the truth was? It's really to get information. We want to get information so that we can build a case if there is one there, or find out that there is no case to begin with. So the whole point of interviewing is to get information. And in order to get information, you have to know how to foster communication and get folks to talk. There have been studies out there about the kinds of characteristics, next slide please, that make for a good interviewer. And these were really interesting studies that were done. But basically, if you think about what the kinds of things we need in order to be a good interview. One is you have to be able and driven, right, to organize, plan, and prepare. We're going to talk later on about the PEACE model and the PEACE model of investigative interviewing, and the P part of it, the PEACE. The P part is actually planning and preparing. So good interviewers have been found to be able to organize, plan, and prepare. They've been found to be people who can thoughtfully listen and open-mindedly listen, and ask questions in a productive, respectful way. They've been found to be people who can show empathy and respect for people that are maybe different than them, or people who have been accused of or they're suspected of doing things that they might not necessarily agree with. Good interviewers are calm, and they're courteous, and they're patient. And the best interviewers have been found to use what's called a humane approach, an interested in the other person type approach, rather than an authoritarian approach. One of the interesting aspects of this is it's not just witnesses and complainants in cases who reported this, but actually even suspects and people who were later convicted of crimes, when asked, why did you talk to this person? What was it about this person that made you want to communicate with them? And they, just like witnesses and complainants, they listed these same characteristics. So our question is, how do we get some of this stuff, right? How do we get it? Is it something that's innate? Is it something that you're born with? Well, in some cases, maybe, but these are also things that you can learn. Next slide, please. So we've talked about Professor Eric Shepard and Dr. Andy Griffiths and their book, Investigative Interviewing. Again, I highly recommend it. Their approach is called conversation management, because as interviewers, we have to be able to make our person that we're talking to productive, right? We need to get information out of them, but we also have to kind of guide the interviews. And what we're having with these folks are called difficult conversations. These are not the kinds of conversations like, say, what did you do last weekend? Or what are you going to do this weekend? These are the kinds of conversations that maybe human resource managers or therapists, physicians, police, detectives tend to have with other folks, and they're difficult conversations. And the reason for that is the outcome of these conversations really matter to the people involved. The outcomes of them have importance to those who are involved in it. You're talking about really important things in these kinds of cases. And some of these things are very threatening to people. The outcomes could be very threatening, whether they're innocent or guilty. If you're an innocent person, you're being interviewed by the police, and the police think you did something, you would be very stressed. You could conceivably be very stressed about this, even though you're innocent. People in these kinds of situations, because they are on the receiving end of the interview, they are answering the questions, they can feel vulnerable and really stressed about this. And part of the tactics that we've already discussed in this training deal with the emotions and how to include the kinds of things that would make people want to be less stressed, or may hopefully make people less stressed or less emotionally aroused, by allowing them to take a part of it, and now allowing them to take an active part and empowering them to give information. Obviously, people's self-preservation and their self-esteem are at stake in many of these cases. We're talking about things that perhaps that they don't want to necessarily discuss. The next slide. When you're having these difficult conversations, people can be resistant quite often because it's challenging. Like we just mentioned, they can feel vulnerable, right? They because you're asking them about very private things, possibly about themselves, and maybe they don't want to share it with you. Next slide. both the interviewees and the interviewers could feel strongly about the subject matter. If you're discussing criminal cases or a criminal case, or if you're discussing, something that is, potentially a theft from work or something like that, that could have, that could cause the person to have serious, emotions, whether they did it or didn't do it. They could feel, if they were innocent, they could feel a sense of mistrust. How can you say that I stole from the company? Why are you asking me if I've ever done drugs? I told you I didn't. Why are you asking me again? These kinds of things. Interviewees, the people who are being interviewed, can form opinions about the interviewer, especially if that interviewer is treating them in a negative way. They would feel, again, that's not going to make people want to talk to you if you're dealing with somebody in a very negative way. If you've ever thought back about somebody you've had to have a conversation with who dealt with you in a negative way, whether it was a store clerk, maybe even a physician, heaven forbid, but it happens. Maybe a police officer on a traffic stop. And how did that make you feel about them? And did that make you really want to communicate with them? And the outcomes for the interviewees are often pitched or sold or perceived, at least, as uncertain or sometimes even hopeless, which we don't want to do, but oftentimes that happens. Next slide, please. And a professional interviewer, a professional wants to maximize the amount of information or detail that's disclosed. Professional interviewers realize that they don't have the information that they need, and they need to get the information from the person to whom they speak in order to go and check it out. Professionals also want to be able to manage the conversation to create what we're going to call a working relationship. A working relationship is an understanding of, hey, I'm going to do my part, you're going to do your part, we're going to work together to get information to go and check this out. And if you are innocent, in this case, as you say, we are going to go and do everything we can to show that that's true. Now, immature interviewers are those who just seek a confession. All they want is a confession. Then they're shortcutting it. They're in a rush to get it wrong, is what we say, and they're just trying to get a confession because they want to close the case and be done with it. The problem with that is that oftentimes those are tactics that they end up using lead to increased risks and rates of false admissions that are turned into false confessions that end up as wrongful convictions. So when we talk about forming conversational relationships, next slide, please. As we've said, it's about getting as much detail as possible, right? We both want both parties to acknowledge the aims and the goal of the interview. The goal is to get as much information from you as we possibly can so that we can check it out. And understanding that there are potential barriers to these things, and realistically, understanding and appreciating that there are going to be potential barriers and probably are barriers to getting information from the person. Until you really practice doing these things, they may seem a little bit awkward, even just to think about, much less to put into practice. But the more you do these, the more you're going to realize that people will tend to give you much more information than they had in the past. Another aspect of conversational relationships is understanding that human memory has limitations. And we all of our memories have limitations, and having unreasonable expectations will just lead to frustration on both the part of the interviewer and the person being interviewed. And then finally, one of the more important things that we need to talk about is this concept of building rapport. So we hear this all the time: build rapport, get rapport, but it's actually build and use rapport building skills, because you're never going to know if you've actually got a rapport with this person. But certainly these rapport building skills that we're going to discuss next are the kinds of things that have been found to foster better communication. And as importantly as attempting to build the rapport is the attempt to maintain that rapport, to maintain it across the interview. Because once this rapport, if this rapport is lost, or if you start to use techniques or tactics that are not rapport building, you're not going to have as fruitful a communication with this person, as fruitful a conversation with this person as possible. So next slide. So rapport building is clearly a good idea. It's critical. It's been said to be critical in contributing to effective encounters and communication between human beings. Michel St. Ives, I hope I said his name right, it might be St. Ives, is one of the world's leading experts in discussing rapport and rapport-related tactics. He's a psychologist, a police psychologist out of Canada, is an extremely excellent, he's a very good writer, he's a good communicator. His writings are easily understood. And he says that when interviewees, the person you're interviewing, sense this harmonious relationship with the person to whom they speak, they will be more open, they'll speak more openly, and they'll give you more information. Next slide, please. So what is rapport? There's a number of different places that try to describe it. I think one of the better sources I found were these folks down here at the bottom, Tickle, Degnan, and Rosenthal from 1990. They've also written other works on it, but they really broke it down into its constituent parts to try to help understand what it really is and how possibly to get there and to get it. And they looked at it from a physician-patient standpoint, from a physician-patient viewpoint, and that could be a medical physician or a psychologist or psychiatrist, how they interact with their patients, because they are maybe having very difficult conversations with their patients. It could be about a medical issue or a counseling issue, things of that nature. And so these are some of the things that they found, that they said that mutual attention, me paying attention to you, paying attention to me, us, the degree, what they call it, was a degree of involvement between us, and how we share and experience this interaction. And so paying attention to somebody and then paying attention to you. And being positive, finding something about that person that you like or respect in them. If it's nothing more than they came in just to see you, that's great. Then like that and respect that, and find something that you genuinely like and respect about the person. And if you can, and think about it from that perspective, because that would be great, because people sense fakeness. People have a very people are very good at telling when someone is pretending or faking that they like them, and they're maybe placating them. So you really need to find something about and in that person that you appreciate, or at least like, hopefully, and respect. And then there's this concept of coordination. And this is the giving and the taking of the talking turn. When do I talk and when do I break and let you talk back? And it's this being in sync and not like talking over one another, or taking and keeping the talking turn more so than giving it back. So kind of being in sync. So in the Shepard and Griffiths book, they use a lot of what are called acronyms. Acronyms are words where you remember the word, and then you use the first letter of the word to help you remember aspects of what we're talking about. And go ahead to the next slide. These are some of the one of the acronyms that they use for rapport. So what they say, they use response. And these are rapport building behaviors or rapport building tactics that they recommend. And if you think about it, they make sense, right? Respect, showing mutual respect. We just saw that from the research article from 1990. Empathy. We talked about those type or those characteristics of an interviewer that qualify them as a good interview. Remember, being empathetic, being supportive, not pushing, being positive. We talked about positivity in the last slide. Finding something about that person you like, being open, and that means open-minded to alternative hypotheses, alternative ways that something could have happened, being non-judgmental, right? Not coming across as judging this person, whether you're judging their stature in life, or judging their life decisions or anything about them, being non-judgmental, being open and accepting of them, talking straight with them, not trying to trick them, not trying to play games, because again, people will perceive you being disingenuous with them in your questioning and trying to trick them. And if you do that, what's going to happen is they're gonna get a sense of concern, and clearly they're going to lose trust with you, and you're not going to get the information that you want. And then this concept of equal relationship. When we spoke about emotions a while back, and we talked about the kinds of things that result in emotions, or folks having emotions, generally negative emotions, that would then stand in the way of us having a good conversation. One of the things we spoke of was equal relationships. When a person feels that they don't have ability to contribute, when they feel that they're an outsider, when they feel that they're less than the person to whom they're speaking, they don't necessarily foster, and that won't necessarily foster good communication, good and open communication. People, examinees, or people, interviewees, folks that you're speaking to, need to be given an opportunity to feel equal. They're already in a setup for not being equal because you're asking the questions and they're having to answer them. But there are ways and strategies we're going to talk about to give them equal status in this interview. In fact, one of the things we're going to talk about is giving them instructions ahead of time, telling them that they have all the information, that we're going to allow them to speak. We want to hear everything that they have to say. Just talk, start before the beginning, end after the end, and we're going to empower them. And that whole idea of empowering them is giving them an opportunity to feel that they're in charge, that they're able to give us this information, and we want them to. Now, this concept of positivity and attention that we talked about from the slide earlier are most important at the initial stages in trying to develop rapport building strategies early on. But then during the interview, paying attention to them and staying in sync, or coordinating our not interrupting question, answer, discussion, those are vital in the later stages of the interview to maintain the rapport. Go ahead, next slide. If you think about this, these investigative interviews are really about forming a relationship between you and the person to whom you speak. And relationships are influenced by a number of factors. And some of them I've listed here: preconceived ideas. If you come into this interview with an idea of, well, this is how it happened, you're gonna set yourself up for what's called a confirmation bias. And we talk about biases below and prejudices, and that doesn't necessarily mean racially prejudice or sexual orientation, but prejudice against the person just because you formed a bias about how the case went. If you rely on how the last case went, or the case 2 years ago went, what we call anecdotal experiences, you may come to bad conclusion early on and just kind of want to close the door on this, or you may let yourself lead the conversation in a way that you think it should go, as opposed to getting information from the person. And then we always have to be aware of cultures and customs. And if theirs are different than yours, that, trying to get an understanding of them, even if it comes to the point of outright asking somebody, do when it, if it was somebody that comes from a culture where there's a prayer time and that's going to be in the middle of the interview, how do you want to deal with that? And we'll talk more about this later on when we talk about the engage and explain part of the peace model. But understanding and accepting that these are in fact potential factors that can cause a problem is good, and thinking about them ahead of time and making sure that you understand them and know that you could be subject to them ahead of time can help you identify them in yourself and help you maybe mitigate them. Next slide, we're going to talk a little bit about how to avoid pitfalls that ruin rapport, right? We've talked about the kinds of things that help build a rapport, right? And hopefully maintain a rapport. At least they are rapport building techniques and rapport maintaining techniques. But there's some pitfalls that we want to talk about, and things that we want to do, some rules that we're going to break down here, because these are the kinds of things that can ruin rapport. So we want to be open-minded and objective, right? We've talked about that, open-minded and objective, because if we're really investigative interviewers, we're trying to get information from the person that we're going to later go and check out. The only way to do that is by being open-minded. If you've already figured out how this thing is, or how this thing is supposed to go, then you're not going to be open-minded, and it's going to lead your investigative interview into the path that you believe it should go. Building and maintaining rapport, we've talked about that, and being attentive and focusing. The hardest part about this whole investigative interviewing is it's a challenge of focus. You've got to be able to pay attention. Your mind has to be thinking 10 steps ahead, literally, and you've got to be focusing and paying attention to what they're saying, because if they're telling you something that's implausible, or it's just unreasonable, they can't give you information they should give you. This is where you're going to hear it, by focusing on what they're saying to you and focusing on, where you need to take this conversation next. But at all times being professional and courteous and having a caring attitude. We talked about that. And learning, later on, we're going to learn how to conclude the investigative interview, because that's just equally important. In fact, that's the C in the peace model, the closing. So we're going to break down a little more deeply these ideas. Being open-minded and objective, right? First impressions matter. How you go and how you approach this person and how you introduce yourself is going to be really important. There's a concept called the Rosenthal effect, or the Pygmalion effect, and it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. So if you already believe this person is guilty, or you believe this person is lying to you, that's your attitude. Well, that'll affect your behavior. It can easily affect your behavior and your perception, right? Makes sense. And then your behavior can affect their attitude and their perception towards you. And then their attitude will affect their behavior and your perception, and so on and so on. And it'll become like a dog chasing his tail. All right. And we don't want to do that. Being open-minded. Next slide. Stereotypes. We all can have them. We all have biases in our perceptions, and admitting that we can and do have biases can help us break them down, because biases lead, again, to these self-fulfilling prophecies. And learning how to be honest with yourself about this and saying, okay, am I really going in this with an open mind, or do I already think this guy is lying to me? So remember, none of these tests are perfect. There could be other reasons for the person to have failed the test. So just be open-minded about these things. Next slide. Prejudices, and they induce bias that affect perception, attitude, behavior. We talked about the dog chasing his tail, and that can affect your behavior and then their behavior. There's an interesting study by Norchette, Meissner, and Rusano that wherein they biased interviewers. They led them to believe that people were either guilty of a crime, innocent of a crime, or there was a control group. Those investigators who were biased to believe that the subjects were lying to them or were guilty during interviews, that led them to use more egregious techniques, more of the minimization type techniques that increase the likelihood of a false admission than false confession. So biases do affect how we behave, and that's been shown. And studies have shown that you're less likely to give a benefit of a doubt for somebody who's had a prior criminal record. And in that case, folks tend to focus more on getting a confession instead of just listening and giving them an opportunity to give you information. And if they give you information, that you can go and check out. Next slide. What you focus on will affect how you interview this person. Should you presume everyone's innocent? Well, no, of course not. Guilty? No. The idea is don't focus on a confession, right? Or eliminating the person. What you want to focus on is getting information. We don't know if they're innocent or guilty. And the shortcut getting information, or the shortcut of getting a confession from somebody is not the way to go, right? What happens is when a person is presumed guilty, they're likely to use what are called guilt presumptive questioning. Just makes sense, right? They're going to use pressure, high pressure techniques, and that'll make innocent people feel more anxious and display anxiety and defensive behaviors. Go ahead. Okay, so why do people sometimes, and investigators and interviewers, get in a rush to get it wrong, as I say? Well, sometimes there's very limited evidence. And when there's very limited evidence, that confession is like must have, right? Super important. So what happens is, then oftentimes there's pressure because these cases are sometimes murders and rapes and very, very bad crimes. And the pressure to solve the crime can be terrible for objectivity. You become less objective because there's just this pressure on you to get this thing solved, and you just want to get it done, get it over with, get it off your table. But it will lead to a less objective interview. I want to talk a little bit about developing and maintaining rapport. We've mentioned this earlier. Next slide. I can't be more serious when I say to you that rapport is, at least using rapport building techniques, is essential. It's without it, you're not going to be able to get information from folks other than they'll give you very surface level answers. They won't give you the information that you seek. But when you're doing this, the kinds of things that are going to help to foster this are these techniques, like I said, paying attention, giving them time, giving them the opportunity to feel equal, right? To create an atmosphere of respect and being sensitive to their feelings and beliefs. Without rapport, the interview is doomed. Next slide. Anybody who has studied this knows that rapport is the foundation. Rapport builds the foundation upon which the interview sits because it allows the information to be exchanged. You can be really smart, know a lot about a subject, but without rapport, your interview is going to fail. And if you knew everything about the case you needed to know, you probably wouldn't want to interview this person unless you're just trying to get a confession from them. You could have no knowledge about something, no technical knowledge, but with rapport, you can conduct a very effective interview because you're going to learn from this person. That's the whole idea, right? You want to learn from them. Let them teach you something. So some of the steps in trying to develop and build a rapport. Next slide. How do you greet the person, right? When we shake hands, so that's a universal sign of peace. How do what do you like when you come up to them? Don't crowd the person. That don't stand too far away. That means they'll think that you don't like them. And avoid things like putting things between you and them. The best idea is to do what's called a 10 o'clock and 2 o'clock sitting. You don't want to square off with them face to face, but if you sit your chairs at 10 o'clock and a 2 o'clock position with nothing between you, that will foster a cooperative it fosters a cooperative environment. Go ahead. Next slide. How the person perceives you will affect their attitude towards you, right? How do they see you to them? Do they see you as overbearing, or are you kind? Are you empathetic? If you can't be empathetic, you're not going to build rapport. No rapport means you're going to get a poor interview. How you speak to them, right? Are you loud and overbearing, or do you say, oh, okay? Are you supportive in getting information and trying to foster information and like this, and get them to continue talking? And how would you feel if you were in their place, if you were the one being interviewed for this, right? Or interviewed about this? Some ideas about things that are going to stand in the way of building rapport building techniques. Next slide. If you just don't like the other person, if you just can't find something about them that you can like or respect, it's unlikely you're going to kind of build any rapport, because you don't have that positivity that we talked about, right? It's not there. If you don't have it for them, they're not going to have it for you. And it can be difficult if you think you won't like the other person. Now, I was a police officer for many years, and I interviewed lots and lots of folks. And a lot of times before I interviewed them, I would have their criminal histories in front of me in cases. And some folks had done some pretty serious crimes that have been convicted of, or had confessed to doing some serious crimes. But I always try, as hard as it was, but I try to find something about them that I liked. And just remember, because they did something else, let's say they did do a really bad crime some time ago or in the past, that doesn't mean they did this, right? Just remember that. I can't tell you the number of times that we've exonerated people over the years by just being open-minded and conducting investigative interviewing, and not assuming that they did whatever they're there to talk to you about because they did something bad in the past. So some folks think that building rapport is soft. You'll see police officers that think that, oh, well, that's like touchy-feely. That's not that's not what we do. That's like for social workers or HR people or psychologists or whatever. But actually, it's what really good investigative interviewers do. And I can tell you, reading the science on it and what people have reported over the years of why they confessed ultimately and gave good investigative interviewing information that corroborated their confession, came because these interviewers had those qualities we spoke of. They were empathetic, they were positive, they were non-judgmental, right? They listened to the other person. And building rapport, people can see as well, that's time consuming. That's going to take too much time, but it really doesn't. It doesn't, because without rapport, you're not going to get anything out of this interview. And so it's worth the investment in time to take some time to try to practice some of these skills and these rapport building skills with the person you're talking to. Next slide, please. You want to pay attention, right? Listening. I told you the hardest part of this is paying attention, listening. And it's really, it's hard. Not interrupting is a challenge. When I first started practicing these skills years ago, I was a typical police interviewer. I would ask the person a question and they would start to talk, and I'd interrupt them within a few seconds. And And what I've learned and through the years is that's very disruptive towards rapport building. And it's bad if you're trying to get information from an innocent person, but it's good for a guilty person who's trying not to get you information if you interrupt a lot. It's tough to also try to keep this conversation going because you're the facilitator of the conversation. You have to keep the conversation going in a positive direction, in a direction that's going to be productive while paying attention to what they're saying. And that can be challenging, which is why you're going to hear me say, turn your phone off, turn your email off, turn your text messages off, put your phone somewhere else, have someone else be able to answer your phone if need be, if it's an emergency. Pay attention to that person because they'll know if you're not. I've seen it many times in my life where you're having people are having a conversation, somebody will look down and they'll, oh wait, and they'll look at their cell phone and start texting on their cell phone. And while they're just trying to half listen to the other person. And what that says to this person is you're not paying attention to me. And if I'm a guy who's lying to you, I'm a guilty guy who's lying, I am thrilled about that. Keep answering that text, keep answering that cell phone because you're not listening to me. And if you're not listening to me, you're not paying attention. So there's a saying, it's an old Peruvian proverb that the one who listens has the advantage and the one who talks gives it away. All right, a little more on paying attention. Next slide, maintaining vigilance. So active listening, that's what we're talking about here, active listening. It's not the same as hearing. I can be listening to you, hearing you talk to me and messaging on my cell phone. I don't know if you can see my cell phone here, but I've got my cell phone and I can be doing this and I'm not actively listening. I am hearing you, but I'm not paying attention to you. Active listening requires focus and concentration. And like I said, get rid of the disruptions. The distractors rather, they disrupt active listening. You want the person to talk to you without you having to interrupt them. So like I was showing you earlier, oh, okay, And then paraphrasing. So if I heard you right, so that made you angry. And then using what are called echo probes. Excuse me. Now don't do this all the time. This can get quite annoying. An echo probe is repeating something back. The person said, yeah, and it made me really scared. You could say back to them, that made you really scared? Like that, it made you really scared? And that what that's doing is it's encouraging them to say, yeah, and to talk more. What I've seen is parrot probes. I've seen cops do this countless times in interviews that I watch, where they ask the person a question, what did you do last night? I went to work. You went to work? Yeah, I went to work. Okay, and where do you work? At Midas Muffler. At Midas Muffler? Yeah, Midas Muffler. Well, what did you do at work? Well, I put on mufflers. You put on mufflers? And they just parrot back what the person says. An echo probe should be used judiciously, sparingly. The idea is to get the person to talk to you more. You want to encourage them to continue to talk. You can use appropriate silences or silence periods where you don't say anything to stimulate more talk. What that says is if I'm talking to you and you stop talking, you've given me back the talking term. But if I don't say anything, there's a little implied pressure that you may talk some more. But you don't want to turn this into a contest where I don't say anything and you don't say anything, like the old staring contest where I stare at you and you stare at me. And most importantly, don't interrupt. Practice not interrupting. It's the hardest thing to do, but it's really, really important because it conveys to the person that you're not really paying attention to them. You're just more interested in what you have to say than what they have to say. All right, let's talk about rule number 4, keeping a professional attitude. Next slide, please. Unfortunately, in general, investigators find it easier to assume the person is guilty and go for that confession. And it often looks like this: accuse the person, tell them that you have evidence, either real evidence or fake or inferred evidence, and asking them to confirm the allegations. right? These are taught in some of these pop psychology, um, what I would call pop psychology interrogation classes. Um, Next slide. They teach you that when the person denies or is silent, you need to crank up the pressure, make stronger assertions of guilt, make stronger accusations, be more aggressive in your questioning. And then what happens is this interview that basically degenerates into a dog chasing his tail scenario. There's no rapport, it's gone. You're not going to get a whole lot more information from the person. And unless they just confess or admit just to get out of the room, maybe, you're not really going to get much. And it becomes what I call an exercise in futility. So, next slide. So, how you're trained can affect how you get retrained. So, excuse me, something called cognitive dissonance can preclude what we call an attitude shift, meaning that it will restrict your behavior change. It makes you not willing to accept change, but only you can decide if you're willing to change your attitude, right? That's the hardest part. You change your attitude, you change your behavior. If you don't change your attitude, you're not going to change your behavior. Where you work, who you work with, and this cognitive dissonance could be the enemy of change, what we say. So hopefully, you're open-minded enough to not let that preclude you from being willing to change and maybe practice some of these skills. Next slide, please. Getting and keeping a professional attitude. So here are some of what we say are the impediments to displaying a professional attitude, especially if you're in a law enforcement field or an investigative field. This macho approach, displaying aggression or impatience or sarcasm. They think that they have to be, macho to do the job. A them versus us mindset. We're the good guys. They're the bad guys. Well, remember, even if they did a bad thing in the past, doesn't mean they did this bad thing now. Okay. What we call a good cop, bad cop scenario, that they're terrible. One person's going to come in and be really good to the person. One's going to be really mean. That just doesn't, it doesn't work well. And it's just not a professional attitude. Expecting them to submit to your authority is not going to help foster a working relationship, because again, going back to some of the ideas and the concepts that we spoke of, where we said, what are the kinds of things that cause negative emotions to be, experienced by the person? And one is a feeling of inequality. Well, if you're up here and they're down there, they're already feeling unequal, and that's not going to make them want to foster. It's not going to make a situation that fosters communication. Taking control away from them, right? Not giving them control is a terrible thing. Again, it's one of those negative emotional instigating tactics, and it's just going to make somebody be reactive, and they're likely to get scared and just get in the corner and be quiet. And there's a huge difference between authoritarianism and being an authority on something. I want you all to become authorities on investigative interviewing. I do not want you to become authoritarians. My goal is to help you realize that you can be an expert in these areas of getting information from people, but you don't have to boss them around to do it. Finally, we're going to talk about the C a little bit now, about the C in the peace model, appropriate conclusions. Next slide, please. How you end the conversation with them, how you end the interview with them, can have a profound effect on whether or not they're willing to come back to talk to you when they remember new things, or when you go and check out something and you have information and now you need to clarify or follow up with them. And how you conclude with them can have a profound effect on whether or not they're going to come back. If you just say, all right, well, we'll be in touch, right? Yep, thanks, we'll be in touch. That doesn't say really thank you. That's a fake thank you. We'll be in touch, meaning like, okay, what does that mean for me as the interviewee? Instead of you say, hey, I really appreciate you worked hard here today. I appreciate how you worked with me. You gave me a lot of information as we had spoke of. That was the goal for us today. We're going to check that information out. I know you're going to remember things. I'm going to have the investigators check out what you told me. They're going to find things. And if I am, and I'm probably going to need to talk to you again, and I really appreciate your willingness to talk to me again. So let me give you my information and how you can get in touch with me. May I have your information, and may I have a promise from you that we'll be able to talk again about this. And it's called consistency with commitment, or consistency to a commitment. It's one of Robert Cialdini's principles of persuasion. If you get a person to commit to something and agree to something, they're more likely to follow through with it. So if you close nicely with them and conclude nicely with them and get a commitment to come back, then they're going to be more likely to come back. Next slide. Even if they confess to you, even if they confess, you still have to check it out, right? You should get post-admission narrative. Who, what, when, where, how. They should teach you something that you didn't know, something that they shouldn't have known unless they were actually there, that you can now go and check out. You need to step back, and the E is in the peace model is an evaluation. What did you learn during the interview? What do I need to go and follow up on? What kinds of information did he or she give me that I now need to go and check out? Because the interview is not the end of the investigation, right? It might be the beginning of the next step in the investigation. Back, we're going to take a little bit of time and talk about the concept of conversation management with respect to the PEACE model, P-E-A-C-E. And we're going to talk about some problems, potential indicators of problems when someone is giving you an account or a story of what happened. So in the PEACE model, the A stands for account. And that's when you ask the person to tell me what it is that brought you here to talk to me today. And we usually say, start before the beginning and end after the end. And well, let's talk a few minutes about what we say the core elements, the most important parts, the basic parts of a conversation management approach towards investigative interviewing. The first one we had mentioned was reciprocity. Reciprocity is a concept that is practiced in every civilization, most cultures. And in fact, they say cultural anthropologists have found that it's a practice that is ubiquitous. It's practiced in every culture known to have existed. And the concept of reciprocity is that if somebody gives you something, you feel compelled to give them something back. Now, this concept of reciprocity is also one of the principles of persuasion that was published by Cialdini, by a man named Dr. Cialdini. And the idea is that people who are given something feel compelled to give something back. Now, we can practice this in the initial meeting of a person, and when we shake their hand and we introduce themselves and we ask them how they prefer to be addressed. Generally, what I would recommend to you is if the person tells you, call me Mark, well, then I would say, that's fine, call me Mark. Or if they say, call me Russ, I would say, okay, Russ, then if you don't mind, would you call me Mark? Because what you don't want to do is say, well, call me detective so-and-so or investigator so-and-so, or I'm investigator so-and-so, I'm detective Smith. Cops do this a lot, and unfortunately, what it tends to do is to change the power dynamics, right? Person knows that they're in the police department, and then what that does is that places them at a lower statute, than a lower position than the investigator. The more important thing is not what you want to be called. We don't care what you want to be called. We want to know what they want to be called, because we're asking them so that we can then allow them to pick how we refer to them and to allow them to have a position in the hierarchy, and then we try to adjust based on what they tell us. I always used to offer a bottle of water when I was doing this type of testing and interviewing. It's simply just a kind gesture. People who come to see you are going to be somewhat anxious to begin with. So offering them a bottle of water, one, it offers them something, right? Two, it's cheap, it's inexpensive, it doesn't cost you much. Three, they're going to be a little bit anxious so that their throat may be dry and it gives them something to do. The idea of offering what we call a mild disclosure of imperfection shows that you're not somebody who's perfect. Oh my goodness, I was running late. Thanks for getting here. Sorry, it took me a minute. I spilled coffee. I lost my iPhone and I had to look around for it, whatever, something. What it does is it's just offering a mild self-disclosure. People will tend to want to reciprocate and maybe offer you back a disclosure about themselves that then you can use to help generate rapport with them. The whole idea is you want people to talk to you. And if they offer mild disclosures back, like, yeah, that happens to me all the time, like, oh, I hate it, don't you? Yeah. Now you've got something in common with them already. And you're starting to make a common ground, which is going to help you to create that positivity and a possible mutual liking, or at least some respect for one another. We talked about the 10 and 2 o'clock seating, and that's incredibly important. Managing the conversation is super important. It's a tricky thing to learn at first because you're going to have to keep it going in a productive direction without it going, what we say, like a train off the rails, meaning that you don't want the person to start talking about things that are completely irrelevant to what you're there to talk about, because that could be a tactic to try to not have to talk to you about why they're there, right? To try to distract you from something. So next slide. In managing the interview, you've got a couple of jobs to do. One, you've got to control your relationship with this person. You've got to try and keep it positive, keep it upbeat, keep it moving in the right direction, right? The course of the interview, to keep going in the right direction. And that's why we use this kind of PEACE model acronym to help you prepare to do this. You're responsible truly for the conduct of those present. And that could be you and them and any other person in the room. I highly discourage you from a two-on-one interview. We're going to encourage you to record audio and video, everything that's done starting from before they come into the room and ending after they leave the room. We're going to encourage you to not sit there and take notes, just pay attention to them, because every time you stop and take notes, you're stopping the conversation with them. You're paying attention to them. If I audio and video record things and I'm paying attention and I'm really working hard to listen and pay attention, I don't need to take notes. It's audio and video recorded. I can always go back and look at what was said. If there's a second investigator or a second interviewer, I would much prefer them in another room listening, or better yet, watching and listening. It's actually better for them to just listen to what's said. They're going to get more from what is said than trying to watch it, because sometimes watching it can actually mislead you, because you'll pay more attention to visual cues when you should be listening to the verbal content of what the person said. But you also have to control anybody else if there was an interpreter in the room as well. So you're responsible for controlling their behavior, and you're responsible for controlling the content of the interview, which means how much you're getting, the quality of what you're getting, how much disclosure you're trying to get. And you need to plan, and the idea is you need to plan and prepare for this and be ready to keep the interview on track. Part of the PEACE model is planning, right? The P is planning and preparing. Planning is, why are you in the kinds of things you do to understand, why are we there? Why am I interviewing this person? We're going to get into the PEACE model next, in fact. But you, as the investigative interview, have a lot going on while you're doing this. And And we understand that it's difficult to do. If it were easy, everybody could do it, right? But it's not, but it's fruitful and it works. So I want to talk to you now a little bit about this peace model. I've been mentioning it and you might have read about it. Next slide, please. And this is kind of what it looks like. It's an acronym. We said it's the way to remember the steps in an effective investigative interview that follows a conversation management sequence. So the first is the P, and it's planning and preparing. And we're going to break these all out for you here as we go along. The second is engage and explain. Okay, and that's actually going to be the first stage of the actual interview process of your interaction with this other person. Then there's going to be the account. That's the A. The account is their version of what it is that brought them there to see you today. That is the account. And after the account and in the account portion, we can ask for clarification, and you can compare things that you may have had in terms of what they told you to evidence, and you can challenge and contrast if there are issues. If someone tells you they did something and then later on they did something in the order of A, B, and C, and then later on while they're talking to you, they say, I went A, C, and B. Well, it's not a problem to go back and say, hey, and it's called a challenge and it's done politely. So, when we were talking, John, you said to me initially that you did A, B, and C. And now I'm listening to you. We got down into this and talking for a while. And you just told me a little while ago you did A, C, and B. And I want to make sure that I understood you correctly the first time, or I understood you correctly the second time, or I may have misunderstood you completely. Can you take me back and tell me again, start at this point and tell me everything you remember about what happened, and then you go again. And it's challenging inconsistencies that you need to clarify, right? C is the closure. We've mentioned that a number of times already. Politely closing with the person, ensuring that you have the best opportunity for them to come back and to see you again, because you're going to take the information that they gave you and you or somebody else is going to go and check it out and investigate it, and may need to do some follow-up interviewing, putting the concept in their mind that they're going to go home and remember things about this interview that's going to pop into their mind. And you want them to call you or email you or text you when it does, and the expectation that it will happen. And then finally, the evaluation phase, and we're going to talk about that. And that's evaluating not just what you learned from the person, where it takes you now in the investigation, but also how did you do? How did you perform? How did they perform? How do you think you may improve upon your performance the next time? How can you, when you meet with this person again, what kinds of things do you think you did that didn't work well, or didn't seem to produce a rapport building kind of behavior with them, and try and learn so that you do better next time with that person or next time with the next person. So it's an evaluation of yourself and your case itself. So let's break down a little more, finitely, a little into these individual stages. Let's talk about the planning first for the P. Next slide. Planning is the getting ready for the interview, right? This is well, why am I interviewing this person? This interview should be strategic. It shouldn't be an interview of convenience just because that was the first person that would come in and see you. Why are you talking to this person? Are you talking to them because they're applying for a job? Are you talking to them because they failed an EyeDetect test while they're applying for a job? Did they fail an EyeDetect test about a situation at work? Why are you interviewing them? Is this somebody that may have information about why somebody else failed an EyeDetect test? Where do they fit in the big scheme and the big picture here? What do you hope to get from this interview? What are the objectives, right? Obviously, it's to get information, but information about what? So if you think about it ahead of time, what do I want to get or to learn from this person? And in doing so, I'm going to develop a route map for this interview. Now, a route map is not like an interview route map like we see necessarily like we see in a typical EyeDetect test if it's an interview. Although if it's a pre-test checklist, right? If you're doing a pre-test checklist or a pre-test interview with a person, let's say in a screening test, it may be an interview route map that you're familiar with right now. And it may just be, we're going to talk about these things. So you'll have a route map. Hopefully, if it's a pre-test interview or checklist, you use the same interview route map for every applicant. You should read every report and any information you have about this person or about this case. You should be very familiar with the case and know why you're interviewing this person. You should, if there's a background report on them, if they filled out a booklet, if it's a pre-test checklist or a pre-test interview, you'd want to review any booklets that they filled out and try to understand the person you're going to be interviewing and why. Is it pre-employment? Is it an ongoing employment test? Is it a public safety test? Is it what we call a post-convicted sex offender test? Why are you testing this person and where in the process are you? What do you hope to get out of this interview? We're going to talk a little bit about preparation. Next slide. Excuse me. This is getting ready for the interview. What I say is it's the physical needs prior to the interview. So things like, where am I conducting this interview? Is it going to be in a nice private office setting where I've got audio and video? Is it going to be out in the field? What environment am I going to be doing this interview with? And also the logistics. I encourage you to not take notes and while you're talking to the person and conducting the interview, rather record it. Even if you just do an audio recording on a digital recorder, that is much better than taking notes, because I will tell you that if you're trying to take notes while you're conducting an effective investigative interview, you're going to break rapport with this person. Your skills, your rapport building skills will not be as effective because you're going to have to stop and write stuff down. And every time you stop and write stuff down, they're going to probably stop because you're giving them information that, okay, that was important. And if they're a person that doesn't want to be talking to you, if they're a person who's been lying or being deceptive, then that may cue them that you're paying attention to that area. So the best thing you can do is listen to them, pay attention, don't take notes, record it. Planning or preparing yourself. Are you ready? Did you set your phone aside? Is your email for the day or the morning for that period of time answered? Do you have other important things that might be coming up? Phone calls, subpoenas to go to court, things like that. Have you prepared and set those things aside, or have somebody else who's willing to answer your phone or check your email if need be, or answer your text messages? Are you ready to commit 100% to this investigative interview? We spoke of seating arrangements, but where are you going to sit? Where it depends on what environment you're doing this in, right? And who's gonna sit where, and what is this going to look like? What office area or what kind of an area am I doing this interview in? Are there bathrooms that are available for use for you and for the other person? Before you start the interview, I recommend you go to the bathroom. Before you start the interview, I recommend you tell the other person, hey, if you need to use the restroom, it's down the hall. I know the ride in was long. If you had a couple cups of coffee, you probably need a break to use the bathroom, right? Hunger and thirst. What time of day are you doing this? Hopefully you're planning these things when it's, around a normal and convenient time, but sometimes investigative interviews happen in the middle of the night, or they happen early in the morning, or they happen even late in the morning, and the person hasn't had a chance to eat or to drink. And remember that they're human as well. And if they're starving or if they're thirsty and they can't focus on you and focus their attention on you when you're questioning, it's going to be less effective of an interview. The next we're going to talk about is the E, the letter E. It stands for engage and explain. Next slide. So as we mentioned, this starts with the very instant, the initial contact the person has with, even with, maybe it's before you, right? How are they treated from the time they enter the building where they're going to see you? Not just by you, but by others in your office. When they come into the office, are they treated as an outsider? Oh, have a seat over there. Meanwhile, everybody else is in there talking and and going on. Because remember, they're coming into your office, they're an outsider. And if you've ever had that experience where you've gone to someone else's work and you come in maybe for an appointment or for an interview, and everybody else in the office is talking, and maybe they're talking about what they did or whatever, you're the outsider. They tell you to go sit over there, and you're sitting there waiting, and that doesn't make people feel good. Remember, the kinds of things that cause us to have negative emotional arousal, that's one of them. Not being an equal, being an outsider. When you meet the person, from the minute that you meet with them, do you warmly, give them what we call a warm handshake? And I'm glad you're here. You should convey to this person, you're glad you're there to see them. You're glad that, hey, if they weren't there to see you, you might not have a job, right? If nothing else, be thankful they're there to see you, because it gives you a job. Introducing ourselves and asking them how they want to be referred to. We talked about that. And then telling them how we would like to be referred to. Again, name preference should match their name preference, right? And that should be maintained during the interview. Don't start calling them, really, Mr. Smith. If he told you, call me Russ, and then in the middle of the interview, like, really, Mr. Warner, really, that's a rapport killer, man. The other part of the E is the explain. And this is incredibly important. Next slide, please. This is rapport building tactics 101. Remember, these people are probably going to be pretty anxious, regardless of the reason that they're there to talk to you. So you want to explain to them right from the get-go, right from the beginning of the interview. What is the reason for this interview? Hey, you're here today because we want to give you an opportunity to take this pre-employment test, or we're going to here today to talk to you about the results of your pre-employment test, or you're here to take a test about something that happened at work. Tell them why they're there and why they're being interviewed. Then a very important thing that we do is we give them an overview. Let me tell you, I really appreciate you being here today. Let me tell you what it's gonna look like, or what it's gonna be like if you decide you want to stay. Because I want to give you an overview of everything we're going to do here today, because I want to make sure that you're informed about what we're going to do here today. Because later on, I'm going to ask you for a waiver, to sign a waiver, and basically an authorization for me to continue on. And we call it an informed consent. And I can't get you to sign an informed consent if I don't inform you. And what that helps folks do is it gives them an idea of what's going to happen, and it tends to alleviate the, some fears of the unknown, we say. Explain to them the mechanics of what's going to happen. We call it the routines. Okay, this is, we're going to do this and this and this, and you can leave at any time as you're going through the overview with them. And then this is really important, is the expectations. Sometimes it's called the contract for everybody there. And I've known people that actually write this out. And in fact, in the investigative interviewing book by Professor Shepard and Dr. Griffiths, they have examples of the contract in there. And the contract says things like, let's go over what we are here to talk about here today. Let me tell you what the expectations are. I would expect you to tell me the truth. And I want you to give a lot of detail. In fact, there are studies out there that show giving examples of detailed disclosure, detailed statements actually facilitate more details be disclosed. I don't want you to rush. You are the most important person in this room. If I knew everything, I really wouldn't need to talk to you, but you've got the information. I'm not going to interrupt you. I'd ask that you not interrupt me. when we get to it. I'm going to ask questions maybe to follow up on some things you say. I want you to ask me questions if you don't understand anything. If there's something in that we're talking about here that you don't understand, ask me about it. I promise I won't rush you. I promise I won't interrupt you. I will wait and give you plenty of time to answer because I expect you to think hard before you even answer. When I ask you something, if I ask you to describe something, to tell me something, to describe something, before you just speak it out, I want you to take some time and think about it. Kind of think about your answer. Even, if I'm going to ask you about some experience, think about where you were and what you were feeling or what it was like to be there, because that'll help you better remember. If you get going too fast, I may just say, hey, can you slow down? Because you know this stuff, right? I don't. I'm trying to process this information and that you already know. And so I may ask you to slow down and I may ask you to clarify something. I'm not saying that I don't believe you. I'm not calling you a liar. If I mix something up, if I hear something that maybe you might have mixed up, I may say, hey, Russ, can you clarify this for me? You had said A, B, C. Now you're saying A, C, B, or maybe I misheard you. Can you take me back again to this and tell me what happened from this point on to that point? We both agree that we may have to clarify each other, clarify questions that each other has. If I don't ask a question in a way that you understand it, I want you to say, Mark, I don't understand that question. Can you please clarify that? And if you give me an answer back that I don't understand, I may say, hey, Russ, I don't understand that. Can you help me better understand that? Doesn't mean that you're lying. It doesn't mean I don't believe you. It means what I said, that I didn't understand your answer. All right. Next slide, please. This is a vital tool in this conversation management. It's a we talked about. It's a working relationship. We're going to work together. You told me that you didn't do this thing, or you told the police that you didn't do this thing, or whatever. I want to work with you to get the details, to give us the best opportunity to go give it back to those investigators out there and show them, hey, look, he is telling the truth. As I said, you ask them to think before they speak and think after. And I may need to stop you from time to time and ask you to go back and clarify something just that I didn't understand. And always check back with the person. Am I explaining this okay to you? Do you, when I say to you, take your time before you speak to answer a question, what does that mean to you when I say that? And ask them to explain it back to you. Okay, we're going to go on to the A, the account of what the peace model is. And the account is, the next slide, is simply their version of the events, right? And we want what's called a free narrative. The free narrative has been known to be the best way of getting the most detail out of somebody that there is. A free narrative is allowing them to speak and give you their version of the events, and starting before the beginning and ending after the end, and giving as much detail as possible. As I mentioned, there are examples of detailed free narratives that have been found to show a person just how much information you really want them to give you. Because remember, these are not the kind of conversations that you normally have with your friends. You don't normally say, hey, Bob, tell me everything you did yesterday from the time you got up until the time you went to bed. We don't normally have those kinds of conversations with our friends and family and coworkers. But the free narrative has been shown through the cognitive interview process to be the best way of allowing a person to think through the story, to give you their version of the events, and to give you an opportunity to see where you need to go back now and focus in on. At times, we may need to clarify or redirect the account because we need to go back to the part that matters most to us. They may tell us everything that they did from the time they got up till the time they went to bed, but we're most interested in what happened when they got to the bank that day because there was a bank robbery. if there are some anomalies or something that's inconsistent that we, with maybe something we already learned from another person or we thought we learned from another person, allow them an opportunity to correct that. If there are contradictions, we can ask for clarification, and we give latitude to let them talk, but we also need to keep control of the conversation and keep it going in the correct direction. Otherwise, they may be trying to talk around the important issues that we need to know about. All right, especially if they're trying to hide something from us. So the next slide, please. Okay, so when we talk about our job during the account, right, when they're giving us the account, our job is to practice as best we can our active listening skills, listening hard and listening for anomalies, something that it just, you can't believe that it really happened, or it's impossible or unlikely that it could happen. Or maybe that not just what's said, but what isn't said, that they won't give you details where a normal person could have and would have given you details. It doesn't mean that they're lying. It just means that maybe it just means that they're not used to talking like this to somebody, or we didn't give them sufficient direction for how to produce this free narrative with a lot of detail. But if there's lacking in detail, we may have to bring them back to that part of the conversation where there's a lot of detail missing, and because that's the area that we need to ask them about. It gives us an idea of where how our questioning strategy should go. If you can imagine a funnel, we want to start broad and then work the funnel down, right? So start with a big open-ended question like a free narrative, and then listen for where there may be anomalies. And we're going to talk about anomalies in the free narrative in just a little bit, the kinds of things that may make you need to go back and ask about, clarify from them information that they left out. Okay. So next slide. As an interviewer, you should remember to I say pitch or ask the questions appropriately. Right? Now, remember that people answer questions and people give information to, we say, maximize their social desirability. They want you to like them, generally. Okay, there are some people that are just not that way, but for the most part, most people want to leave the listener with a positive attitude or view of them. Remember that the degree of the difficulty of the conversation will affect how much disclosure people will want to make. The more difficult it is, the less they're going to want to talk to you about it, right? And they're not in control. So there's going to be some anxiety on their part as you start to filter the questions down and they become more and more specific because they're not in control. We try to empower them as much as possible by giving them equal footing in the questioning strategy, by giving them these open-ended questions. Now, there's something I call the powerful people, or a powerful person. And in an investigative interview, being a powerful person is detrimental. Go ahead to the next slide. This is sometimes what we call a stereotypical person maybe you've seen on television that's a powerful person. They're the CEO. They're the president that's dominant and self-centered, and everything's about them. And the interviewee, the person being interviewed, then becomes what we call subservient, right? They're concerned because if they answer a question that the powerful person yells at them or says, "I don't like that," then they're going to start to monitor how much information they feed back to the powerful person. The funny thing about powerful people is they really want to have the stage. They want to be center stage. They're the ones who want to ask these questions, and they want to say more than they want to hear. And it's the worst way in the world to get information out of people. Go ahead. Powerful people already seem to know the answer that they want, and they expect just an answer, not an explanation. They keep and own the talking time. They want to be the one center stage. And especially if there's an audience, if there's someone watching through a mirror or they're the people that want to be in control, and they want to just direct everything about this conversation and discussion. And they pose narrow questions, or what we call narrow questions, which are closed questions. Yes or no, you did it, right? Or leading questions. Well, why would you do something like that, right? Or forced choice. Hey, you did it because of this, or you did it because of that, but you did it. And what happens is when you do that to people, they shut down and they don't want to talk to you, and it kills rapport. Go ahead to the next slide. Power people are happy to get the answers they want. We say they reward verbally and non-verbally. If they're verbally, they get loud when they don't get the answer they want, and then they're like, oh, okay, good, right, great. When they get the answer that they do want, they close in on people. It's called proxemics. They get in people's face when they're not getting the answer they want, and then they back off when they get the answer they want. They like to take charge and reduce the length of the interview, and this decreases the likelihood that you're going to hear anomalies. These anomalies are the things that we're wanting to hear. When you're the power person or the powerful person, you're benefiting a liar. You're helping a liar because they don't have to give you they only have to give you short answers that you want to hear, and they don't have to fill in with information that you can go and check out. And it's the worst way in the world to interview, because if you're trying to get information from a person who's lying to you, all you get is short yes, no answers, and you don't get information that you can go and check out, or you don't get what we call these anomalies. And these anomalies are the things that are going to tell you that this might be a problem. A potential warning sign is what I say they are. Go to the next slide. Because if someone's talking to you and they're giving you information, and that's what we want them to talk to us. Remember, powerful people are not going to get people to talk to them. When we use good rapport building skills, investigative interviewing skills, we are not a powerful person. In fact, we try to empower our person that we're talking to and empower them to give us information. So when you're listening to this account, here's some of what we would call the warning signs, potential warning signs. It doesn't mean that they're lying on their own, but it does mean that this is an area that you probably need to follow up with. When there's a problem with them even giving you an account, if you ask them to tell you what, like, I don't know anything. Okay, well, what is it that brought you here to talk to me today? I don't know. Well, that's a problem right there, right? Because you should not be the person that tells them why they're there to talk to you today, right? They should have known about that. If there's I call it a sense problem, right? If the story doesn't make sense, right? If something they're telling you doesn't make sense, like I think, the Professor Shepard and Dr. Griffiths give a story of a Sherlock Holmes novel in which there were no barking dogs, right? Where somebody said that and I can't remember the exact nature of it, but essentially they said somebody came to their house and stole something from their house, either I think burglarized their house, but nobody heard any barking dogs, and the dogs always bark when someone comes in. That doesn't make sense, right? If you've got dogs, if somebody comes to your front door, those dogs are probably going to bark. And if they don't, that doesn't make sense. If someone struggles to give details that they should easily be able to give you, and they weren't under the influence of some alcohol or drug or something like that, then that's a problem area. If they're struggling to give you details that they should be able to give you, that is an area that we need to come back and revisit with them. You don't need to stop them in the middle of it. In fact, just remember it and come back and say, hey, listen, when we were talking about when you got to the bank? You just said you went to the bank, you got there and you left. Well, can you tell me a little more about that? Tell me, from the time you were driving up the street and getting ready to park your car, everything you did and remember about that until the time that you were leaving the bank in your car. If you can go back and be as detailed as possible and bring them back. And that's a nice way to follow up on that, right? If they're evasive, why would you ask me that? Well, why would I know something like that? Well, go ask Russ. He knows more about that than me. Those kinds of things. If somebody's evasive and they're not answering your question, that's an area of concern and we need to follow up on it, right? There may be a reason they're evasive. Well, where were you? Well, can you tell me a little bit about what you did last night? Well, why would you want to know about that? Well, maybe he was somewhere that he shouldn't have been. I don't know. But you need to, and just because they're evasive doesn't, and even if they lie and you catch them in a lie, doesn't mean that they're guilty of this. Plenty of people lie to investigators and to interviewers, not because they lie about inconsequential things, because they don't want to tell people things that they don't want to have people know. Like, let's say, for example, that the guy was out with his buddies drinking at the bar, and he told his wife that he was at a Boy Scout meeting. I don't know. But there are lots of reasons people lie, not because they've committed crimes or something like that. So, or if they're evasive. So if they're evasive, it just means that they don't want to talk to you about that. We need to find a better way maybe of asking them about that. If they engage in sabotaging behavior, they get angry and they yell at you, and they try to get, just outrageous rage. Well, number one, that's not going to help somebody answer questions that and give you information that you're going to be using. And it could be, just somebody that's trying not to cooperate with the interview. And if there's significant expressive behavior, they're crying, they're screaming, they're yelling, things of that nature, maybe that, that's just too much for them, but maybe that's just, again, behavior that they're expressing so that they don't have to answer your question and try not to answer your question. Let's talk a little bit about this idea of account problems. I'll give you some examples in the next slide. If they're quiet, they just won't answer, right? Okay, that's not good. They're just not cooperating. If you have evidence and their statement is inconsistent with the evidence, well, that's a problem with their account, with their story, right? If it's not really a free narrative and they just give you a very thin, what we call a thin account, missing details, big gaps in time, they're called sidestepping. They don't even talk about what we asked them to talk about. They talk about something else, or they make multiple contradictions. That could be indicative of a potential account problem. These are things that we need to go back and talk about. This idea of sense, next slide. If it's improbable, right? That means that it's not likely to have happened. That's a problem, right? If it's implausible, it's hard to believe, or it's really not realistic. The Martians came and took me away in their spaceship. Probably not realistic. If it's unreasonable, it just doesn't make sense. Like we just said, no barking dogs. It's not appropriate. It just doesn't seem reasonable. These are all sense problems, and these are things that mean to us as interviewers, we need to come back and ask a little bit more about that area. Okay. Go ahead to the next slide. When people struggle to give detail, if you do what's called a probe, if you ask for follow-up information and they refuse to give you information, they just, I don't know. Well, I don't know. I don't remember. Or they give you just a little bit minimal, we call minimal disclosure, and then they just repeat it, the same thing over and over. And they won't try to work to give you better information. They won't try to work harder. Either you didn't convey to them their job, right? Which is to give me as much detail as possible, or they don't want to give you the detail. Now, understand, we talked about the limits of human memory. Be reasonable about what you expect from people and people to remember. But people should be able to go back and revisit a question or an area and follow up and think about it and give you a little bit more detail. And if the person just says, well, I know I can't give you anything more, that's all I got. Well, okay, is that reasonable? Is it, as in an interviewer, as a human being, do you think that that would be reasonable for a person not to be able to add any more detail given whatever the circumstances are? And you can ask yourself, why? Why are they refusing, or why are they struggling to give me details that we think a normal person should be able to give me? Let's talk a little bit about evasiveness. Next slide. They change the subject, or like I said, they ask a question with a question. They're silent when you use an echo probe on them, or they use qualifiers. I don't think so. Not really. I don't know. Maybe, could be. You have to drag answers out of them word by word. Okay. And when they sidestep a definitive answer, well, it could be, I guess, maybe, sort of, I don't know, I guess that's about it. Those kinds of things. When you ask somebody that, and that's what you get, that doesn't mean that they're lying, but it just means that they're not giving you 100%. Okay, probably. And you had made an agreement with them that they would work hard. There's a reason they're not doing that, probably. And you need to follow up on that as best possible and try and figure out what what it is and why they're evading you. Talk a little bit about sabotaging behaviors real quick here. They argue, they threaten you. I'm going to see your supervisor. They curse at you. They just refuse to cooperate or help, or they refuse common courtesies just of not interrupting you. These are all intended to stop the conversation. Now, what you don't want to fall into is the trap of giving them the reward, right? Don't reward them by stopping the interview because they do this, all right? You can change the subject, right? Get them to see if they'll calm down, right? And then come back and revisit it, all right? And then come back and revisit it. Oftentimes that can help. And if they immediately calm down and stop being abusive and aggressive, well, when you come back to that, see if they do it again. And what that tells you is this is an area of concern. We really need to, at some point in time, point out to this person, hey, Russ, every time I ask you about this, right, you yell at me and you threaten me and you've even cursed at me and wanted to see my supervisor. Now, let me ask you this. Have I done any of those kinds of things to you along the way? Have you felt me or heard me or appreciated me or experienced me in any way doing any of those things? Have I yelled at you? Have I threatened you? Have I cursed at you? Have I asked? No. I've been very kind to you. Now, I don't know why it is that every time I ask you about this, you do this. I don't understand why. Can you help me understand why that is? And try that. You can try that with them and see if that'll work. Then there's what I call significant expressive behaviors. Just, crying. Next slide, by the way, Jeremy. Increased pitch changes. Just falling apart. And the question is, is it fake? Right? Are they faking it? Do they turn it on and off immediately? And if it is, then you need to point out to them again, hey, Joe, every time I ask you about this, you get angry or you cry or you do this. Why is that? And then mention the behavior. And maybe if you need to go and talk about something else and then come back. The whole idea is that if they're doing this, that doesn't mean that they're lying. Maybe it really is so traumatic, it is so bad, it is such a bad thing for them that they really are having this horrible emotional experience and expressive behavior, but that is not going to help you get information from them that you'll need to go and check out. Next slide. Some of these pop psychology texts that you may have read in the back say, well, change their baseline, look for changes in their baseline. Well, that's nice, except that doesn't mean that they're lying. Changes from their baseline just means that it's a state of arousal, right? Either fake or real, right? But it impedes, it gets in the way of getting information from them. And we want to pay attention to because if there are changes, if they're going along fine and they're talking and all of a sudden they just start screaming or yelling or crying, they're not going to be in a place to give you information. So you're going to have to try and do what you need to do to diffuse the arousal and make an effort to show you're trying to diffuse it. Because here's the thing is maybe you'll get nothing more out of them other than this video. And if this is a criminal case, and every time you ask them about this, and then you show that you're kind and you're being nice and you're being empathetic, and you ask them and then they yell at you and scream at you or curse at you, and then you're kind and you explain to them what their behavior is, and you explain to them that this type of behavior does not help you get information that's going to be helpful for their case. And then you go out and they do it again. And after 3 or 4 times, you just have to stop because you're just not getting any further with this. And that may be all you'll ever get. But don't forget, if it's a criminal case or an internal case or something like that, somebody else is going to see this video, right? And they're going to see how you behaved and how that person behaved in kind to you. And they may very well form an opinion that that person had something to hide from you. A little bit, next slide, about explicit and implicit cues. Improperly trained interviewers, right? They look for the wrong cues, unfortunately. So there are explicit cues, which are things that these are the cues that an interview, if you asked an interviewer, what do you think it looks like when someone is lying? Oh, they won't look me in the eye. They pick lint. They play with things on the desk. They get fidgety. These are what person tells you that they think a person uses when they're lying. Implicit cues are real cues, are real things that people actually rely on when they're interviewing. Like if their story doesn't make sense, if their story's incoherent, if they lack detail. And these are things that we intuitively use, even though we don't say it. So if you ask somebody, what does it look like when someone's lying? They may say, oh, they won't look you in the eye. They fidget. But then you show them videos of people who are lying and telling the truth. Oftentimes they rely on their own implicit cues that they've learned over the years. But remember, as humans, we're only about a coin flip. We're only as good about as flipping a coin, good at telling when someone is lying or telling the truth. But implicit cues are better cues. This comes from a study by Hartwig and Bond. And so go to the next slide. So the point of this is that these objective cues, right? The real cues, even though they're weak, scarce, you can't even hardly measure them. They're much more accurate than the subjective cues. Subjective cues are strong and prevalent. They become accessible in our brain because we learn these things from these pop psychology books, because they teach us these things that they know we can see and hear, even though they're wrong, right? Because but we can see them and we can hear them, and they tell us that these are what people do when they're lying. It actually is what people do when they're stressed out. People are judged as deceptive when they appear incompetent or ambivalent. So what happens is when you're listening to a person and you're watching them, and if their story doesn't make sense, if it's unreasonable, if it's unbelievable, you actually use implicit cues. The problem is if we teach you to use subjective or explicit cues, they can override the implicit cues. So if you learn the wrong thing, you'll let the wrong thing guide your behavior. And so the idea is that the theme that's developing here is that you need to listen to what they say, get them talking and listen to what they say, because what they say, and if it's not believable, if it's implausible, it's unreasonable, what they say is going to be what actually clues you into there's a problem area in this narrative that I need to get back to and revisit with this person. Next slide. So some general findings from the Hartwig and Bond study, and this is no surprise because we've talked about this. The big three problems with liars' accounts were that they were not likely to have happened. It was improbable, it was implausible, not realistic, it was unreasonable, it didn't make sense, they couldn't give detail. So again, these things are hopefully starting to form a theme for you here. Hartwig and Bond concluded with, next slide, that it's probably not a good idea to continue to emphasize and train people on these subjective cues because they interfere with their ability to actually do a little bit better job telling when someone's lying and telling the truth. It gave some insight into lie catchers and why they fail by listening to people because the cues, the objective cues, the real cues are very weak. And it means that basically that what focusing on correcting what to look for may not be as helpful because the right cues are scarce and weak. And generally, when people tell us what they look for when they're trying to tell if someone's lying or not, don't give us a true insight into what they use for cues. Okay, which is it was a brilliant paper, Hartwig and Bond, and what it told us is that people don't do what they say they do necessarily. However, it also says that if we train people to look for the wrong cues, it's going to even make it harder to identify when they're telling the truth and when they're lying. And so finally, next slide here on this is in general, like I said, we don't necessarily do what we would say we do when people ask us. And the best way to improve interviewing judgment is to increase cognitive load in the interviewee, in the person. And we're going to talk about this, how to increase cognitive load in the person that we're interviewing without breaking rapport, without using rapport techniques that are techniques that would tend to not foster rapport. How do we increase the cognitive load? And what are some of the studies that have been done to increase cognitive load? And what were the findings as a result of that study? When we come back, let's take a break. Welcome back, everyone. Again, this is Mark Handler from Converus, and I'll be continuing our discussion of investigative interviewing. In this next module, we're going to talk a little more about cognitive load and what it means and how we can impose cognitive load through different types of techniques and studies that have been done on increasing cognitive load to try to amplify or turn up the small differences between truth tellers and liars in these settings. We're also going to talk a little bit about something called statement consistency and try to demystify or demyth. How about that? There are lots of myths surrounding statement consistency that we'll talk about. We'll also discuss the strategic use of evidence technique that was developed by Professor Maria Hartwig. And we'll finally talk a little more about active listening. So next slide, please. When we talk about imposing or increasing cognitive load, what we're trying to do is find to increase the amount of thinking or mental use that a person has to engage in while they're telling a story, if you will. And we said that verbal cues, or basically the content of what people say, are more diagnostic than nonverbal cues. So we said nonverbal cues are just signs of stress, and both liars and truth tellers will probably experience them, and both will attempt to suppress them. The content, what they say to us, truth tellers will in general attempt to be very detailed and to give information, where liars will prefer to be less forthcoming, more vague, less detailed. Many of these interrogation methods that have been taught through the years, unfortunately, just increase emotion and emotional responses, which will then go on to cause an increase in both verbal and nonverbal cues. Unfortunately, again, these same techniques and companies that have taught to increase emotional responses will then teach people to look for nonverbal cues, which we've discussed from a science standpoint are not indicative of truth telling or deception necessarily, and just indicative of high stress. So it's unlikely that doing, some of these, imposing some of these emotion evoking strategies will increase your ability to differentiate truth tellers from liars. So when we talk about cognitive load is basically how hard the person is thinking. And when we say imposing increased cognitive load, we're trying to make them think harder. So lying is cognitively demanding. Telling the truth is pretty easy. I just tell you the truth. But a liar has to create a believable story that's somewhat in line with what will be known or what is known. In other words, they know there are certain things that they know about the situation that will be found out or are likely to be found out. And so they have to think, okay, how much am I going to say that, and I got to keep it in line what the cops or the police or the investigators are going to find out or have found out. And they have to remember the story that they tell and stay fairly consistent and factually correct, because there are things that the cops and the investigators are going to find out. And they need to be consistent with what they're going to what they're going to find out, the evidence that they will. Liars are less likely to take their own credibility for granted, meaning that they're not going to just go in there and think that, they're going to think that the cops are probably not going to believe them. So they're going to self-monitor, meaning that they're going to keep themselves, they're going to move less is what ends up happening. And they look to the investigator for feedback on whether or not the person is believing them. That's why the old adage of a liar won't look you in the eye is completely not true. Gaze aversion is not indicative of lying. In fact, liars will look you straight in the eye because they need to monitor you for feedback and signs of disbelief. Meanwhile, the liar has to suppress the truth, the real truth, while role playing and giving you their lines, and they have to withstand probing from you. Next slide. So very clever investigators like Alder Vrij, who has written a number of different book chapters and has been author on many of studies dealing with deception, has come up with a couple of different approaches to increase cognitive load and try to use changes and behavioral changes from imposed cognitive load to determine if people are telling the truth or lying. So what they've tried doing is looking at question strategies. We'll get into that here in a little bit, but asking unanticipated questions, if you will. Something called a reverse order recall, asking the person to tell the story backwards. Maintain eye contact. That's another one where they have the person just look them in the eye the whole time while they're asking them for their version of the story. And then finally, from Dr. Maria Hartwig, the strategic use of evidence, a very, very clever and fruitful way of introducing known pieces of evidence into an investigative interview to maximize disclosures and to also maximize an ability to perceive whether or not someone is lying or telling the truth. And as importantly, that when someone watches a video of someone being interviewed using the strategic use of evidence technique, that the person watching the video will also be better able to determine that the person is in fact lying when they're lying. So let's talk about the first approach, the unanticipated question. So next slide. When humans remember things, when they have true memories of things, those memories are imbued with, or they have reference to time and space. So time and physical space. And so unanticipated questions would be like if someone said, well, we did that, and then we went to a restaurant and had lunch, and then we left, and then we went home after that. Say, okay, well, what time did you get to the restaurant? Now, a truth teller, when asked that, will think about it, and that will put them back at the time that they went, around the time. They'll think about the time that they went into the restaurant, and they generally have an idea of what time. Um, uh, Questions like who sat where and who ordered first. And if you think about yourself and think about the last time you went to a restaurant with someone, about what time of day was it? And do you remember walking into the restaurant and where you sat in the restaurant? And could you draw a map of the inside of the restaurant, right? For an investigator, were they to ask you? And the interesting thing about this is if it's a truthful person and they're trying to remember details of what happened, putting them back in the context, the time and the place, what was the lighting like? What was the temperature like inside the restaurant? What was the weather like outside as you were walking up? Having them put themselves back in the context of being there and the time and place and space actually helps a truthful person better recall details. And it's just the way memory works. And sometimes asking the question in a different way could also be helpful. If you were and asking just, just asking the question from a different perspective. Well, if you were the waitress, and where were you? What would she have seen while she was taking your order? Something like that. Just helps people to kind of look at things from a different perspective. And this comes from the cognitive interview process, which was developed years ago and has been shown to help improve recall. A second study on reverse order recall, next slide, was a very interesting study done by Aldert Bry and his team. And it was done back in the late 2008 or so. And what they did is in the first experiment, they looked for what behavioral differences exist between liars and truth tellers when they tell the story forward, right, in chronological order versus backwards in reverse order. So they looked first for what differences could they find between liars and truth tellers telling the story in a normal way forward chronologically versus backwards. And then what they did is they wanted to see if people who were watching these videos, these vignette videos of people telling the lie or telling the truth forwards or backwards, when observers watched these videos, were they any better at telling whether someone was lying or telling the truth when they were telling the story forward versus telling the story backwards? And some of the things that they look for that are cues that are associated with an increase in cognitive load. Next slide. Truth tellers tend to report sensory percepts, things that you would see, hear, touch, smell, taste. Think of your senses. I saw this, I heard someone, it was loud, I heard someone drop some dishes in the kitchen. It was cool in there, cool in the restaurant, something like that. The smell was delicious, and the food was fantastic. It tasted so good. It was the best barbecue I ever had. People will kind of include that kind of stuff in there. Who went in first? Oh, I held the door for so-and-so, and they went in ahead of me. They sat down first on that side of the table. I sat on this. I ordered first because they weren't sure what they wanted. They were looking at the menu to see what they want. These are kinds of things that truth tellers tend to include, where liars don't, because they don't want to give you details. Things called cognitive operations, thoughts and reasoning. So she looked like she was thinking hard, things like that. They looked for vocal cues, which, these pop psychology training manuals say, well, listen for pauses and fillers, which are, I went to the table. Speech errors or slowed speech. They look for visual cues, so decreases in body movement, which are what we would expect from liars, right? Hand and finger movements, decreases in eye blinks, decreases in leg and foot movement, and decreases in chair swirling. what they predicted is that liars would show fewer and would show fewer clues than truth tellers, and particularly in the reverse order condition. So they said, we're going to count these things and see how many times liars do it on the average versus truth tellers. And we think that liars will show these kinds of things less often than truthful people. And we think that in the reverse order condition, it will be exacerbated, meaning that liars will show even fewer of these traits or these cues than truth tellers. Just for fun, they also looked for gaze aversion. We've spoken about that, not looking you in the eye, because a lot of people believe that that's the number one thing that liars won't do is look you in the eye. They also look for self-adapters. This would be like scratching the wrists or the head or picking at stuff on their, smoothing their clothes. They found no difference between the groups for those. So again, this gaze aversion thing is just, and fidgeting is just not supported in the science. So let's look at what they found first in the first experiment. What did they find that liars did different than truth tellers? So we'll go to the next slide here. So they found that liars did in fact display more signs of cognitive load, and it got worse for them in the reverse order detail, in the reverse order manner in recalling the story, trying to work backwards. Liars displayed fewer sensory, right? I smell, taste, hear, felt, etc., and fewer context details. I sat there, she went first, he went there, and more cognitive operations, problems with thoughts. Well, she looked like, it looked like she was thinking hard. And the thought behind that is that they're trying to fill in detail with stuff that, just to say something. So they make up things of these cognitive operational descriptions. But what they don't do is they don't do what they should be doing if they're telling the truth. And that is to give you time, space, place, context details, and sensory details. In the reverse order, liars also have more hesitations because you have to think really hard. If you're making up a story, it's hard enough to tell it forward. Imagine trying to tell it backwards, right? So they spoke slower and they made more speech errors. And so then interviewers are asked explicitly about liars' behavior. They would not necessarily list these kinds of things. So it's kind of interesting. Let's look at what happened in experiment 2 when the observers saw these people. Somebody watched videos of them doing this, telling the story forward and telling the story backward, reverse order and forward for both truth tellers and liars. Reverse order definitely facilitated, meaning helped make it better for them to detect liars. Using basically lie versus truth judgments and police observers. So these are cops who they use as the observers to watch the videos. In the straightforward, telling it like you normally would tell the story, they only got 42% of them right. In the reverse order, they increased that to 60% correct. So that's a pretty big effect size, a 20% bump just by telling the story backwards. It just made the observer better able to identify the liars from the truth tellers. The liars gave an impression of having to think harder. Well, duh, right? That makes sense. And they also gave an impression of being more nervous in the reverse order condition. And you would think that makes sense as well, because now I'm nervous because I got to think about this. I gotta remember what I said, and now I got to say it backwards. That's a lot of work, man. Let's talk about this experiment 3. It didn't really work out well. It was look into my eyes study. Next slide. So they look for these verbal and nonverbal cues associated with cognitive load. Verbal cues, the same ones: context, cognitive operations. Did she look like she was thinking hard? Vocal cues and visual cues. And they thought that liars would show fewer cues while being forced to stare or look directly into the eye of the person who was interviewing them. and they wanted particular attention was paid to the eye contact condition. So it made them look them in the eye, and let's see what they found. In experiment one, they did have fewer sensory details and time details, some fewer hesitations, which is opposite of what you would normally think. They had some slower speech. They had increased hand and finger movement. So that's the opposite of what we would expect. They had increased eye blinks. Again, opposite of what we would expect. And they had some increased tenseness, which is not cognitive load. So most of these results are inconsistent with what we would consider the published scientific studies. So it looks like it really would not be the best way to try to interview somebody. And just to give you an idea of the differences, we'll show you on the next slide. So the two circles there just show what the control condition were, the people who didn't do anything. They just told the story, versus the liars who had to maintain eye contact. The control did not maintain eye contact. And you can see that there's not a big difference of 47% correct versus 55 and 59 versus 54. When you average it out, it just didn't work out. The overall video and audio differences were inconsequential. They were not significant. So bottom line takeaway point on this is don't have them stare into your eyes. Next slide. Like this guy. So the big three, going back to things that you should take away and remember from this, are if there are a lack of details that should be supplied, that could be indicative of a problem in their statement. If their stories or their answer or their version is implausible, if it just probably couldn't have happened, if it's unbelievable, and if there's some inconsistency in their answers. But I want to talk a little bit about inconsistency because it's actually very important when we talk about this strategic use of evidence. And there's a lot of misunderstanding about inconsistency. So let's talk about the different types of inconsistencies. Next slide. There's within statement inconsistency. So that means if you take a statement from somebody and say, tell me what happened, and they say, well, it went A, B, and C, and then later on you took them back and they said it went A, C, and B. That will be a within statement inconsistency, and it's not uncommon. People get to telling stories and then they remember, and if they're doing their job, and innocent people and truth tellers are doing their job, they tell the story, they give a free narrative, and then you take them back and you work on them with these memory enhancing, these memory recall enhancing type techniques like the cognitive interview, and bring them back and ask them to make multiple retrieval efforts and to context reinstatement, things like that. They'll go, yeah. Then they'll go, you know what? It was A, C, and B now that I think of it. That's okay. That's not unusual, and that's not necessarily indicative of a liar. Between statement consistencies, if you take a statement from me on Monday and then bring me back on Wednesday and tell me to tell the story again, I will have gone home and probably thought about it, right? And that's the whole idea of the closing. When we say the closing, we close out and tell people, I want you to go home. I know you're going to think about this. I want to give you a way to get back in contact with me. I'm going to go check some stuff out. And then I want to maybe get you back in here and tell you what we found. Tell me what you remembered. And there's an anticipation that they're going to remember things. Well, people are going to go home and they're going to think about this, and they are going to remember things that are different. And it's okay. And you should tell them that it's okay. Hey, if you find out that, something you said, you just remember, I remember it differently now. Write it down and save it for me so that when we talk, you can correct the record for me. There's something called within group consistency. That's when there are multiple people who have experienced an account, like multiple witnesses who had experienced a situation, and you ask them to give a statement, and then there's inconsistency between different people who experience the same thing, and that's not unusual. People experience and attend to things differently than others. And some people are going to see one thing and other people are going to see the other. And so, don't be surprised if between groups or within group statements are inconsistent. We would not expect, that was not abnormal. Finally, the one that will be abnormal for us is called the statement evidence consistency. Now, this is the best predictor. If there is inconsistency between the statement and evidence that you have or have developed, that's useful and that's helpful. And that's one of the underlying foundations for the strategic use of evidence technique, sometimes called the SUE technique. So next slide. For the first three, within statement, between statement, and within group consistencies, most studies have found that adults that are lying display greater consistency, right? Greater consistency. They memorize their lines, they got together and memorized their stories, and they tell the same story over and over and over again, right? So liars say the same thing over because they've memorized it. And when truth tellers add details as they reconstruct the story in their head, they reconstruct what they lived through and what they experienced in their head. So it's really, it's interesting, but a lot of people would think that if they changed their story, that's a liar. But as it turns out, that's actually indicative of truth telling. Next slide. Now, with statement evidence consistency, the liar statements are going to be less consistent with evidence that is known or information that is known. And this is the basis of the strategic use of evidence studies that have been done. And the studies provide little support for the common belief that changing the story, within statement, between statement, or within group is actually associated with lying. It's not. Let's talk a little bit about the use of evidence, if you have evidence or information. Next slide. Historically, and it's kind of funny, if you watch, historically, police disclose evidence or knowledge early on in the interview. They basically say, we got this, and this, boom, now I want you to confess. Well, the problem is that the truthful people will say, yes, that account is correct. Good liars, what they'll do is they'll make their story match what evidence you just revealed to them, okay? So if you tell them the evidence that you have and the information you have about them up front, they'll match their story or their version of what they're going to tell you to match what evidence you have disclosed to them. And you have to wonder if, one of the biggest predictors of whether or not somebody will make a statement against self-interest, whether they'll tell on themselves, is their perception of the evidence or the to be developed evidence against them. People tend to tell on themselves when they know that they're caught. So you have to wonder if through the years, police and interviewers haven't figured that out, like as a heuristic, as a shortcut, knowing that if I say I got this, and this, and I lay it down at your feet and I tell you, now I got you, maybe, you'll make it admission. I don't know. That's just my pet theory on it. But what we do know is that untrained police officers tend to disclose early evidence that they have and information that they have. So I want to talk to you a little bit about this strategic use of evidence, first published by Dr. Hartwig in 2006. Next slide. But she has published, and more than she, outside of her lab, have published many studies on this, including meta-analyses on these. I think there are 2 meta-analyses on this. It's a very well studied phenomenon, and it's really interesting. And it's a technique in where the interviewer discloses evidence or knowledge strategically throughout the interview, asking for a free narrative, hearing what they'll say, and then disclosing bits of information as you go along, dripping it, they say, just giving little bits of information and evidence as you go along to see how the liar will then have to, if a person will have to change what they've told you. So I want to talk about one of the first studies, which was the 2006 study by Dr. Hartwig in the next slide. These were police trainees, and they either were taught to use the strategic use of evidence, or they weren't. They were just taught, just go in there and interview like you would normally. Now, what happened was untrained interviewees or interviewers, excuse me, the untrained interviewers would disclose this evidence right off the bat. As soon as they said, hey, we've got this, we got a video of you, we've got your fingerprints, we've got a person that saw you in the area, right off the bat. Did you take the wallet? Now, trained interviewers who were trained in the strategic use of evidence ask for this free narrative first. Tell me everything you did from the time you got into the building until the time you left. Take me everywhere you went. And then let's just say, and what they do is, let's say they have a video of the person going up to the second floor where there's a library, and in the library there's a box, and in the box there's a wallet. Okay, and on top of, but over the wallet, there's a book covering the wallet. Now they know that they've got a video of the person going onto the second floor. They've got a witness who saw them head into the library, and they have fingerprints from the book being moved and the wallet was stolen. So those three pieces of evidence. What they would do, the trained interviewers would say, tell me everything you did from the time you left, you entered the building until the time you left. And what would happen is they'd take a free narrative from these folks. And then if the person didn't mention going to the second floor, they would ask them, is there any reason you would have been on the second floor of the building? And the person would say, well, no. Say, well, that's funny because we have a video of you exiting the stairwell on the second floor. And then the person would have to say, oh, you're right. I remember now. I did go up to the second floor to look for my friend, but then I went back down. They would say, did you ever enter the library? And no, I never went to the library. Well, that's funny because the librarian that was there at the front desk remembers seeing you. We had a picture of you. And we showed her the picture of you from the video. And the guy was like, oh, you're right. And now I remember I went to the library. I didn't go right down the stairwell. I went in the library and looked to see if my professor was in there, but I just looked around, I waved at the librarian, and I left. Is there any reason that you would, and ask him, is there any reason that we would have found, did you do anything at all in the back of the library? No, I just went to the front of the library. Well, why then do we have your fingerprints on a book that was in the back of the library? You're right. I forgot now. The professor told me go look for that book. I did go in the library, but I get it confused because I go to the library a lot. But I must have gone in that day and grabbed that book and brought it to the professor. So you can see how using bits of evidence and holding back and asking specific questions and being trained to ask specific questions can give you an advantage. And what happens is the liar's statements are less consistent with the evidence. So in this study, the things that they wanted to look at, next slide, that Dr. Hartwood looked at was how much evidence each investigator disclosed before the interviewee was asked for a free narrative. Those who were not trained in the strategic use technique basically disclosed everything. We got a video, we got your fingerprints, we got someone who's seen you, okay? Did the interrogators ask questions and disclose strategically, or did they just tell them everything up front? During the free narrative, did the person being interviewed disclose evidence-related info? Did they say I went to the second floor? Did they say I went to the library? Did they say I went up and got the book? So the innocent people who were programmed innocent to not steal the wallet were told, go to the second floor, go to the library, take this book in a box and bring it down to Professor Smith. And they would say, yeah, innocent people who didn't steal the wallet would say, I went up there, I went up to the second floor, I went to the library, I got the book, I carried the book back down. The liars who stole the wallet under the book wouldn't even mention going to the second floor or the library or touching the book, okay? So they also wanted to look at the degree of statement evidence consistency between what the truthful people disclosed, the innocent people, let's say, who didn't steal the wallet, and those who were guilty. So let's go to the next slide. So what they found in this, which was really fascinating, is that the untrained interrogators, we have a saying in the United States that they spilled the beans. Basically, they told everything about the evidence way more often than those who were trained in the strategic questioning. Those interrogators who were trained in the strategic use used the evidence to their advantage, and they strategically asked questions. Truth tellers, who were people who didn't steal the wallet, mentioned evidence-related information in their free recall much more often than liars did. And the people who were interviewed by the trained interviewers had more inconsistency. Those who had stolen the wallet were more inconsistent with the evidence overall, and that would make sense. So the next slide gives us the results of the study, and I think it's just fascinating that the trained interviewers were able to identify the liars from the truth tellers at about 85%. That's phenomenal, right? And that's very optimistic, and we should always be a little bit cautious about that until we see it replicated. But there's no doubt that there's merit in these tactics. Okay, you may not always going to get 85%. In this case, they did. The untrained, as opposed to the untrained people who spilled the beans, look at this, 56%. So there's almost a 30% difference in the ability to differentiate truth tellers from liars just by strategic use of evidence. The next slide. There's a really neat study in 2015 with 90 subjects rather, and they used the strategic use of evidence technique to influence the perception of the evidence against them. So what they would do is they would confront the interviewee, the person they were interviewing, with statement evidence inconsistencies after their free narrative. What happened was they were able to generate more inconsistencies than if they disclosed earlier, never disclosed. So what it shows is that strategic use of evidence, the technique itself, causes people to have statement evidence inconsistency, which we know is one of the most reliable ways of telling that there's a problem with their story. All right. I just want to talk about some other bad strategies I think that are taught out there in the world, and in terms of they're dangerous. How about this? They risk, next slide, they risk an increase in false admissions and false confessions and wrongful convictions. And one of them is the prisoner's dilemma, where if you have one person in one room and one person in the other, and you tell one that the other is going to tell on them unless they tell on the other person first, it becomes it's a very powerful tool, because it has been used many times in police work to get them to each tell on themselves. And it actually is a form of something called a Nash equilibrium, and it was named after Jonathan Nash, who was the person depicted in the movie A Beautiful Mind with Russell Crowe. And a Nash equilibrium is when, no matter what the other person does, your strategy should stay consistent. If it's me against you, is it better for me to confess, right, and tell on you, or to stay quiet? And no matter what you do, as it turns out, it's always better for me to confess and tell on you. And so it becomes a very powerful tool. There's many YouTube videos out there on prisoners' dilemmas, some really good ones out there. If you get a chance, Google prisoner's dilemma and go out there on YouTube, and you can watch, and you can see why mathematically it turns out that it's a very, no matter what you do, I'm better off telling on you, confessing and telling on you. Why it's a very powerful tool, because it can create, and has created, we know in the past, many false admissions turned false confessions turned wrongful convictions. The false evidence play, this is another one. You tell them that you have evidence that really doesn't exist. For example, we have a video with you on it. We have your fingerprints. That's probably not a good play. Remember, the biggest predictor of whether or not somebody will make a statement against themselves, against self-interest, whether they will tell on themselves, is their perception of the evidence against them. When you use a false evidence ploy and tell them you have evidence against them, it will induce them to be more likely to make an admission against self-interest, to tell on themselves. But you can really lose face here if you say, hey, I tell you, we got your fingerprints, and the guy knows he was wearing gloves. He knows you're lying to him, and you've lost credibility. Finally, the bluff. And the bluff has been found to be just as powerful at eliciting false admissions and false confessions as the false evidence ploy. In the United States, the cops are not allowed to, well, they can lie to a person, okay? They can lie to them, but the juries hate it. When you show them the mock juries, they just hate when the cops lie. So a lot of these, if you, instead of straight out lying to somebody, a lot of these interview and interrogation manuals are taught to bluff them, to fake them, or imply that you have evidence. Hey, we've got a video that we don't have it yet, but we're processing the video right now. And what is that video going to show? Is it going to show you, doing the bad thing? And again, if you're wrong, you really blew it. And also, it's been shown to disproportionately increase false confessions. So, but it also has been shown to increase true confessions too. So you have to kind of take it all with a grain of salt. If you're going to pull out those big guns, make sure that you get a lot, and the guy makes an admission, right? Make sure that you get post-admission narrative that corroborates what he told you. In other words, let him tell you or her tell you something that you didn't disclose to them, something that only the person should have known, special information that, that only the person who had done this, who had done the crime, if you will, would have knowledge about. And I'm going to close this session out with a little more on active listening. We've already talked about active listening some, but I want to just get a little more into it because it's so important about, with respect to what we're talking about and doing here. So we mentioned that active listening requires hard work, right? Next slide. Really, I need to have an interest and like I say, a curiosity in what you're saying. I want to hear what you say, but more importantly, what you don't say. What doesn't make sense? What's implausible? What has anomalies, in it? What is unreasonable? What lacks details that you should have given me? It's as much as what you don't say as what you do say. How you say it, I'm going to listen for things like, context. I went first, she went second. I sat here, she sat there. I'm going to listen for sensory percepts, right? What you smelt or felt or dealt or held, all the things your senses, what you saw, what you heard, right? What you felt, what you tasted, these kinds of things. So we're going to look for those kinds of things and what has changed, and what you said. And you got to listen hard, and this is hard work. Go ahead. I also tell people what a theory of mind, let me tell you what that is. It's being able to bring from or to infer from somebody their full mental state, how they would feel, what they would believe, and those kinds of things that while they're experiencing this interview. So have a theory of mind and be able to reflect on what they would be feeling if they were telling the truth and what they would be feeling if they were lying to you. Active listening, you need to listen for all those things that I mentioned to you, detail oriented and empathetic listening. And so next slide. Okay, so here's a little theory of mind. So an explanation of theory of mind, and I'll read it to you. For example, you might wonder why some friends have not phoned you for a while, and you may think that maybe you have offended them in some way, or at least think that they think you've offended them, or maybe they're trying to avoid you because they feel that your friendship, you're overbearing, you're overbearing in your friendship, or maybe they just need some space. So you phone them up and they say, hey, no, everything's fine. And then you start to wonder whether when they say that, do they really mean it? Perhaps they're just trying to keep things polite, but really wish the friendship was over. So there's little evidence of what you're thinking and feeling, but you feel it and think it anyway. And the reason I share this with you, this theory of mind, is remember this, put yourself in the other person's place. If you're a police officer, if you're an HR rep, if you're somebody who interviews people day in, day out, all the time, for you to come in and interview somebody is no big deal. You do it all the time. You come in and but for them to experience this may be, their first job interview or their most important job interview. This might be they might be a witness to a crime, and this is the first time they've ever spoken to the police. They might be an innocent suspect in a crime. Imagine what they would be feeling and try to have a theory of mind around that. Listen for what is said, as I said, and not said. Next slide. Listen for things that are less immediate. As you remember President Clinton when he said, I did not have sex with that woman. Okay, immediacy is using words to describe people, phrases to describe people, and put in them that arm's length. That supervisor or that sergeant, right? So listen for those kinds of things because they can be indicative of a person separating themselves from a person. They're not necessarily lying, but they could be, a way of a person telling you that there's something about that person they don't like and that you might need to follow up on. We've said it a dozen times. I'll say it again. Is it implausible? Could it really have happened, right? When you're listening, does the person say something and then look you in the eye to kind of check you every single time? When they say something, they stop and check to see if you're buying it. Doesn't mean that they're necessarily lying, but they're certainly checking to see if you're buying. All right. Pitch, pause duration, latency, response length, short. These are all possible indicators, but they are also possible indicators of stress. If a person starts having high pitched, fast, upset talk, you're going to need to calm them down because they're not going to be able to give you the information you seek if they can't calm down and give you, a coherent explanation of what's going on here. So you may have to calm them down. It doesn't mean that they're lying. Active listening benefits, folks. It benefits you and a truthful person. Next slide. Folks will be more willing, folks who are telling the truth will be more willing to talk to you and disclose to you when you're actively listening and provide follow-up details because you're showing them that you're paying attention. You've closed this power gap. You've brought them up, bring yourself down, bring yourself equal. They feel more at ease than as opposed to having to have been spoken down to. When you have a power gap, people are not as willing to disclose. Now, deceptive people, liars on the other hand, they notice you're paying attention. What's that going to do? That's going to impose a cognitive load on them. It's going to raise their concern. They're going to have to pay more attention to what they say. They're going to have to do more editing of what they disclose. And increasing cognitive load can help to make them increase their errors, right? Again, on active listening, next slide, never take any of these one cues or any of these cues as the sign that someone's lying. I've said it before, I'll say it again. These are just indicative of problem areas potentially that we need to just go back and maybe revisit. And as I mentioned before, they can just be stress. And stress is going to impair the disclosure of information, the ability for you to get the information you seek from this person. And the kind of things that we've talked about, things to watch are tones and other vocal cues like, pitch and, changes in behavioral moods and emotional states, and maybe how they treat you, how they speak to you, their attitude towards you, or other signs of physiological arousal. Are they sweating? They stressed out and sweating. Are they shaking? Things of that nature. You just want to pay attention to that. Active listening is an essential skill for an ethical interviewer. Next slide. if you want to do this right, you got to work hard to do it. If you don't want to work hard to do it, I don't think you'd be here taking this class with us. We feel that this class is for the people that want to improve and learn about becoming better interviewers and being able to register when we say these fine details and store them. And the only way you can do that is by paying attention to the person, by not having your cell phone there, by having your phone and your email turned off, by paying 100% attention to what they say. That's where you're going to find these fine-grained details. And some of the skills that can help you is if somebody says something, by mentally echoing what they say to you. If somebody says something, okay, he said that, okay, I'll pay that. I want to play that back in my head and remember it in your head. An unethical interviewer is the one that wants to just close it out, get the confession, and shut it down and don't care. Active listening, next slide. Some mental imaging, using what we call your mind's eye to act out and describe the episode in their head. If they're saying that they came into the restaurant first, and see it in your head, sometimes that'll just help you remember it better. If they're telling you a story and you're trying to picture it in your head, see it in your mind's eye. Never, ever, ever not ask for a drawing. Ask everybody to draw something for you. I do it all the time. Draw me a sketch of the room. Draw me a sketch of the restaurant. Draw me a sketch of the car. Who sat where? It gives you a couple of advantages. It helps you to buy time to absorb the detail, so you get a much better, more complete understanding. We say, and don't interrupt the person's train of thought. Wait till they finish talking. Right? Get pictures, get diagrams, and don't interrupt. Again, mental images will help you to better remember these fine-grained details because it forces you to pay attention to them. Finally, and closing this out here is don't be in a rush to get it wrong. That's what we've said all along, right? Next slide. Next slide is don't be in a rush to get it wrong. Please don't just figure it. You've got it figured out and then just operate on that single theory that oh, well, this happened last time I had a case like this, and that's why it's got to be like this again. Seeking rapid closure and quick resolution is not a good idea. It just raises the risk for an error. Confirmation bias, we spoke of that. Don't fall victim to confirmation bias, because what'll happen is you'll only see and hear what you believe follows your belief of how this thing went, and how what this person is lying, whether they're lying or telling the truth. So an example I have is a case where a lady, as I was a police officer, she came in, and let's just say her name was Jane Doe. It wasn't, I don't remember what it was. Jane Smith, I believe. And somebody had dropped off a prescription for a Jane Smith for drugs that weren't, they were prescription drugs. A different Jane Smith came by to pick up the prescription and tried to pick it up, but she had a different date of birth. They called the police, and the police came out and tried to arrest this lady and say that she had dropped off a phony prescription that she had gotten. Long story short is we were able to polygraph her, I did a great deal of investigative interviewing with her. It took hours. We got a lot of detail, fine-grained detail. The cops went and checked it out. Lo and behold, she was completely innocent of this fraud, of this alleged fraud. And we got a great deal of information out of it. Come to find out, she didn't do it. And she was exonerated. Plea bargaining, be cautious about that, because if you think about it, 98% of the cases in the United States are pleaded, or they're resolved through a plea bargain, usually to a much lesser offense than what the person was originally charged with. And the person has to go up in a lot of cases and say and confess to the judge, allocute to the judge, that they in fact committed a crime that they're pleading guilty to, when in fact they didn't commit that crime. They did something, either committed something else, or they just took a plea because that was the lesser of two evils. So be cautious about that. finally, in my last slide for this segment here, maximizing disclosure. Remember at the very beginning, we said we need information from them. If we had the information, we wouldn't need them, right? And we need them to talk to get it. And we need to listen. So we can't find a difference if you have nowhere to look. And you won't have anywhere to look if they're not talking. They have to talk so that we can listen. All right. And so when we come back for our next segment, we're going to talk about some tips for getting the most disclosure out of people when you're asking questions during these investigative interviews. What are some of the proven techniques we found through time that maximize the likelihood of getting good full disclosures during investigative interviews? For the next little bit of time, we want to talk about questioning, because questioning is one of the most important parts of investigative interviewing, because we need, as we said, for them, the person to whom we're speaking, to be giving us information that will help us later be able to go and check out what they said. We said if they're not talking, we're not learning, but we need to get them talking. And what is some of the more appropriate, or probably the more productive ways of getting folks to talk? And that's what we're going to spend some time with today, and try and share with you some of the things that we found and that science has found is the best way to get folks being able to provide information that you can go and check out. Remember that questioning is stressful. When you start doing this and you start practicing this, it's going to be stressful for you, and it's going to be stressful for them. And the idea behind this is that you're going to have to work really, really hard. You're going to want them to work hard, but you're going to have to work hard as well in keeping in mind, where this conversation is going, what kinds of questions you're going to ask, where they answered, and where you need to do follow up on. So when we talked about the PEACE model, the preparation part of it, one of the things is, are you prepared? And what I mean by that is your cell phone turned off? Are your computer notifications turned off? Are you going to be able to focus on what this person is saying? Have you used the restroom? Have they used the restroom? Anything that you can think about that you may need to do so that you can spend time focusing on them. We're also going to talk about managing third parties, location, timing, and how long or the duration of these interviews, and other factors that can actually interfere with this. Next slide, please. When we talked about are you prepared, I just mentioned earlier, do you have the necessary understanding and of the case facts? Are you well read in on the case, right? Do you have the knowledge to conduct this investigative interview? Do you have the skills to do so? And that's part of the reason that we're here, is to discuss skill sets and improve on skill sets to improve on our ability to conduct these kinds of interviews. How about your attitude? Are you in a place in your mind where you're ready to do this interview, or are you distracted by other things in your life or in your work that are going to keep you from giving 100% to this investigative interview? And in terms of behaviors, well, we said that attitudes guide behaviors. Are you really interested in conducting this investigative interview? As maybe silly as that may sound, it's really important that you are of an attitude and of a mindset that you are interested in doing this, because attitudes guide behaviors. And so now we're going to talk a little bit about some contrasts, some differences and factors that could potentially put up a barrier between you and the person to whom you're speaking. Are you able to be objective, right? Is this something that is so bothersome to you, this interview, or the aspects of this interview, that you're just not going to be able to be objective? Are you so, do you believe so much in your heart that this person is either innocent or guilty? Well, then you're not going to be objective. Are you, have you been subjected to some kind of cognitive biases that would keep you from being objective? Is the person that to whom you're speaking, the interviewee, are they able to be objective? We sure hope so. I mean, this is their interview, and we would hope that we're using these rapport building skills and these investigative interviewing techniques to make them want to be objective and make them want to work with us to give us information. And as we had mentioned earlier, do you have the information to conduct this interview? Interviews should not be an interview of convenience. You should have planned as a part of your planning where this interview is in your investigation. Next slide, please. How about compatibility issues? Is there such an age difference between you and the person to whom you're speaking that it could maybe create an incompatibility issue? Are there any gender biases that could be perceived or in fact actually there, either by the person, the interviewee, or by you? And then finally, cultural and ethnicity issues, especially if you're talking to someone who's of a culture where talking about taboo things like sex and things of that nature, if they're maybe of the other sex from you, that's just not something that they do. So it might be helpful ahead of time, if you know that this person is of a different culture and possibly a different, and or a different sex, to reach out to some folks who are more familiar with that culture and ask them, hey, are these the kinds of things that I can talk to this person about and I can interview them? Or are these taboo topics going to be so upsetting for the person or so something that they are just not used to talking to someone of a different age or a different sex or about, that we need to find somebody who's more compatible with them to conduct the interview. In terms of appearances, you don't want yours to be so different in appearance from the person to whom you're talking that you'll make them feel uncomfortable or that you'll make them feel that you are different than them. If you see that the person has come in and they're in relatively relaxed clothing, maybe a t-shirt and jeans, well, you probably don't want to have your best three-piece suit or a tuxedo on when you interview them. And it's simply easy enough to just take off your tie and your jacket, roll your shirt sleeves up, and talk to them that way. If there's someone of a lower socioeconomic status, you certainly don't want to go in there with a bunch of bling jewelry and a Rolex watch. Not that any of us have that kind of stuff, but I'm just saying you kind of get it. Next slide, please. Let's talk about the second interviewer. I had mentioned to you earlier, if possible, you should really avoid having another person in the room. I've seen this in a lot of times in law enforcement work where for some reason they feel like it's necessary to have someone in the room. I think it's a bad idea. I think if you audio video this investigative interview, that is going to be plenty of if you need, a lot of times people were concerned that there may be allegations of misconduct. Well, an audio video of the room is going to be plenty of defense that there was nothing like that occurred. There was nothing like that, no abuse of the person, things of that nature. Because what happens is when you bring a second person and a second interviewer into the room, and even, we've seen this with interpreters, you don't have control over that second person. So it's hard enough for you to control your own, actions and the actions of the subject, much less try to control yours and theirs and the other person's. You can't control what kind of faces they may make at the other person, at your interviewee, what kind of facial expressions they may make, maybe in disbelief, or something along the line. And so it could be an unnecessary distraction. And then potentially it sets up a 2-to-1, 2 against 1 perception in the mind of the interviewee. And so it might result in less comfort for them. So these working relationships that we've talked about, they can really be ruined by a third wheel in the room, the third wheel being the third person in the room. Sometimes you're going to need an interpreter. Next slide. Make sure that you've briefed the interpreter ahead of time, right? And you've actually talked with them and discussed with them how the investigative interview is supposed to go, that you've given them kind of a route map of how this is going to go. They should not be an intermediary. They're not there on behalf or to play intermediary on behalf of the person being interviewed. They're there to convey information between you and the interviewee. They can alert you if there's a problem, but they shouldn't explain your question to the interviewee. If the interviewee doesn't understand your question, then they need to let you know there's a problem with that. And then you need to rephrase the question, because what you don't want them to do is have the latitude to start ad-libbing, adding in extra material to your question. And the same thing with the person's answer. You don't want them adding to the person's answer. They should tell you exactly what the person said when they responded. From a suitability standpoint, you want obviously an appropriate language match. Maybe if you're talking to someone in Spanish that speaks Spanish from, let's just say, Mexico, their Spanish may be different from, say, Spain. Okay, so is there a language match? Are they qualified as an interpreter? Ideally, they would be someone who has been like a court-appointed person, someone who has passed some kind of test to show that they have the requisite knowledge and ability to translate in that language. Do they have police experience, or are they non-police experience? And it depends on where you're doing this interview as well. Again, there's these obvious potential barriers of a 2 against 1, that's why we don't want them as an intermediary. Friends, using a friend or a family member is probably not the best idea for picking an interpreter, though. If that's what you got and that's all you're left with, then that might be what you have to do. We're going to talk a little bit now about interview location. Next slide, please. Whether it's a witness or a suspect in a case, or possibly an applicant or a current employee, where is the best place to interview? Well, if it's a witness or a complainant / alleged victim, you probably don't want to necessarily put them in a stark interrogation room, right? Possibly you would want a warmer room with a more openness to it. Because again, if they're an alleged complainant or alleged victim or a complainant, they've already been likely traumatized. So, try to make it as warm an environment as you can. That's going to depend on what you have for resources, and can you record what's being said and done. We recommend audio, video recording everything, starting before the person enters the room and ending after they leave the room. If nothing else, carry a digital recorder with you, and you can use these small digital recorders and they'll do just fine for you. If it's a suspect, the best place obviously is going to be an interview / interrogation room at a police department, because those rooms are generally set up with good recording capabilities, good monitoring capabilities. But if it's a suspect and it's on the scene, or if it's somewhere other than a less desirable place than the police department, sometimes you just have to make do, which is why, again, we recommend that you carry with you a digital recorder. What if it's an applicant or a current employee? Should you have a designated testing location? We believe you should. It doesn't have to be a stark interrogation room. In fact, many of the EyeDetect testing locations that I've seen through the years now are inside of rooms that's double for other reasons, and so they're not not necessarily like an interrogation room or even a polygraph suite. It should be open and inviting if possible, but just somewhere where they can focus on taking the EyeDetect test. And if you're interviewing them afterwards, it should be an open and inviting room where you can focus on conducting an investigative interview, and they're not going to feel like they're a suspect because these people are employees and applicants. Want to consider a little bit about timing, what time of day. Humans generally, most of us have adjusted our biological clock to go to bed or to go to sleep sometime in the evening, like between 10 and 11 or 12 o'clock. And we wake up somewhere from, 6 a.m. to, depending on how many hours you sleep, to 8 a.m., something like that. What we found and what science has found is that folks are less efficient between midnight and 8 a.m. I can tell you, as a young police officer, the worst shift for me was the midnight shift, and around 4 in the morning, 5 in the morning, somewhere around there, maybe 3:30. Those are the worst couple of hours for me. It was the hardest thing to do, to stay awake. And if any of you have worked a midnight shift or had to stay up all night, you know that that's a really, really tough time for humans. People get progressively less efficient mentally as in the mid evening hours on. So you start to get into the 5, 6, 7, 8 o'clock type times. They're just less efficient. They're tired. They've been up all day. Their brains have been working and thinking. Mid-morning into early evening is probably the best time. If you could go somewhere from like 10 to 2, if I had to give you, a really an opportune time, that 10 to 2, 10 to 4 maybe is probably the best, but I say 10 to 2. Some other things to consider: is there does the person need medication? That's why we ask them at the very beginning of interviews. We talk about suitability. Is there anything that you'll need to do in terms of medicine or anything like that you need to take? Are there religious observances? If they need to pray at a certain time, do you need to know that? Yes, you need to know that, because you don't want to insult them by keeping them from, praying at that time, if that's what they do at that time of day. And it's a good thing to know ahead of time, and it's a good thing to know and discuss. And I think if you've got an interviewee that you find, if they show up with a prayer rug, for example, or you're talking to them and you know that they're, let's say, of the Muslim faith, well, you should know that there are different times of the day that they pray. Now, you don't have to be an expert in the Muslim faith, but showing consideration to them, just asking, hey, I know that a lot of times folks need to pray during the day and during the certain times of day. What if any time do you need to take breaks so that you can observe any religious, observation or observance that you have? And that's actually shows that you're caring and considerate towards that person. Lunchtime, if you're interviewing somebody over the lunch period, hopefully ask them, have you had anything to eat? Did you have breakfast this morning? If it's noon and they haven't had breakfast, and you're talking about, taking this investigative interview through to 2 o'clock, maybe the last meal they had was last night for dinner, and it's now 2 o'clock, you'll be coming up on 20 hours without food. People don't function well when they're starving. They just don't think well, think clearly. Now, we realize that sometimes you just got to do this, right? I mean, we know that the urgency comes in, and we're not saying that, this is how you always have to do it, but we understand that at times there's an urgency, and you just have to go for it and try to get, do the best you can given these other constraints. Talk a little bit now about duration. How long do we go, right? We said, and we explained to you, that this active listening is difficult at what you're going to do, and listening hard to that person and making them talk to you in detail. Number one, it's hard for you to listen in detail. It's hard for you to get them to speak in detail. So you're going to be working, and we're just not used to doing that. And you'll see when you start doing these things, you'll be exhausted. And it's really, paying attention is just challenging. And so you're going to need a break, right? And they're going to need a break. And the problem is, when you put people under pressure, it becomes even more challenging. So what I would tell you is, I would not go more than 40 minutes at a time, 40 minutes and take a break. You've been listening hard. you've been pushing them to speak and talk, and you've been pushing them hard. People need to use the restroom. They need to give their brain a break. You need to assess what you've learned so far, so that when you go back into it, you know where this now next open-ended question hopefully will lead you. And so these are very, challenging things. And so you can use breaks strategically to rest yourself, to rest, to give them a rest, and also plan for the next step in the interview. Some of the factors that affect attention and mental performance, next slide: drugs and alcohol, obviously. Medications that people need to take, during the day. If they're not taking their meds, this could be a problem for them. They may not be able to focus. Younger people tend to be able to, when I say younger, like, preteens and young teens. And so they have a harder time focusing than young adults do. Older folks have a little bit of a hard time focusing for long periods of time. Clearly, mental limitations. You can imagine that, if somebody's has a lower IQ, it's hard for them to focus to begin with, much less to focus for a long period of time. If they've worked an overnight shift and they're fatigued, they haven't gotten sleep, or heaven forbid they have low blood sugar, right? Because they're diabetic and they haven't eaten. These are all things that can affect somebody, as well as dehydration, which is why we offer them water. Give them water and have water bottles around. As they talk, their voice is going to get scratchy and dry, and giving them water will help. Some other factors, next slide: caffeine or nicotine. If it's a person who's used to drinking coffee every morning and they didn't get their cup of coffee, they can develop a caffeine headache, and they're not going to be able to focus well for you. Nicotine, people who smoke, if you know that they smoke, if you can smell it on them, or that you ask them if they smoke, make time for smoke breaks for them. The difficult conversations that you're going to have inherently are going to involve, some kind of emotional reactions from folks, because you're asking them about things that they don't necessarily want to talk to you about. So there's very, very possible that these things like embarrassment or possibly guilt or even shame could come into play if it's a criminal case, or even if it's a pre-employment applicant, and they have to admit to you transgressions that maybe they've never told anybody else, and you can expect that these are going to be emotional distractions which stand in the way of people trying to remember things. If they've been a complainant, and if they are a complainant in a case or alleged victim, maybe they feel some guilt about maybe being somewhere they shouldn't have been, or they think they shouldn't have been, and that causes them embarrassment, or they're embarrassed about what happened to them, or they're ashamed about what happened to them. All those emotions are going to be counterproductive towards getting information out of people. And so we have to kind of work with that and understand that if they're there, you have to maybe have that discussion with them that, hey, listen, this is a no judgment zone. We are not judging you here at all. We're just trying to get information to help resolve this. Anxiety, fear, apprehension, all of these things could cause problems. So there's some concepts, suggestibility and compliance, that I wanted to say. If the person is willing to go along, because they may be willing to go along because they've done it, or they might just go along even though they know they didn't do it. And the difference is, suggestibility means that, hey, I'm suggestible. You can get me to believe that I actually did it, even maybe though I didn't do it. And compliance means they're just doing it to go along because they're just being compliant to an authority figure. So you want to be careful about those kinds of things. Remember the engage and explain, next slide, the E in the peace model, right? When you meet this person, you engage with them, right? And that's going to be their first opportunity to size you up. It's going to be your first opportunity to probably size them up as well. This is probably one of the most important parts, is meeting this person and engaging and explaining to them. We talked about the route map or the road map. What are we going to do? What's this going to look like? We're going to take breaks. What do you expect from them? What should they expect from you? I'm going to ask you maybe to draw some pictures. Again, I encourage you not to take notes if you don't have to. And we've talked about audio, video, and why, and the who, what, starting with the who, what, where's, and when's once they walk into the room. And then, of course, any rights advisements that are required. A little more about engage and explain in the next slide. If you give them the expectations, right? Remember the contract we talked about. What are we expecting from them in order to be successful here? They should be there to help, they should want to be there to help move this thing forward, to show they didn't do what this is, whatever this is, to get this job, to help find somebody who did something to them. But cooperation is the key, right? And we tell them, hey, please don't leave out anything. Start before the beginning, end after the end. If something pops into your head while you're talking to me, just say it, even if it's not well what we were talking about at the time. If you just remember something, say it. Use your hands if you want to show me something. Draw pictures for me. Anything that helps. We're going to work together to get this thing done. Next slide. There's no rush. I won't rush you. I also want you to just take a minute and get your thoughts together before you answer my questions. I may need to stop you from time to time just to make sure that I'm following and that I know where we're at. And I may need to follow up with some questions just to clarify things in my mind. And it's perfectly fine to say, I don't know, or I can't answer that for you. I just can't, I don't know. And it's okay to say, I don't understand. Mark, can you ask me again? Can you ask me in a different way? I don't get it. I would recommend that you, if you buy this book that we talked about, Investigative Interviewing, you're going to find in there a page that has a contract like this. But if you save this training, I would recommend that you write down these things and have them on a laminated piece of paper in front of you and go over the contract, if you will, with these people, the expectations, because if you do that, you're not going to forget, right? If you've got on a list and explain to them why we're doing it. We're doing this because we want to get as much information as possible from you. When we're talking about a witness and asking them what happened, it's very, very similar to what we do with someone as a suspect in a case, because every suspect in a case is a potential witness to their own alleged crime, right? And but the strategic use of evidence is probably not used. I just threw this in there when we're talking to a witness, because we're not trying to trick witnesses. We're just trying to get as much from them as what, from them as we can about what happened here. So I want to talk a little bit now about what are the characteristics of a good question. Okay. And the reason for that is good questions help move us forward. Bad questions move us backwards. Good questions help us to maintain this rapport, or at least to try to maintain any rapport that we've had. And they're consistent with rapport building techniques that we've already talked about. So a good question is relevant to the issue, right? It relates to what we're here to talk about. And it relates to, and it's relative to what this person can contribute to the interview. You don't want to ask them a question that they could not possibly answer, because right away they're going to feel bad about not being able to answer it, or they're going to be mad about you asking them. They'll be mad at you for asking them a question that you should know they can't answer. So those are rapport killers. The question should be respectful. As difficult as these conversations are, they should not be pitched. These questions should not be thrown at this person in a way, or asked of this person, that's embarrassing or oppressive. They should seek new information. They should be sensible. The person should say, this makes sense. I understand why he is asking this question. That should make sense to them, rather than them saying, why would he ask me something like this, right? And again, back to the sensitive to the person's ability to understand and give information about the question. Questions should be clear and concise, and we should try and maintain them to one question at a time. Let ask a question and let the person answer, and make it clear and sincere and not misleading or deceitful. People will very quickly pick up on questions that are trick questions, that are trying to basically trying to trick them, and are not sincere. Why ask a good question? Next slide. Well, why are we asking the question, right? Are we, we're really seeking information? That should be the primary reason for asking a question, to seek information, right? Later on, maybe, and very cautiously, we can confirm information. Most open-ended questions are asked and pitched in a way to seek information. Only later on will we want to cautiously and judiciously use confirming or confirmation seeking questions, right? And how the question is phrased affects how the person perceives it, right? Their attitude towards the question. And remember, their attitude guides their behavior. So how you ask a question can have a profound effect on how the person responds. If you ask the person, so is it fair to say that you committed this crime? Well, that's not a really nice way of asking the person that question. And they're going to be put on the defensive, right? And what's the point in that question, right? That's a question that's getting them to make an admission and not seek information. So that's a kind of question that's going to upset people. We want to ask questions that give that person the perception and that we're really wanting information from them. I want you to explain for me this. Could you mind telling me this? So can you describe this for me? And record the responses, and don't take notes, because as soon as you start writing down stuff, you've stopped listening, okay? And you've also interrupted them and their mindset. So we mentioned this a little while ago. Next slide, about good and bad questions. So good questions move us forward. They get the person thinking. They help facilitate disclosure. Bad questions are confusing. Those that alienate people, make them feel bad. They're only going to move you backwards. And we're going to talk in a little bit here about what are risky questions. Risky questions are okay to use at times, but I would use them very sparingly, and I would use them very later on in the interview. So good questions, right? So questions that when we talk about prompting strategies, getting people to start talking. How do you get someone to start talking? Well, the first thing is, a topical question. For example, tell me about your work, right? The topic is just tell me about the place that you work, right? Something like that. An echo probe we've mentioned before is we repeat what's said, and the person says, yeah, okay, I did this, I did that, and then I went to the bank. And then they stop talking. You say, okay, you went to the bank? And what we're trying to do, without parroting, being a parrot, we can very carefully use echo probes to tell them, hey, I'm not taking the talking turn back yet. I want more information from you. Silence, right? We've spoken to this earlier. When there's silence, the person stops talking. And if you don't start talking and fill in the gap, let it hang for a minute, they may very well continue to talk, because what you're saying is I did not take the talking turn back. Observation questions are things like, well, tell me what you saw that day. Just tell me everything you saw that day when you got there. Statement questions, same kinds of things, like tell me everything you heard, right? And then when we talk about minimal prompts, what we mean is, mm-hmm, uh-huh, uh-huh, mm-hmm, those kinds of things. It keeps people talking. Nodding your head and making these mm-hmm sounds, that keeps people talking. That shows them that you're listening, right? Open questions, I call them TEDs. Tell, explain, describes. These are probably some of the best ways to start off a free narrative with somebody. Tell me everything that happened from the time you left home till the time you got to work. Can you explain to me everything you saw from when you walked into work that day until the so-and-so called the police? Can you describe to me everything you remember about the person that you saw rob the bank? Okay. Then there are parameter questions, which are also very good. And they kind of fit in with the tell me what, tell and explain and describe from this to that. So they obviously, tell me everything from this to that, explain to me everything from that. And you're using time frames and trying to focus in on certain areas of the interview. And then follow-up questions. Remember, we said these are probes or probing questions. Direct ones are what we call the who, what, where, when, why, how, those kinds of things. Who did you see come into this office that day? What did you hear? Where were they standing when this happened? Those kinds of things. And then what are called trailer questions. You give some facts. So you were in the office that day, sitting at your desk, and then what happened, right? And so those are good follow-up or probing strategies. Personally, I think the TEDs are the best ones that we have out there to get things kicked off. Next slide, improving on question. At first, it may be hard for a person to starting out doing this investigative interviewing to kind of figure out, okay, what am I going to do here? What's a good question? Which is why I say the tell, explain, and describes are really good ways to start. They could sound repetitive after a while, but maybe, just remember, this is not your first interview. This may be very, very much so their first interview with somebody in your position and your status. So they don't know what to expect. So if that helps you to get the conversation going, then by all means, use the tell, explain, and describes. And you can use them to keep this thing going with the necessary parameters in there. But tell me everything between this and that. Explain to me what happened from that point on to there. Something like that. Practicing other strategies will help you improve that with using echo probes. And you can even practice this at home. With your friends or your family members, when you're out and you say, if somebody's talking to you and they're saying, yeah, man, we went to a baseball game and this guy hit a home run. You go, he hit a home run? And then the guy's going to keep going, yeah, it was great. He was up to bat. It was 3-2, and they'll just keep telling you. You can see how you can practice these. Or if a person is talking to you, man, and I went to the store and then this guy, he cut me off and I was really mad. Mm-hmm. Wow. If you look at him and be quiet, he's going to go, yeah, wouldn't you be? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would be. You'll see what happens if you use these periods of silence. People will continue to talk. And as you get more and more experienced, you'll see that you're going to find that you're able to use more and more of these. Well, let's get on the subject of bad questions for a minute. These are not productive questioning strategies that people have found over the years. And you'll probably be able to see why. Leading questions, isn't it a fact? Like you hear lawyers do that all the time to witnesses on the witness stand, right? And when they try, all they want to do is direct a person to answer a way that they want to hear. Well, isn't it a fact that? And as soon as you hear that, you're like, I don't like this. Or what we call taunting or teasing leads. Oh, surely you're not saying that you didn't see this, right? Well, what does that say to the person? I'm calling you a liar, basically. Or implying something. Well, you knew it was wrong when you did, right? Well, what is that going to make a person? You knew it was wrong to go out after midnight, didn't you? If let's say you were interviewing a witness or a complainant / alleged victim, and you ask them, well, you knew it was wrong to go out that late at night by yourself as a woman, wasn't it? That's a terrible question. She's not going to want to talk to you. Forced choice, was he tall or short? That's a very, very bad question. You can say, can you describe his height? Filling the pause. This is when people get nervous. Newer interviewers, we see this typically, are inexperienced interviewers who can't stand the silence. That they want to take back the talking turn immediately as soon as the other person finishes speaking. They can't use silence to move it on. And when you fill in the pause, as soon as the person stops speaking, if you fill in the pause, they're not going to say anything more. Because remember, you're pitching and they're catching, right? And then very long and convoluted questions, we call them marathon questions, like running a marathon. They last forever and ever. And you see this at press briefings here in the United States, when a lot of times when they don't get a chance to ask the questions all that often. So when a person gets picked on to ask a question at the press briefings, they ask about 5 questions all at once, right? And that's a marathon question. Hypothetical questions are not good questions. They're, well, if you were the person who stole it, why would you steal it? Right? That's just not really a great question. Why would you do something like, why would a person do something like that? Well, they stole it because they wanted it, right? I can answer that question right now. But that's not really necessarily a great question. We've talked about parroting, repeating everything back, and then you sound like a parrot and on a pirate's shoulder. You don't want to be a parrot. Some other bad questions. So we said avoid leading or force choice, the pause, the marathon. We said, if you're going to do these, boy, use them very cautiously, right? And the purpose of the slide is I would say don't do it if at all possible. They increase the risks of a potential false admission, term false confession. And they certainly are not fostering good relationships, a good working relationship between you and the person to whom you're speaking, the interviewee. They're going to put them in a position of being uncomfortable. All right, we're going to talk a little bit about risky questions now. You can use closed yes, no's, but make sure you wait, right, till you're near the end, after you've gotten information out of them, before you go to these forced choice or yes, no, closed type questions. So an example is, did you hear the woman tell you stop? Yes. Okay. Tell me about that. So it's okay to use that kind of a question to get to a certain place. You don't want to lead with it. That should not be with what you're leading. If the person says, we were doing this, we were doing that, let's say it's a sexual assault case. And you can say, well, did you ever hear the person tell you, did you hear her say stop? And if the guy says, yes, I did. Well, tell me about that. Well, I heard her and then I stopped, right? So you can use these to kind of guide follow-up questioning, but just think about what you're doing. You're not using them to trap somebody. You're using them to focus and to more focus the investigative interview on an area that you want to maybe follow up on, right? So when in terms of learning how to trigger, next slide, please, initial responses. No, I can't give you a one size fits all strategy, but I can tell you that when first starting out, the tell, explain, and describes with a parameter, really, they tend to be the easiest way to kick off, to ask a free narrative, to start a simple free narrative. You can start with a yes, no. For example, let's say there was a car and or in this case, it's a desk, and there were some drugs found in a desk drawer. And you can ask the person, well, were those drugs found in your desk, right? And if the person says no, you can say, okay, well, tell me what you know about that. And if they say yes, well, tell me how you think they might have gotten there. That kind of stuff, I guess. But basically the best way to trigger a initial response is with a open-ended free narrative, something like a tell, explain, or describe with some parameters around it, so that the person has some guidance as to when to start and where to end. Next slide. Remember, we talked about when we first came in, we were going to give them an idea of how this interview is going to go. And so let's say if we're going to talk about a topic, say, okay, John, I just want to remind you, one of the topics to go over is how you got into that car where the police where the police found the drugs. Now, I want you to take your time and then tell me everything you remember about how you got, how you came to be in that car. That will be a topic question. A statement question will be, well, tell me about your relationship with the driver of that car. Now, I want you to take your time, right? And, give it some thought. Tell me about that. And so what you're doing is you're pausing. And, once you've stated what this is going to be about, tell them to take their time, remind them to take their time and to give you as much detail as possible. An example of a parameter question we've gone over this next slide is, what did you do between time A and time B? The time you got to work and the time you left work, the time you got in the car and the time the police stopped the car. And then here's an example of some trailer question. Okay, so you arrived in the car when it was stopped. The police found drugs under the seat in front of you. Now that car had been rented an hour before the police stopped. Share with me, how do you think that happened? How can you account for that for me? And ask and give it back to them, pitch it back to them. That's a trailer question. So when somebody gives you a response, right? So you're going to trigger this initial response, right? That's the goal. And if the person responds back, hopefully they'll respond to your question, to what you asked them, right? But what if they don't? What happens if the person starts talking about something completely different? Next slide. Well, stay calm, right? And consider what you want to do. So I call this redirecting using social skills. If you've asked them to describe everything that happened from the time they got into the car till the time the police stopped the car, and they start telling you about what they did before they got in the car. Well, I left work that day and I walked home and I went to my house and, then I was playing some Xbox. And so that they're not talking about what you asked them to talk about. So you can interrupt gently and say, hey, hang on, can I just jump in for a second? This is great. You're giving me really good detail. This is the kind of detail that I want you to continue to give me. And I want to go over that part a little later, but right now, can I get you to tell me about, with that much detail, and I want you to stop and think about it before you answer for me, as much detail as you can about everything that happened from the time you got into that car until the police stopped it. Go ahead. So you can redirect them back. So don't get mad. Don't say, I didn't ask you about that. I asked you what happened when you got in the car. Maybe they're trying to give you as much detail as possible, and they thought that you wanted to hear about what happened before they got in the car. You don't know, but if you yell at them and you admonish them, they're not going to want to give you information. What happens if somebody responds and gives you a really nice full account, good free narrative of what happened? Next slide, please. Well, the best thing you could do is summarize it, making sure that you got it the way they meant it to be gotten, the way you understood it, the way that you grasped it, the way they intended for you to understand it. It shows that you listen to them and that you have an understanding of their version of the account. You want to thank the person and remind them that you're going to need to contact them again. And this is the close. That was the closing part, right? Now, usually you're going to get a free narrative and a good account, and then you're going to focus in on parts of that free narrative. And if the person continues to give you good information, and once you're finished with them, this is what we're talking about. Summarize everything, thank them for what they've done and all the hard work. Tell them that you've done great. You've done what I asked. You know that I've said to you that we're going to need you to, maybe we might need to follow up with you on some things. Here's how you get in touch with me when you remember more things. How can I get in touch with you? We're going to go out and check these things out, and I may need to follow up with you on some clarifying things. That's okay, right? Yeah, okay, great. And thank them and send them on their way. So what happens if, remember we were talking about the assess, ACCESS, problem accounts, right? Problem with the stories, problem with their version of what they're telling you. Remember, we talked about a thin account that lacks detail. They're not willing to give you detail. Remember, we said if it's unreasonable, if it doesn't make sense, it's implausible. If they can't give you detail or struggle to give you detail, they should give you that's a problem, right? So we don't want to accept it. Next time. It could just be a truthful person who's just using what we call a minimization strategy because they didn't remember that you want detail, right? And so if that's the case, you don't want to yell at them. You could say, you want to be very kind with them and say that's nice. But remember when we initially spoke, I told you that I need you to give me a lot of detail. Okay, I really want to give me a lot of detail about this. And so can you go back and let's go again on this one and give me more detail next time? Or it could be a liar trying to use what we call a passive approach toward lying, right? Just going to lie as little as possible. I'm going to speak as little as possible. So like I said, you tell them what the problem is and review the expectations and say, hey, let's go again. What about if somebody gives you what we call a pat account? A pat account means they give you the same exact thing over and over and over again, right? Usually in chronological order, and that there may be some inconsistencies between their statement and evidence that you have. I would ask them to go through it again and see if they repeat the statement the same way. If they say it the exact same way again, then it's time to go work backwards. And remember, we talked about the reversal. Okay, well, you told me what, you started, then you went through all these things, and then you ended up at the bank, and then you ended up at home. What I want you to do is start at home and work backwards. Where were you before you got home? And tell me how you got there. And work them backwards. And then, okay, so where were you before you were at the bank? And tell me how you got there. And so you work it backwards. You don't challenge them and call them a liar. And then what you want to do is you want to acknowledge that they gave you detail, but the problem is if they're giving it to you the exact same way, they're not working to try and remember anything. If there's little or no change, that could be concerning, because truthful people who are working will often remember new details. All right, and probe the story piece by piece. Next slide, please. The pause. Okay, the pause is incredibly important. The concept of a pause. Pausing benefits everybody. Okay, when you pause, right, the turn to talking is passed to the other person. The talking turn is passed over. So when I stop talking, I'm passing you the talking turn, right? And if you tell them, I want you to take your time and think about it, and while you're pitching the question to them, I'm going to ask you this question. I want you to think about this, put yourself back in the time and the place and the space, and think about what the weather was like and the lighting and what you were in the mood that day. And I want you to answer this question for me, but don't answer immediately. Give yourself a little bit of time to do those things that I just asked, putting yourself back in that place and space and time and mindset. And what was it like? And then tell me everything you remember from the time you walked into the bank until the time that the police arrived. And then you stop and then give them some time, right? Pausing benefits them. It gives that person time to think, gives you time to think, allows you opportunity to focus and to attend. Remember these fine-grained details of that you're getting. These details, what you're listening for and some to hear, and sometimes what you're listening to not hear, or what the person says, and more importantly, sometimes what they don't say. So pausing really benefits everybody. Next slide. 2 to 3 seconds is a natural pause. But by most people's standards, 5 seconds is not overbearing. 7 seconds may be conceived or perceived as pressuring. And you can practice this at home with your friends and your family. If you're talking with them and you get them in a conversation, and then say something to them, and then have them say something back to you, and then pause. Don't answer right away, and watch how long it takes. If they'll start talking and filling in, right, and continuing to talk, and then don't talk again when they stop. And at some point in time, see how long it takes before they go, "What's wrong with you, man? Are you listening to me?" So but you can practice this outside of work and get a feel for just how much you can push people. Um, Pausing really varies, obviously with the type of question. So long recall questions require a lot of mental effort, right? And they require a longer pause. So you would expect a person, if you said, "I want you to tell me everything you did from the time you got up this morning until the time you ended up in my office at the police station. And I want you to think about it. And I want you to don't answer right away. I want you to really give it some thought and take yourself through the day and mentally picture these things and think about your mood and the time and the play, and just give yourself some time." Okay, so when you're ready, go ahead. Well, this person may be doing exactly what you're asking them to do and taking a lot of time, right, in trying to do exactly what you said. So don't fill in the pause. Don't say something just because they haven't spoken. They may very well be doing what you asked them to do. So give some time. Now, a simple recall shouldn't need a big pause, and you can politely push them forward, like, "Go ahead, I'm listening." Very long silences could make you seem stubborn, and don't become stubborn at the risk of losing the rapport that you've worked so hard to build. If they're not talking and you see that you'll sense that they're not going to talk, say, "I'm listening." They may say, "I don't have anything else for you." Okay, then let's move on to the next thing. Just move on. Don't try and push this person beyond, their comfort zone, and don't try to push them at the risk of ruining these rapport building skills you have practiced on them, and these investigative interviewing skills that you've been practicing on them. When you don't pause, the absence of a pause or quick paced is a quick paced interview. You might have seen this on TV where somebody's interviewing somebody on these police TV shows, and they go, we call rapid questioning. They ask them a question. "Yeah, and then what happened? Oh, okay. What did you do next? No, and then what did you do?" And then and they're called rapid questioning, and it's just a terrible interview tactic. One is you're not getting information out of the person. Two is you're not allowing them an opportunity to respond to you completely. If they're a liar, they're happy because they never have to answer. Just yes, no, no, yes, no, 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 yes, no. And truthful people will become frustrated, and they'll just become used to or conditioned to being silent. Usually we see these kinds of tactics with inexperienced or untrained people who want to be a powerful person. They want to show this other person they're the authoritarian, they have an authoritarian complex. They're the authority in the room. And a person being interviewed will conclude that you didn't keep your promise, right? If you didn't keep your promise, well, then you probably don't expect me to keep mine. You're really not interested in what I have to say. You told me you were, but I don't believe you anymore. They may use what we call less is best strategy and keep quiet just to get out of this interview. Because if you're doing this to a person, I can assure you they're not happy to be there. Most people are probably not happy to be there and being questioned anyway, but you're making it much, much worse. And finally, you think about how this would look, right? What would this look like on video when a jury or a judge or somebody like that is going to look at this? How are you going to look like a bully? Okay. All right. So at this point, we're going to take a break and come back. When we come back, we're going to talk about some ways to help folks remember better if they're going to cooperate with this interview. And it's going to be some of these ideas that are based on the cognitive interview. Well, welcome back. Again, I'm Mark Handler, the Director of Professional Services for Converus, and we're going to continue on into our last segment here, where we're going to continue talking about questions and follow-up question, in this case, probing. But I wanted to start out just talking a little bit about some concepts that we call guided memory retrieval tactics. And these are just some things I want to share with you because I think it's really important to have an appreciation for where some of these things came from, these ideas came from, and how, and some of the tactics that can be used to help people remember things better. Most of these are based on something called the cognitive interview. And the cognitive interview has been around for a very long time. There have been a number of studies on it. There are books written on it. The two gentlemen that created it are still teaching, I believe, about it, but others have recognized the incredible worth of it in terms of getting information out of people and have incorporated it into their own work. So just just a couple of things for you to think about. That these aspects of good guided memory retrieval tactics: friendliness, patience, and support. In other words, that's telling the person, that's the kind of detail that I want. That's great. Now, what I'd like you to do is take that approach and use that same approach and that same level of detail. Tell me everything that happened from this point to that point, being very positive. And at the beginning, when you're giving them the instructions for these open-ended questions, you want them to report everything. Right? I want everything that you remember, everything that comes into your mind, everything that you think about, just say it. And when it comes to your mind, say it, even if it doesn't fit what you're talking about at the time. I want you to be in charge of this. And what's called transferring control. We're giving control back to the person today. As we close out this section, we're going to focus and continue to focus on good follow-up questioning, probing questioning, and how to facilitate disclosure from people. But I wanted to take just a moment to talk to you about some guided memory retrieval tactics, just to familiarize you with them. These are the kinds of things you can do that will help people better remember details and better provide details with when they're giving you a free narrative. And we've talked about these things, but I want to just kind of show you and formalize them here in a sense as we get ready to get into probing and such. These are based on the cognitive interview. It's been around for a very long time. There have been many studies on the cognitive interview and how well it facilitates increased disclosure and increased memory of information. The aspects of it are to be a positive, friendly and patient and supportive interviewer, praising their efforts, thanking them for working hard. At the beginning, before we start with the free narrative, we're going to ask them, I want you to report everything. Start before the beginning, end after the end. And if something comes into mind that, even doesn't fit even what you're talking about at the time, that's okay. Just say it, because say it while it's on your mind. You're in control here. This is what we call transferring control. You are in control. I want you to be the person that's taking the lead on this, and you're going to be working very hard because we've agreed that you would. And what we're doing here is, again, we're bringing them up to the level of where we are and giving them control and telling them that they're the most important person in the room. We've talked about context reinstatement. I want you to focus on what you were thinking about, what you were feeling, what you were hearing, what was the weather like that day, where were you standing when this happened, these kinds of things. And we call multiple retrieval efforts. So what we're going to do is, if the person tells us a free narrative and they give us, and then let's say it was a bank robbery, and I went into the bank, and then I was standing in line and I was filling out my forms, and the bank robbery happened, and they go into the details and say, okay, what I want you to do is, that was great. Take me back to while you were filling out the forms. I want you to think about, just give me a minute here and think about what you were thinking about, what you were feeling, and start from where you first started filling out the forms and tell me everything again that you remember and saw and heard as we go right from that point until the time the police came. And what it's called multiple retrieval efforts. Now, you don't want to do this over and over and over again because you'll start to upset people, but you can make several attempts at retrieving, and people tend to remember more. You could say, okay, now wait a minute, now tell me this. Okay, then you said after you heard the bank robber say, get on the ground, you got on the ground, and then you heard all this noise, and then you just stayed there until the police came and said, okay, everybody get up. What I want you to think about is while you were lying on the ground, right? Just when the police came in, and you stood up, right? Tell me what you were thinking, but just before you were lying down on the ground. Tell me what you were seeing. Tell me what you were hearing, and then go backwards. Remember, reverse order. Um, and sometimes we can do a change perspectives, but you want to use this judiciously, and I wouldn't recommend it necessarily unless you read the book on the cognitive interview. But what this is it's like, what do you think what would the teller have seen from their perspective? And so sometimes changing perspectives is good, but sometimes it can actually end up being problematic because people make stuff up. So, all right, now I just wanted to cover that with you. We're going to move on now to probing, follow-up questioning. The ideal investigative interview starts with a free narrative, right? And we get everything from before the beginning to after the end. Now, you as the interviewer should probably know what is most important, what aspects of that free narrative are more important to you than others. So what you're going to do is then once you get the free narrative, you're going to find a topic that is most important to you and open up that topic. So for example, okay, so again, so you said you went into the bank. Okay, let's talk about you going into the bank, right? And this is where this is where you can probe, right? And ask follow-up or probing type questions. Again, tell me what you did while you were in the bank. If there's something that doesn't fit, for example, we said challenge inconsistencies. If the person says they went to the bank and then to the store, and then later on they're talking like, yeah, I went to the store and then to the bank, you say, hey, listen, I know we were talking earlier. You said you went to the bank and then the store. Now you're saying you went to the store and then the bank. Can you clarify that for me? Because I might have misunderstood you. So no, I went from the bank to the store. Okay, fine. Tell me what happened when you got to the store. That leads to the next question. Okay, and so what I'm hearing you say is you got to the store and you did this and you did that, and then you summarize this. And so when you left the store, you said you had the money in your pocket and you went to your office. Tell me everything you remember from the time you got into your office until the time you noticed that the money was missing. So you see what I'm doing is I'm using one topic, I'm opening it up, right? We're probing, if necessary, challenging, and that should lead to the next question, right? If there is a next question or a follow-up question to help us clarify things. And then we summarize our knowledge of this and link it to the next topic. And then, so it looks something like this next slide here, right? We open it up. It's an open-ended question. We probe if necessary, we summarize, we link it, and then we move to the next question. And that's kind of what it looks like as you move. And because what you're doing is you're taking this person and you're basically breaking up their big story into chunks, and focusing in these. This is when we talk about these, when we talk about the cognitive interview, the multiple retrievals. This is what we're actually doing. We're making multiple retrieval efforts in chunks, in smaller pieces, right? And having them revisit those. So when you're deciding what to probe on, pick a section. Go ahead to the next slide, please. And a section or a part of the story, something that happened in the story, or some episode where you think there might be some issues or concerns with what you heard in the story. In other words, you're using these probes to probe and follow up on potential problems where you've heard like something that just didn't make sense, or something that was unreasonable, or something that just lagged detail, right? And that was just implausible. And you're going to open that up and probe on that, and then close it out and move to the next thing. So you usually try to focus on a material fact. We say a person, a location, an object, something like that. You want to be careful. You don't want to be perceived as basically as badgering. Next slide, please. So when you're probing, if it doesn't make sense, or if if a fact is unreasonable, or an aspect or part of the story is unreasonable, there's a lack of detail, it's okay to you probe on it, right? You follow up, say, listen, you were talking about this. Can you help me better understand this? Can you take me from this, and let's go in and tell me again what you saw. But you don't want to keep doing that over and over. From a positive perspective, it looks like you're thorough and you're trying to help them remember. But from a negative perspective, it could be perceived that you're badgering this person, and you may always, you're always subject to being asked, why did you keep asking them that? They answered the question. And then finally, you could be accused of trying to solicit a confession or a false admission or something by badgering the person. So the reasons to probe, next slide, please. You want to resolve remember the anomalies we talked about. If you hear some anomalies, things that don't make sense, things that are unclear, things that lack detail, things that are impossible or implausible or improbable, all of these things, it's okay to probe, to follow up and resolve. That's a positive aspect. But you're not supposed to do that to try and get a confession or trick them or whatever, because again, this is going to be perceived as badgering, and it's also going to be perceived by the subject that you're interviewing as, you don't believe me, you're trying to trick me, right? And you don't want that. A little bit about summarization on the next slide here. If there's no detail or little detail, you can't summarize it. What can, the person will say, I don't know. Okay, well then, so basically what I'm hearing you say is, you don't know. Well, yeah, I already said that, I don't know. So you're saying you don't know, right? I don't know, you don't know, I don't know, you don't know. Sounds like a parrot. There's no sense. If a person doesn't give you any detail, there's no sense in summarizing it. If a person gives you just some short, sequences of response, it could lead them, could lead the interviewer to think that you can't remember the details either. If you just give them a poor summary of what they did, they're going to think, this guy wasn't listening to me. So if the interviewee gives really details that are inconsistent with what you heard earlier, then summarizing them might alert them that you heard some statement and evidence inconsistency. So may not, if they give details that are inconsistent, or a short series, a sequence of responses, or too little detail, it probably don't need to summarize, right? They didn't work hard, and you don't want to summarize with them. You're going to have, my recommendation would be to go back and try and get them to do a better job. Finally, or not finally, but next, admissions versus confessions. This is a big thing that sometimes people get confused. They hear a person make an admission, and they confuse that with a confession. Well, an admission is simply an acknowledgement, right? I acknowledge that there's some inconsistency, or something is different, or there's a contradiction in what I said and what happened here today. Doesn't mean I did it. It's an admission. I admit that I made a mistake. Oftentimes people will make admissions later on that they misstated or misquoted or said something that they knew they weren't true, because they really just didn't want you to know that they were there that night, as opposed to a confession. Confession is when somebody says, acknowledges they did the bad thing, they did it, and they're accepting responsibility and guilt for it. And remember that so that's the difference between an admission. An admission is, okay, I did it. Okay, well then tell me how you did it, or explain to me more about that. Well, I did it, and I did it with a baseball bat, and I did it because I was mad at him, and I hit him in the head with a baseball bat, and then I hit the baseball bat. These are confessions versus an admission, which is saying I just did it. And people don't normally disclose and give you an admission. They're not going to go, okay, you got me, I did it with a baseball bat, I did it because I was mad, I did it, I hit him in the head. They're not going to do that. People are going to disclose incrementally. And the thing is that we want to, as investigative interviewers, ensure that the initial disclosure is true, and we want to foster that into increasing disclosures. Okay, and tell me what you did with the baseball bat. Where did you get the bat? Where did the bat come from? What did you do with the bat when you were done? Can you describe the bat for me? These kinds of things. Asking them questions, that that should give you an idea of whether or not this is actually a true admission, a true confession, making admissions and leading to a confession, or whether they just said it to get away from you and they're making a false admission. Uh, and in all these cases, it sounds like, that we expect people to always cooperate with us, and that's simply not going to be true. Next slide. What about inappropriate or disruptive behavior? We mentioned earlier about excessive in the area of the problem areas, the assess, when there are areas that needed to be dealt with where we had disruptive basically, or expressive, over expressive behavior. What about inappropriate or disruptive behavior? Well, let's talk a little bit about when let's say you're asking a question or you're interviewing somebody and they talk over you. They just keep talking over you. They're trying to take control of the interview, right? Or what about if they dismiss or ignore what you say and answer a different question, or don't even pay, don't answer the question you're asking. Or if you start to ask a question and they decide to finish it for you, or any other behaviors that you would perceive as impolite and that would thwart or get in the way of having a positive conversation. You have to ask yourself, okay, why? Right? Why is this person doing this? Is it because they just have terrible interpersonal relation skills that they just don't know how to talk to people? Am I making it worse by stressing them? Or are they trying to control this interview? Are they trying to control the direction of the interview? And you want to ask yourself, it's got to be one of those two things. So how do we deal with it? Next slide. Well, certainly we don't reward it, right? You don't, if they start over talking you and answering in a way that you are answering questions you didn't ask, or not answering the questions that you asked, you don't want to just reward it by allowing that to happen. But if you respond immediately and negatively, you may be perceived by them and by anybody watching this video as a very overly sensitive, as an impatient person, as a person who really wasn't interested in trying to move the conversation along, rather somebody who just wanted to be in control. So what we recommend you do is collect an evidence of collect evidence of a pattern of these type responses, maybe 3 or 4 times, at least 3 times, where when I ask you about this and I start to ask you about this, you start yelling and talking over me, and then collect up what we say an evidence of a pattern. Because what you're going to want to do to deal with this, in the next slide, please, is describe it to them. Hey, Joe, I'm sorry, but I need to point out to you that when I ask you a question, you interrupt me. Now, I haven't interrupted you, and I told you, and we agreed to at the beginning, that we would allow each other the time to communicate between each other. And the problem is that so describe the behavior, explain the effects of the behavior. This makes it really difficult to continue to talk and to continue the conversation. Now, you said at the outset of this that you wanted to show the world, to show the police, show the world that you didn't do this. And these interruptions make it really difficult for us to talk about this. And it's going to take longer to cover these issues if you continue. So next, what I'm asking, and then tell them what you're expecting of them, right? What I'm going to ask you is, please don't interrupt me when I'm talking. Allow me to finish, and I will continue to extend you that same courtesy. Then you provide the likely consequences. If you continue interrupting after I've repeatedly asked you not to, I have no option. I have no option other than to, and then decide what indicate what your consequences are. I have no option other than to assume that you don't want to talk to us about this. Assume that you don't want us to have information that we can go and check out. Assume that you don't want to share information with us that will help show you're being truthful as, and I'll just have to stop the interview, and we'll just have to go with what we've got. And I don't know if that's what you really want, because you've told me that you didn't do this. And I've told you the best way for us to help show that you didn't do this is by having this interview, getting the information from you, and going and checking it out. So if you continue interrupting, I can't do that. And make sure you say it on the recorder so that it's going to be memorialized, if you will. Because if he continues to do it, it's probably because he doesn't want to have the interview with you. Next slide, please. When dealing with disruptive behaviors, if you're going to implement the consequence, if there are going to be consequences, implement it. After you've last warned the person, you give them their last warning, do what you said you're going to do. Don't take it personally. Don't get angry. Don't react angrily. Just stop the interview. If that's the action you promised, stop the interview. Because getting angry with him and her will simply just make you look bad on video. People that are watching this are going to see that you were a very reasonable person, that you did all you could do to move this forward, and yet they didn't want to cooperate. And so take the action that you said you would take if they continue to do it. A little bit about resistance. Next slide. It's not the same as disruptive behavior. Resistance can be a bunch of different things. It could be just being evasive. Resisting could be some, like we say, sabotaging behavior. Could be, in the form of what we would call derogatory remarks or comments, or saying nothing. Now, resistance is different. There's really two dimensions of resistance. Next slide. Either they are willing to talk to you or they're not willing to talk to you, and it kind of goes along a continuum. And they may be unwilling to talk to you because they're angry or they're afraid or they're stressed. And it may come, or they may be unwilling to talk to you because they don't want you to know they did it, right? They're guilty and they don't want to talk to you. There's a difference between willingness and ability or inability, right? So there's a willingness or an unwillingness to talk, but there's also an ability to tell you what you want to hear and an inability. The inability can arise due to the person they don't have what you want, or they don't remember what you're asking. They were never there. They can't give you the information. They're not able to give you the information that you seek. And it can also arise from a desire not to admit that they did this too. So I'm not going to tell you, either because I can't tell you or because I won't, because I don't want to get in trouble. I could be willing to tell, I might be unwilling to tell you because I'm upset, I'm angry, I'm mad, you've really made me angry. I'm just so mad I'm unwilling to talk to you. Or I'm unwilling to talk to you because I'm guilty of this and I don't want to tell on myself. So here's a little picture, kind of what it looks like. And we talk about the quadrants. Next slide. So what you can see here is willingness to talk and an unwillingness to talk versus an ability to talk, able to talk, having knowledge, right? I have the knowledge, and unable to talk, I don't have the knowledge. And each quadrant shows you what happens. If I'm willing to talk, right, and I'm able to talk, I have this knowledge and I'm willing to share it with you. That's cooperative, right? Clearly. And if I'm able to talk, I have this knowledge, but I'm not going to tell you, right? I'm going to be resistant. I'm going to be silent. I'm going to hide this information. Why? Probably because I'm guilty, or I know somebody who is guilty. If I don't know, if I'm unable to talk, right, and I'm unwilling to talk, I'm not willing to make something up, this silence may be perceived as resistance, but it's just, I'm not going to make anything up for you. Now, the concern is that I'm willing to talk and I don't have any knowledge, right? That's where people fabricate facts, and that's where we get our false admissions. And you want to be really, really careful, because if people make a false admission, that's why we want to ask. If they make a false admission and we don't recognize it, it could turn into a false confession. When somebody makes an admission, we want to do everything we can to make sure that that is a true admission, right? That it's actually true by asking follow-up and probing questions that should allow us to tell that this person really does have special knowledge about this crime or about this situation. I want to talk about this resistance and coping with it in the next slide. Let's say they're silent. Why? Well, maybe they don't have what you want. Maybe they can't tell you what they want, right? You got to try and figure it out. Don't rush, give them some time. Calm yourself, keep yourself calm, because remember, you're being videotaped as well. You're being audio taped as well. If you lose your patience, you're going to look just as bad as they, or maybe worse. If the person might talk just to fill the void, great. Ask them questions. Maybe, just try to get them talking. Next slide. Remain open-minded. Like we said, don't let their bad behavior cause a bad judgment on your part. Maybe they're resistant because they just are unwilling to talk, right? Because they don't have the information you seek. And maybe they're emotionally charged, they're upset, they're angry, they're unwilling to talk, they can't talk because they're upset, right? They're just so riled up that they can't talk to you. So try, again, if you just try to calm the situation down. If they remain silent, you take a break. Maybe, hey, listen, let's take a break. Let's go to either talk about something else, go outside, take a break. Let's take a walk around. Let's just, give this a break. This has been going on for a while. So be willing to take breaks. But remember that evasive answers, next slide, can be a passive lie. Answering a question with a question. Why would you want to know that, right? Why would somebody like me do something like that? Well, don't get angry, right? Realize that oftentimes these are just resistance techniques, and come back and say, well, think of a polite reply. Well, if I'm asking you a question, I'm not saying that a man like you would, do something like that. I'm asking you, did you do it? Or whatever your question was originally. You can kind of flip it around and flip it around and go back at them and just re-ask the question. If they don't answer, say, listen, maybe, you might not have heard me, or maybe I didn't say it correctly. I'm going to ask it again. Now, I want you to take your time and do me a favor and think, right? Think before you speak. Just do that for me. Now, would you please tell me again everything you did from the time you got to your work until the time the cops came? Something like that. Other evasive techniques, next slide, when people pass the buck, don't ask me, you should ask my coworkers. You should ask Bob about that. He knows more than I. Or if they give you a no answer, or no, I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, or trying to, I've had this happen where they try to put you down. You must be new at this, dude. Don't let them get you angry, because if they get you angry, they throw you off your game. You won't think well. If you get angry, it's going to be hard for you to think well and think through this. I know it sounds easy, and it's not. I know but try to be the bigger person. And remember, this is all being videotaped. You say, okay, I'll ask you this question again. Please take your time. Please think before you speak. And I'm asking you kindly, please tell me again everything you did from the time you got to work until the time the police showed up. And just sometimes all you can do is just document their resistance and their inability to cooperate when they had an opportunity to do so. Sometimes that's the best you can do. That's the best you're going to get. And that's just it. So we're going to talk a little bit finally about closing out the interview. This is very important, how we close out the interview. It's the C. in the peace model, because how you leave the person is going to have a very big effect on how willing they are to come back and talk to you if and when you need them to come back. Next slide, please. You know, it shows that you maintain this working relationship that you promised them you would have. So the kinds of things you want to do is you express your appreciation for their work, for their efforts here, right? You evidence or you give them a grasp of their disclosure. When we summarize what you said, if you summarize something and it's wrong, they say, no, that's not what I said. Oh, okay, good. See, and that's why we do this. We summarize these things because I heard this. You're saying, no, Mark, I never said that. I said this. So it shows that you're open to feedback. It invites them to confirm these key details as you're summarizing it so that they can't later come back and say, no, I never said that. Well, yeah, you did say that. And then when Mark summarized it at the end, you just sat there and agreed with him. You want to tell the person what's going to happen next. Hey, this is awesome. I really appreciate the work you did. We're going to take everything you gave me here today, all this information, and we're going to go and we're going to check it out. Now, I'm going to find out things and probably have some follow-up question for you. You're going to find and remember things and have some follow-up statements or questions for me. And I really want you to agree with me now that we're going to keep our relationship open and working with each other. And I promise to contact you, and you promise you'll contact me. And if I need you to come back in, you promise that you'll come back in, and I promise that I'll come to you. Does that sound fair? And you get them to commit, right? So remember, there's this whole concept of consistency to commitment, one of Cialdini's principles, and people tend to follow up on things that they've committed to. Do you have any questions for me before we split for the day? No? Okay, great. And you depart on this positive note, and as we said, you get the person to agree that they're willing to return. The next slide, please, is the evaluation, right? And this is the E in the peace model. And it's not just how did you do, but what did you learn, and where does this thing go? How did the interview go, right? Did I get information that we need to go and check out? Did I get information that is different than what we had or what we believed before we started? Did I do okay? Did I probe and challenge these pieces of information correctly? Or do I need to, write these things down, and then next time I'm with this person, hopefully be able to come back and revisit these things? Did I let that person get to me? Did they do anything that I let bother me? Did I appear fair and open-minded and decent, or did I get my feelings hurt, or did I act in it and did I get a little bit upset when they said something to me? Did any of my behaviors possibly affect them, shutting them down? What did I hear? What did the person tell me? What did they say, and what didn't they say? Were there any of those anomalies that we've talked about, and we need to follow up on them? What are we going to do next? Where does this take us in our investigation? Next slide. So we want to talk about, and just in terms of the things that we've talked about here today, in terms of interviewer skill building. We reviewed some basics about conversation, and it's funny, when you start studying this stuff, you got to think back and say, did I ever really take any formal training on how to converse with somebody, right? Probably not. I mean, everything you learn about conversation rules, you probably learned through your friends or family or school or social networks or just life in general. But did anybody ever sit with you and break down conversation basics? Probably not. And I found when I first started studying these things, I found it to be a fascinating thought that something that we do every day and that's so important to our lives and livelihoods in this matter, that we really get no formal training in it. It's one of these things that you learn basically as you go along. We spent some time talking about active listening. I told you it's hard to do. It's really, really hard to do. Observing people in terms of observing what is said and what isn't said, and assessing, how am I observing them in terms of are they responding? Am I keeping the conversation moving? Am I upsetting them? If I am, what did I do to upset them? How can I change that to keep these things, to keep them emotionally, placid during this? We talked about the theory of mind, putting myself in their place. How would I think? Not just how would I feel? It's not just empathy, but how would I think if I were sitting over there, if I were that person? What would I think would be going on? We discussed questioning, like planning a roadmap, right? And good question strategies, the TEDs, tell, explain, describes. Good questions. We talked about bad questions. We talked about risky questions, right? And being open-minded when we're asking these questions, and being patient, and allowing the other person to talk. We talked about the attitude and timing. You need to have the right attitude. The right attitude is, I want to learn from this person. I want to be a really good interviewer. I want to get information out of this person better than anybody else could get information out of this person, if I will. And I want to do it in a way that's kind and considerate, and is going to be perceived as a free dialogue between the two of us. We talked about how attitudes affect behaviors. We talked about timing. When is a good time to interview? When's not a good time? And that interviews should be planned. They're not, we call it shoot from the hip. In other words, that's in English. In the United States, it means we're not planning it. We're just doing it because it was convenient. All right. So those are some skill building tools that we talked about. I want to summarize what we talked about kind of overall as we finish this out. Creating a good impression. Next slide, please. Personalizing the interview. How important that is to make that person feel that this is about them. We talked about how to try to establish rapport and maintain it, and using these rapport building and rapport maintaining skills. How we explain to the person, the engage and the explain. Why are you here? What is the purpose of this interview? What do you and I hope to get out of this in this working relationship? And that the need, the concentrate, that they're going to concentrate, you're going to concentrate, as we mentioned, bad, good, and risky questions. Other type of productive questions like probing questions and follow-up questions. We talk about those. Using pauses, properly, and not interrupting. And we discussed resistance and disruptive behaviors. Next slide. We mentioned again these rapport building type, and I call them the rapport building behaviors and rapport maintaining behaviors, right? The kinds of questions that the person should perceive, or that we would perceive as compatible with this person. These kinds of questions fit this person. The fact that they are allowed to say to us, I don't know, that's okay. You don't want to hear, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know to every question, but it's okay to say, I don't know, because we don't want them making things up. Or it's okay to say, I don't understand your question. Can you help me better understand it? Can you rephrase it? We don't want them to make things up, as I said. And this concept that I discussed is so important, of the free narrative. Give me a free narrative. Start before the beginning, end after the end. Tell me everything, because that's when we're listening for these anomalies and these areas that we're going to need to follow up and probe on. Next slide, please. Speaking of probing, we're talking about once we find an area that we need to follow up on, where there's some missing detail, where it's not clear, where it doesn't seem plausible, it doesn't seem like it could have happened, where it's kind of unbelievable or unreasonable, and they can't give detail where they should. Those are areas we need to probe. And how we systemically, we probe, open the topic up, probe or ask some challenging questions, summarize it, move on to the next. We talked about echo probing, repeating back to get people to maybe give us some more information. And we mentioned active listening. And I told you this is hard. You heard me say it a dozen times. Active listening is difficult, which is why you want to take breaks about every 40 minutes, which is why you want to have them draw pictures, diagrams, because it gives you a break. Finally, we talked about summarizing and how important summarizing is, because summarizing allows them to correct things that you may have misheard, to correct things that they may have misstated, and it shows that you've paid attention to them. Next slide, please. We mentioned good, positive, rapport building, conversation fostering seating arrangements, 10 and 2. I've said I strongly caution you against taking notes. Put the pen and paper down. Rely on the recording. Pay attention to this person. Make good eye contact with them. Let them know that they're important to you. Asking and clarifying questions using what we call mirroring and synchrony. Try and get them to be in sync with you, right? That's part of the rapport maintaining process, being in sync. We've mentioned sketching and drawing. It gives you visual aids, gives you an opportunity to kind of figure out where you are in this investigation and where to take the next part of the interview. You can challenge accounts. If somebody gives you a story, an account that just doesn't make sense, or you need some clarification, or if it's inconsistent, it lags detail, challenge them, probe them on it, clarify inconsistencies. It's really important to do so. Next slide, please. Remember we talked about the cognitive interview, these memory retrieval enhancing techniques, being positive and friendly, asking them to report everything, giving them control, putting them at the same level, putting them back into place and space and time that they were, focusing on their sensory percepts that were going on at the time. Multiple or varied and extensive or multiple retrieval attempts. Take me back and tell me again what happened inside there. Trying the reverse order and possibly even changing their perspectives. So some closing thoughts I have to share with you that I believe are important to this whole concept in the next slide. If you're a professional interviewer, right? If you want to be a professional and a professional interviewer, knowing how conversation works is absolutely fundamental. You've got to know how conversation works. And you can't just learn it necessarily from, just what you did in school and what you did in your family, because you have to really break this down. These conversational skills and being able to control and manage conversations are essential. These are the essential skills to what we say are ethical, right? Fair, ethical, and effective investigative interviewing. And finally, realize and remember, never forget, there are limitations to human memory. And in that, there are things that people are just not going to remember everything. And frustrating them by saying, you can't remember what, something like that, that's just going to be frustrating. So realizing and having a realistic expectation of human memory is incredibly important. Next slide. I want to thank you for spending this time with me. I know it's been a rather long and arduous journey, difficult journey at times, but I promise you that if you practice these things, if you are open-minded enough to be willing to try and think about these things and practice these things, you're going to become a much better investigative interviewer. You're going to be better at what you do. You're going to become a more professional investigative interviewer. I'm Mark Handler, the Director of Professional Services for Converus, and I thank you for being here.